Mic check 1 2. 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 Mic check. Mic check 1 2. 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 Mic check 1 2.
Hi, Fabian. Hi, Fabian.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you clearly. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very clearly.
Fantastic. So just a question. Do people put on their videos or do I just speak without my video?
It's fine.
Huh?
You can put on your video. That would be okay.
Okay. And then so there I am. Will the picture be up on the big screen or will my presentation be on the big screen?
If you are presenting something, your presentation will come up. If you are just speaking, your picture will still also come up.
Oh, I see. Can I just, so I'm going to be sharing, okay, here's another question. It's not a PowerPoint, it's more of a speech. Can I still share it on the screen or should I rather just speak and show my face?
I think it's up to you.
Okay.
If you want to share, it's fine because we'll still show what is showing on Zoom on our main screen. So that would be okay.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, so here's my presentation, just to test it, right?
Okay, just 1 second.
Ah, there we go. I see. Okay. And then one more question, please.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. When one starts, what's sort of the protocol in terms of greeting and starting off? Can, like I know, can one just sort of say excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed? Oh,
Okay.
sorry.
Sorry. Can you call Fabian? Just call Fabian, sorry, because
Oh, okay.
you're on the main speaker.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for letting me.
Just call on WhatsApp and then
No
I can
problem.
speak with you through WhatsApp, but I can hear you clearly.
Okay, great. All right. So I'm going to silence my. Can I stay on or should I rather join at the time?
It's still fine. If you want to
Yeah.
stay on, you can stay on. It's okay. Because I think
Great.
your panel is coming in at 11:30 or so.
Yes, yeah. Okay, but thank you so much. I appreciate that.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs, veuillez prendre place. Janet est connue. Nous avons pris un peu de retard parce que nous attendions d'avoir le quorum. Alors, il y a une commissaire qui est connectée, donc nous sommes 7 commissaires. Nous pouvons commencer. Bonjour encore une fois. Ben voilà, Madame la commissaire Lita vient d'arriver. C'est bon. Alors, pour la 7e journée, mardi 9 mai 2023, je vais vous lire rapidement l'agenda de cette journée. Nous allons commencer par le point 5, relatif à la présentation et l'examen des rapports d'activité des membres de la commission et des mécanismes spéciaux. Nous avons aujourd'hui le plaisir d'avoir le commissaire Derceau qui va nous présenter son rapport en sa qualité de président du groupe de travail sur les industries extractives, l'environnement et les violations des droits de l'homme en Afrique. Après cette présentation et bien sûr les échanges habituels avec les participants, nous aurons une pause café. Suivra le point 3 relatif à la situation des droits de l'homme en Afrique pendant une demi-heure. Et ensuite, nous aurons un panel de discussion, panel de sensibilisation en faveur du traité contre le commerce des instruments de torture qui sera présidé par le commissaire Hatem Saïed. Dans l'après-midi, après la pause déjeuner, nous reviendrons également pour un panel de discussion sur la commémoration du 29e anniversaire du génocide de 1994 contre les Tutsis au Rwanda. Ce panel sera présidé par le commissaire Salomon Derceau. Suivra un 3e panel, donc pour la journée. Ce sera un panel de sensibilisation en faveur, un panel plutôt sur la situation des droits de l'homme en Afrique. C'est le panel de Madame, je crois qu'il y a une petite erreur. Voilà, c'est le panel sur la situation des droits de l'homme dans les prisons en Afrique qui sera pris en charge par la commissaire Maria Teresa Manuela. Et nous terminerons éventuellement par le point 3 sur la situation des droits de l'homme en Afrique. Voilà donc pour le déroulé de l'agenda d'aujourd'hui. Sans plus tarder, je vais passer la parole au commissaire Salomon Derceau qui va nous présenter son rapport d'activité. Monsieur le commissaire, vous avez 20 minutes de présentation. Merci.
Very good morning. Bonjour. Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson of the session. A very good morning to all colleagues, members of the mission, distinguished delegates, staff of the Secretariat and interpreters. The intersession activity report, which is delivered in accordance with Rule 25.3 and 64 of the Rules of Procedure of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, in accordance with its resolutions as well, would have various parts. The first part would be covering activities undertaken in my capacity as a member of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Thereafter, the activities undertaken in my capacity as chairperson of the working group on extractive industries, environment and human rights, followed by activities undertaken as a focal point on human rights and transitional justice, as a focal point on human rights in conflict situations, and with respect to the conduct of studies that have been interested to me. And of course, also relating to my membership in the working group on communications and also relating to the resolutions committee. On 20 October to 9 November 2022, the Commission convened its 73rd ordinary session, during which I participated in the session of the Commission that was held here in Banjul, Gambia. During the public session, participated in the activities undertaken by the Commission, including the review of state report of the Republic of Ivory Coast, the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, consideration of applications of observer status by non-governmental organizations, and affiliation status by national human rights institutions, and presented my activities as chairperson of the working group on extractive industries, environment, and human rights. During that 73rd organization, I also convened 2 panel discussions relevant to the relevant thematic areas, including the issues of human rights arising in relation to critical minerals in Africa. Regrettably, I couldn't participate physically in the subsequent private session, but made contributions virtually to the appointment of expert members of the Working Group on Extractive Industries and the Working Group on the Rights of Indigenous Communities and Minorities in Africa, as well as the drafting and consideration of resolutions adopted by the 73rd organization of the Commission. Details of the are to be found in the final communique of the 73rd organization. On 9 January 2023, I was part of the delegation of the Commission that participated in the 36th. I participated in the 36th extraordinary of the African Commission, which was convened in terms of Article 64(2) of the African Charter, read with Rule 29 of the Rules of Procedure of the Charter. During this session, the Commission adopted its annual work plan for the year 2023, as well as deferral of resolutions that were presented during that session. Furthermore, in my capacity as a member of the Commission and as the resident commissioner in Addis, the headquarters of the African Union, I was part of the delegation that participated in the 36th organization of the African Union Summit held in Addis at various levels, at the level of ambassadors, executive council, and heads of state. Also from 21 February to 7 March 2023, I participated in the 74th private organization of the Commission, which took place virtually due to the budgetary constraints that the Commission is facing. Again, in line with the Commission's working methods, other collegial body, I participated in the deliberations of the Commission, which produced, among others, the adoption of decisions on communications, concluding observations on state periodic reports, promotion missions, a draft soft law instrument, as well as a number of thematic resolutions, and the details of which are available on the website of the Commission. Activities undertaken under the mandate of the Working Group on Extractive Industries, Environment, and Human Rights. On 27 October 2022, in my capacity as the lead commissioner of the Commission in relation to the theme of climate change and human rights, a mandate which the Commission assigned to the Working Group, as well as the Working Group on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, I issued a letter with Excellency Dr. Sameh Shoukry, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Arab Republic of Egypt, and the President of the 27th Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. And the purpose of this letter was to present proposals from the African Commission on Human and People's Rights on the imperative for a human rights-based approach to policy making on the climate crisis. Furthermore, and subsequently on 6 November 2023, I issued a joint press statement with Commissioner Mwandenga, the chairperson of the Working Group on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, on the same subject. Both reference documents called on the COP27 presidency and the African heads of states and government to adopt a human rights-based approach in the deliberations during the COP27, and urged those interested with the responsibility of representing the people of the continent, among others, to ensure climate change mitigation and adaptation measures, as well as measures for loss and damages including by establishing a separate fund dedicated to loss and damage for addressing the loss being incurred by countries that are most vulnerable and affected by climate change, many of which are in Africa, and prioritize the needs of the most vulnerable in society. Ensure measures that ease access to climate financing and that affirm and expand the commitment of countries most responsible for climate change for raising the scale of funds to the level that goes far enough to meet the financing requirements for adaptation measures. Facilitate agreement on modalities for a just energy transition that strikes the delicate balance between reduction and fading out of fossil fuels and the establishment of a fair global green technology development. Reaffirm the obligation of countries that contribute the most to greenhouse emissions for implementation of the measures required for limiting their emissions at scale and speed, which is able to meet the Paris Agreement target of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Establish avenues and create conditions for the effective representation and participation of human rights institutions, including national human rights bodies, regional human rights mechanisms, and community-based and other non-governmental organizations. Facilitate the development of benchmarks and monitoring mechanisms for ensuring respect for and protection of human and people's rights in climate change policymaking at the global, continental, and national levels, aimed at limiting the negative impacts of climate change and maximizing the opportunities from the green transition. From 18 to 19 November 2022, I jointly convened the Inception Workshop and experts consultation for the study on the impact of climate change on human and people's rights in Africa. This convening, organized jointly with Commissioner Mwandenga as the chairperson of the Working Group on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, was held in Dakar, Senegal, and it also was conducted with the participation of special mechanisms of the Commission with thematic issues most affected by climate change, including the special rapporteur on refugees, asylum seekers, and internally displaced persons, the chairperson of the Working Group on Indigenous Populations and Minorities, as well as the special rapporteur on the rights of women in Africa, an expert member of the Working Group on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, as well as selected experts with expertise on human rights and climate change in Africa. This Inception Workshop had the purpose of exchanging expertise views on the conduct of the study. It also helped in defining the scope, parameters, and terms of reference of the conduct of the study, as well as outlining the roadmap for the development and adoption of the study. I'm happy to report that we had fruitful deliberations and that the meeting successfully conducted a preliminary scoping analysis of the state of affairs and the consequences of climate change on respect, protection, and realization of human and people's rights on the African continent. We have also managed to conceptualize the climate change study, including by outlining the terms of reference, the methodology, and the implementation roadmap. We have since that convening, through support from the European Union and GIZ, have commissioned the drafting of the study by a human rights and climate change expert. Furthermore, in my capacity as chairperson of the Working Group on Extractive Industries, I would like to report that the new expert members of the working group were also appointed by the Commission during that session. During the 73rd ordinary session, I convened on 27 October 2022 a panel on the inaugural regional forum on the state of extractive industries, human rights, and the environment in Africa, as a follow-up to the implementation of the background study of the working group, which, among others, recommended the convening of such a forum at the level of the African Commission. The forum, which was the inaugural forum, if conceived as an annual event, had the objective of providing a platform for taking stock of the state of affairs on the continent as far as the human rights situation in the extractive industries is concerned, for enabling the Commission to sensitize the stakeholders on the normative frameworks governing extractive industries and environmental protection on the continent on the basis of the work undertaken by the Working Group on Extractive Industries, but also to share best practices and lessons learned from various experiences on the continent. The inaugural forum was held under the theme "Driving Rush for Critical Minerals in the Context of the Response to Climate Change and the Scramble for Green Technology," reviewing the impact on extractive industries and human and people's rights in Africa. As all of you know, in the context of the climate change policy-making process, particularly for green technology, there is increasing demand for and scrambling for seizing critical or transition minerals, and this affects the African continent. If care is not taken, there is a risk that this may end up repeating the resource curse that many African countries previously experienced. The occasion in this forum thus highlighted the importance of the various instruments that the Working Group on Extractive Industries developed for ensuring that states put in place the legal, regulatory, and institutional mechanisms to avert the risks of resource curse and the accompanying human rights violations that may be occasioned as a result of the rush for critical minerals in the context of the response to climate change and the scramble for green technology. Further, in this capacity, I issued a joint letter of appeal together with the Commissioner Rapporteur on the human rights situation in the Republic of Zambia, the Special Rapporteur on refugees, asylum seekers, internally displaced persons, and migrants in Africa, and the Chairperson of the Working Group on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, as well as the Working Group on Indigenous Populations, Communities, and Minorities in Africa. This relates to the dislocation of communities from their land in the Mongo district in Zambia. The joint letter of appeal recalled relevant guarantees of the rights of the Kasima community in this context under the African Charter, and the guidelines on the rights on state reporting under Articles 21 and 24 of the African Charter, guidelines that have been developed by the Working Group on Extractive Industries, Environment, and Human Rights. Finally, in my capacity as chairperson of the Working Group, during the 74th organization held in February and March 2023, I also initiated the adoption of 2 resolutions, one relating to the implementation and monitoring of the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement vis-a-vis the human rights commitments that states made under the African Charter, and the second one on business and human rights in Africa. Activities undertaken as a focal point on transitional justice. I would like to indicate that here I have participated in transitional justice convening that was held by the UN Human Rights Commission for South Sudan, that was held in February 2022 in Mombasa. And the purpose of this conference was to maintain the momentum for the establishment of the transitional justice mechanisms that are provided for in the peace agreement for South Sudan, and also to afford an opportunity for me to engage with various stakeholders, including South Sudanese officials, UN Commission members, and the AU Legal Council, in the context of my mandate as country rapporteur and focal point on transitional justice to deliberate on and explore options for taking the issue of transitional justice in South Sudan forward. Also, in furtherance of the objectives of Resolution 485 on the commemoration of the genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda and the prevention of genocide and genocide denial and revisionism, which mandates through the focal point on transitional justice, I have issued a statement on the 7th of April 2023, the day marking the annual commemoration of the genocide. As the chairperson earlier indicated, we will have, pursuant to this resolution, a commemorative event later this afternoon with the participation of the UN Special Advisor on the Prevention of Genocide. Activities undertaken as focal point on conflict and human rights in Africa. In my capacity in this other focal point, on 15 January 2023, I initiated a joint press statement with the country rapporteur for the Republic of Mozambique, Honorable Commissioner Maria Teresa Manuela, on the shocking reports of grave breaches of international humanitarian law and the standards contained in the African Charter on the sanctity of the human person. Incidents involving troops of the Southern Africa Development Community. We had noted from the various reports the disturbing acts of troops deployed under the SADC mission to Mozambique, including the throwing of the bodies of human beings into fire, as captured in widely circulating video clips. In the statement, we condemned in the strongest terms this shocking act, which is contrary to the African Charter and constitutes direct violation of international humanitarian law, which requires the dignified treatment of protected persons, including the dead. In the statement, we also affirmed that such acts are not in line with the positive African values and traditions espoused in the African Charter that demand the dignified treatment of the dead. We therefore called on the government of Mozambique as host country and the Southern Africa Development Community as the body responsible for the deployment of the Southern Africa Development Community mission in Mozambique to urgently open independent, transparent, and prompt investigations into these reported acts and to take appropriate actions in accordance with international law for bringing those responsible to justice. We also called upon SADC and its mission SAMIM to institute relevant policies that ensure that the troops under SAMIM's command strictly comply with human rights and international humanitarian law rules that regulate the conduct of peace support operations. Furthermore, in this capacity and in furtherance of the implementation of Resolution 447/2020 on upholding human rights during situations of emergency and in other exceptional circumstances, the task entrusted to me thereunder to develop a normative framework in the form of guidelines. I convened during the 73rd organization a consultation panel on the draft guidelines on adhering to human and people's rights standards under the African Charter when declaring the states of emergency and disaster. And during this consultation, stakeholders attending the 73rd organization of the Commission, including states parties, national human rights institutions, intergovernmental and non-governmental civil society organizations, participated and shared their views. After this consultation and validation exercise, the draft guidelines, after revision and finalization, were presented to the 74th organization of the Commission, during which the Commission considered and adopted the guidelines. I am pleased to inform this August gathering that the published guidelines would be launched in a panel discussion within the framework of this ongoing 75th organization as part of the inauguration of the dissemination process of the guidelines. These guidelines will assist state parties to the African Charter to meet their obligations under the Charter when declaring states of emergency or disaster, and in doing so, provide an invaluable input into the continent's effort to better manage emergencies, including those relating to pandemics. I wish once again to express my sincere gratitude to the team at the African Policing Oversight Forum, which facilitated the drafting and completion of these guidelines as a technical partner of the Commission, as well as I also wish based on their imputed or real sexual orientation or gender identity as acts that are contrary to the core tenets of the African Charter. I also called on the Kenyan government to initiate transparent, thorough, and prompt investigation into the tragic death of Edwin Chiloba, bring those responsible to justice, and grant effective remedies, including reparation to the families, in fulfillment of the obligations that it freely subscribed to as a state party to the African Charter. Again, in relation to Kenya, on 31 March 2023, I initiated another press statement, which was issued jointly with the Special Rapporteur on Prisons, Conditions of Detention and Policing in Africa, Commissioner Maria Teresa Manuela, expressing concern over the excessive use of force against protesters in Kenya in the context of the protests that took place in the country on 20 March 2023 and 27 March 2023, during which 2 people were reportedly killed, including a student, as a result of the use of live ammunition by police on protesters. In relation to my role as country rapporteur for the Republic of South Sudan, on 19 December 2022, I issued a press statement expressing concern about the accelerating state of unrest in Kudok, the capital of Fashoda County in the Upper Nile State, arising from intercommunal and subnational conflicts perpetrated by militia forces from the northern Holoi state, aided by several members of the Sudanese Liberation Army in opposition and soldiers. This was in response to reports that I had received indicating that at least 10,000 civilians in Kodok were at risk of attack, while others had reportedly fled to the border or crossed into Sudan, and also that these injuries and abductions were on the rise as a result of these attacks. In the statement, apart from expressing concern about these facts, we threaten a wide range of rights under the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. I urge the government of South Sudan to urgently deploy protection measures to avert the impending attacks on civilians, ensure immediate restoration of peace and security in the region, launch independent investigations into the factors leading to and the range of violations that took place, facilitate in collaboration with humanitarian actors and the UN, the protection of individuals and communities affected by the crisis, and initiate the required institutional, legislative, and policy measures to end the conditions that lead to the eruption of violent conflicts. On 26 February 2023, I issued a congratulatory press statement commending South Sudan on its recent accession to a number of key regional and international human rights treaties, including the Protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women, the Maputo Protocol, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, and the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities and the optional protocol thereto. In that occasion, I took the opportunity to renew the Commission's commitment to support the efforts of South Sudan in deepening its respect for all the rights and freedoms of the people of South Sudan, and also underscore the imperative for full and speedy implementation of the revitalized peace agreement on the resolution of the conflict in South Sudan, including particularly Chapter 5 on transitional justice. As a country rapporteur for the Federal Republic of Nigeria on 19 December 2022, I also issued a press statement expressing concern about a reported airstrike by the Nigerian Air Force on Sunday, 18 December 2022, which was allegedly part of an anti-terrorism operation in Mutumji community in Maru local government area of Zamfara state. But regrettably, this was reported as having led to the killing of over 64 civilians. In the statement, I reaffirmed the provisions of the African Charter, including the rights enshrined in Articles 4 on the right to life and Article 23 on the right to peace, but also importantly, the Commission's principles and guidelines on human rights while countering terrorism in Africa. including the responsibility of states to protect the human rights of its people, the obligation to address the underlying conditions leading to the emergence and spread of terrorism, and the obligations to provide reparations to individuals who have suffered physical and other damage, but also importantly, the need to take all precautionary measures while undertaking counterterrorism operations within the framework of the principles and guidelines of the African Commission on Human Rights while countering terrorism in Africa. And of course, we have outlined a list of actions that need to be taken by the Federal Republic of Nigeria in order to avoid the repeat of such tragic incidents in the course of undertaking counter-terrorism operations. On 22nd February 2023, in the context of the impending elections that were being organized in Nigeria, I issued a press statement calling for free, fair, and credible elections in Nigeria. The statement, among others, also expressed serious concern that threats of violence linked to the elections, resulting not only from existing conditions of insecurity in the country, but also importantly from dissemination of misinformation and disinformation, as well as incitement of hate and violence accompanying the electoral campaigns. And this statement, in the context of the various issues highlighted in relation to the election, have made various observations as well as drew on the Nigerian government as well as the Electoral Commission of Nigeria to undertake precautionary measures to mitigate and address the various human rights issues arising in the context of the conduct of the election in Nigeria. On 14 April 2023, as a country rapporteur, I also issued a press statement with Honorable Commissioner Idris Asso, chairperson of the working group on the death penalty, extrajudicial summary or arbitrary killings and enforced disappearance in Africa, expressing concern about the recurring incidents of violence, calling for concerted action to ensure the safety and security of people in Nigeria. The details of the content of this statement are to be found also in paragraph 61 and 62. So in the interest of time, I will simply proceed to the conclusions. With respect to the mandate of the Working Group on Extractive Industries, Environment and Human Rights, with particular reference to the African Union Theme of the Year on acceleration of the African Continental Free Trade Area implementation, I wish to draw the attention of state parties to the paramount importance of ensuring a human rights-based approach to the operationalization of the ACFTA, including in the rollout of their national strategies for its implementation, bearing in mind, amongst others, the need to ensure mechanisms for addressing business-related human rights abuses in this context and ensuring that particular protection of the rights of vulnerable populations is also guaranteed as part of the ACFTA process. I wish to highlight in this respect the Commission's resolution 551/2023 on a human rights-based approach to the implementation and monitoring of the African Continental Free Trade Area, and resolution 550 on business and human rights, which were adopted, as I indicated earlier on, during the previous session of the Commission, and highlight the various relevant instruments of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, including those developed under the Working Group on Extractive Industries, Environment and Human Rights. Reference is also made to the state reporting guidelines on Articles 21 and 24 of the African Charter. I would also like to reiterate my consistent call on states parties to the African Charter to take steps to address the human rights protection vacuum in the extractive industries sector that continue to create the opportunities for perpetration of violations and the disregard of human and people's rights, especially by multinational companies, as highlighted in the Commission's background study on the operations of the extractive industry sector in Africa and its impacts on the realization of human and people's rights under the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. This vacuum involves major gaps that pervade the regulatory framework of states governing the extractive industries, thereby leading to the occurrence of various acts of violations and the plundering of the resources of the continent. In this regard, I again urge states to comply with African Commission's Resolution 367 of the Niamey Declaration relating to upholding the African Charter with respect to the extractive industries, including in terms of the standards to be applied regarding the granting of licenses for extractive companies, the conduct of social, human rights, and environmental impact assessment, the compliance with physical, social, labor, environmental, and other human rights obligations of extractive industries, especially as we experience a rising rush for critical minerals in the context of the response to climate change and the scramble for green technology. We also call on states to use and implement the state reporting guidelines and the principles on Articles 21 and 24 of the African Charter, not only in the preparation of their periodic reports, but also in the updating of their legislative and regulatory framework with respect to natural resources. On my role as focal point on conflict and human rights, I wish to invite and encourage all state parties and other stakeholders in the work of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, particularly as it relates to the development of guidelines on the declaration of states of emergencies or disaster, to which I made reference earlier on. I also wish to reiterate my call on all stakeholders to accompany this commission in the process and lend their support as we work to develop the general comment on the right to peace and security under Article 23 of the African Charter as part of the contribution of this commission to the African Union's flagship project for silencing the guns by 2030. With respect to my role as focal point of the Commission on Transitional Justice and Human and People's Rights, I reiterate my call on countries in transition to draw on and make use of the conclusions and recommendations of the African Commission's study on transitional justice, which is complementary to and adopted together with the African Union Transitional Justice Policy that was adopted at the level of heads of state and government in February 2019. I also reiterate my call to stakeholders willing to provide technical support to help with the follow-up and implementation of Resolution 428 on the human rights situation in the Republic of South Sudan with respect to the implementation of the Transitional Justice Chapter 5 of the Peace Agreement. With respect to the countries for which I am a rapporteur, I reiterate my call on South Africa to report on its implementation of the recommendations in the Commission's report on its promotion mission to the country in 2018, and also to submit its periodic state report under Article 62 of the African Charter. I reiterate my call on the government of Kenya to collaborate with the African Commission towards fully and effectively implementing the court's judgment in the Ogiek case, as well as the Commission's earlier decision in the Indorois case, and ensuring that the livelihood and living conditions of victims in relation to these cases are duly restituted and compensated. I urge the government of Kenya to respond positively to the request of the African Commission to undertake a promotion mission to the country. I also reiterate my call on Nigeria to address the reported prevalent insecurities in various parts of the country, including to address those issues that have been highlighted in the various statements that we have issued in relation to conditions of insecurity in Nigeria. Would also like to call on Nigeria to submit its periodic state report under Article 62 of the African Charter as well. I would like to also, on this occasion, request the Nigerian government to authorize the Commission to conduct a promotion mission. Finally, I wish to urge national human rights institutions in South Africa, Sudan, South Sudan, Kenya, and Nigeria to submit their activity reports. I thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you all for your kind attention.
Merci, commissaire Derceau, pour votre présentation de rapport d'activité. Je vous ai laissé 5 minutes de plus parce que vous étiez en train d'aborder la question, là, je dirais peut-être le segment le plus important, celui des recommandations. Merci. Alors, sans plus tarder, nous allons passer aux interventions des différents partenaires. Alors, nous allons commencer par les États. Nous avons 2 demandes de prise de parole suite à la présentation de votre rapport. Alors, tout d'abord, la République du Cameroun suivra après la République algérienne. Je vais donc donner la parole à Madame Ekwe Linda.
Je vous remercie, Madame la vice-présidente, pour la parole donnée. Qu'il nous soit permis d'exprimer toute l'appréciation de la délégation camerounaise à l'endroit de l'honorable commissaire Derso et à son équipe pour la qualité de sa présentation. Honorable commissaire, mesdames et messieurs, la délégation camerounaise voudrait partager avec l'assistance le cadre législatif en lien avec ce mécanisme. En effet, le Cameroun est partie à divers instruments internationaux qui visent à promouvoir la transparence dans la gouvernance minière et pétrolière et participe activement au processus de Kimberley et à l'initiative pour la transparence dans les industries extractives. En 2016, notre pays s'est doté d'un code minier qui renferme de nombreuses dispositions visant à protéger l'environnement et les populations. Ainsi, des obligations spécifiques en matière environnementale y sont inscrites et imposent à l'entreprise de fournir une étude d'évaluation environnementale comme condition à l'octroi d'un permis d'exploitation. De même, tout opérateur minier est tenu par 3 obligations principales. L'obligation de payer une indemnité visant à compenser la privation temporaire du sol, lieu des activités minières, l'obligation de réparer tous les dégâts issus de l'exploitation, à l'instar des routes dégradées, les cultures détruites, la pollution de l'environnement, etc. Et enfin, l'obligation de signer un cahier de charges avec la communauté dans laquelle se trouve le site minier pour l'accomplissement de projets de développement communautaire tels que la construction des écoles, des puits d'eau, des routes rurales, et ainsi de suite. À cette dernière obligation s'ajoutent les dispositions des articles 164 à 169 du Code minier sur le contenu local qui vise les retombées des projets miniers sur le développement économique, social, culturel, industriel et technologique du Cameroun. Honorable commissaire, mesdames et messieurs, il convient de mentionner qu'avant la signature de conventions minières, des concertations sont tenues avec les populations riveraines des zones d'exploitation afin de recueillir leurs doléances et avis. Ainsi, la société Camalco organise depuis quelque temps des concertations élargies aux populations des départements de la Vina et du Djerem pour l'exploitation de la bauxite à Mini-Martap. Dans la même veine, la société Codias SA a tenu des concertations élargies avec les populations de Ngoura dans le département du Lom et Djerem pour l'exploitation aurifère de la mine à Colomine. Cet esprit de conciliation est également valorisé dans la gestion des conflits entre les populations et les opérateurs miniers. Les services compétents du ministère des Mines, de l'Industrie et du Développement technologique tiennent depuis l'année dernière des conciliations et concertations précontentieuses, aussi bien à Yaoundé que sur les sites miniers et carrières. On voudrait ici citer l'exemple des cas des populations d'Akak contre la société Vatsal, des populations des Begda affectées par la construction du barrage de Nachigal contre la société Nachigal Hydropower Company, pour ne citer que ces deux cas-là. Pour terminer, la délégation camerounaise voudrait mentionner les problèmes du travail des enfants dans les mines et celui des décès sur les sites miniers suite au non-respect des procédures de sécurité dans le domaine, qui constituent des défis majeurs pour les autorités nationales. Conscient de l'impact social et des dangers multiformes qui en découlent, le gouvernement a pris un ensemble de mesures, notamment la décision du 30 août 2021 portant interdiction d'accès des enfants mineurs sur les sites miniers, ainsi qu'une lettre circulaire relative à l'obligation de restauration, de sécurisation des sites d'exploitation minière et à l'interdiction formelle du travail des mineurs dans les 10 sites. La Société nationale des mines, Sonamine, créée en décembre 2020, se déploie afin d'octroyer des fournitures scolaires à chaque rentrée scolaire dans les villages de la région de l'Est où ce phénomène est très répandu. Ceci dans le but d'encourager les enfants à aller à l'école. Honorable commissaire, je voudrais indiquer que l'ensemble des textes que nous venons de citer sera mis à la disposition du secrétariat au courant de ces sessions, de même que les 3 derniers rapports du Cameroun au titre de l'ITE. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la représentante de la République du Cameroun, Madame Ekoy-Linda, pour votre petite présentation. Sans plus tarder, je vais passer la parole au représentant de l'Algérie en la personne de Monsieur Mehdi Remaoui. Vous avez la parole pour 8 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor, and good morning to everyone in the room, and good afternoon also to everyone in the room and those following online. I think Mauritius, they are already in the afternoon. Apologies, Madam Chair, this intervention may be a bit long, so since the list of speaker is not so long, I seek your indulgence. First of all, thanks to Commissioner Solomon Ayeli Derso for the presentation of his report. I'm taking the floor with regard to the part pertaining to the working group on extractive industries, environment, and human rights violations in Africa. My delegation takes note of the conclusions and recommendations contained in the report. Mr. Commissioner, we learned from this report that you have issued a letter to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Egypt in its capacity as President of the 27th Conference of the Parties of the UNFCCC on proposals from the Commission on the imperative for a human rights-based approach to policymaking on the climate crisis. You also subsequently issued a joint press statement with Commissioner Mwandenga, the chair of the Working Group on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, and co-focal point of the study on climate change and human rights in Africa. So we have urged in these 2 letters African leaders to ensure that climate change mitigation and adaptation measures, as well as measures for loss and damages, are taken, including by establishing a separate fund dedicated to loss and damage. I would like to inform you that the establishment of fund, similar to the one you all alluded to, is already a work in progress. Indeed, in a meeting of the African Union Peace and Security Council held in March 21, Algeria's President Abdelmajid Tebboune proposed the creation of a special fund dedicated to disasters due to climate change, and in which the wealthiest African countries would contribute with the help of the UN Secretary General, the Security Council, and all parties concerned by climate change. The proposal received follow-up last year during the meeting of the Committee of African Heads of States and Government on Climate Change, or CAHOSC, held under the chairmanship of former Kenya's President Uhuru Kenyatta. During this meeting, the CAHOSC adopted a resolution requesting the African Union Commission to initiate the legal procedures necessary for the establishment of the African Climate Change Fund proposed by President Tebboune. So this is to say that the idea of putting in place a separate fund dedicated to loss and damage is already a work in progress. Moreover, Mr. Commissioner, my delegation suggests that the working group engage in some prospective work regarding seabed mining in the international area, in the deep seabed under the mandate of the International Seabed Authority. This suggestion may surprise some of you. We would say that the mandate of our commission deals with the state party to the African Charter. And then I would reply that the international seabed area beyond the limits of the continental shelf or beyond the extended continental shelf as appropriate. And the mineral resources contained therein are the common heritage of mankind. As such, the area and the resources belong also to the peoples of state parties to the African Charter. So far, there is only prospection and exploration of minerals in the area being undertaken, but exploitation might start sooner than we think in the coming years. Therefore, if time and resources allow, my delegation proposes that the working group take initial prospective steps to address the potential human rights protection vacuum in the future exploitation of minerals in the deep seabed that make the perpetration of violations and the disregard of the human and people's rights, especially by non-state actors, possible. There might be a rush for critical minerals for renewable energies in the coming years, and it's better to start to address the different implications in a prospective manner, especially in light of Article 22 of the African Charter, which states, and I quote, "All peoples have the right to their economic, social, and cultural development with due regard to their freedom and identity and in equal enjoyment of the common heritage of mankind," end quote. And I think we all know that the common heritage of mankind refers to the international seabed area and the moon. Common heritage of mankind is also a guiding principle in the third implementing agreement of to the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, dealing with biodiversity adopted recently. Before concluding, Mr. Commissioner, my delegation would like to stress that the working group you chair is very important. Indeed, extractive industry is a sector that plays a significant role in the economies of an increasing number of parties to the African Charter. Despite its potential, the extractive industries in many parts of the continent face major issues impacting the well-being of people living in their areas of operation. However, in one case, the extractive industries also affect people living far from those areas. Our colleagues from the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic are not in the room. Maybe they are following online, I hope. Anyway, in the case of Sahrawi people, the illegal exploitation of phosphates by the colonizing power and the complicity of the entities who purchase this phosphate illegally exploited has serious implications on human rights of Sahrawi people due to the alienation of their natural resources. Article 21 of the Charter stipulates that, and I quote, "All peoples shall freely dispose of their wealth and natural resources. This right shall be exercised in the exclusive interests of the people. In no case shall a people be deprived of it. In case of spoliation, the disposed people shall have the right to the lawful recovery of its property, as well as to inadequate compensation," end quote. Mr. Commissioner, the lack of or weak denunciations of the Commission on this matter is a source of concern to my delegation. Like other African countries, the natural resources of Algeria were illegally exploited during colonization. And we cannot turn our back to our history. We urge you, Mr. Commissioner, as chair of the working group on extractive industries, to take steps deemed appropriate in this regard. It could be through press release. You can send the letters to countries where entities involved in the illegal exploitation and trade of Sahrawi resources are based. Could initiate a resolution that will be drawn to the attention of the relevant authorities of those countries. The Working Group on Extractive Industries and Human Rights Violation and the Working Group on Social and Economic and Cultural Rights could jointly undertake some work on the issue of illegal exploitation of phosphate in Western Sahara and also fish stocks. You can work with CSOs on this issue, similarly to your work with Amnesty International to develop the general comments on the right to peace and security under Article 23 of the African Charter. In this regard, you could work, for instance, with an NGO like Western Sahara Resource Watch on Article 21 of the Charter. In conclusion, Honorable Commissioner Derso, whatever steps you would engage and recommendations you would end up with, the latter shall become standing conclusions and recommendations in your report, as long as the situation on the ground in Western Sahara remains unchanged. These comments could apply also to other working groups and to the mandates to other honorable commissioners. Mutatis mutandis. We therefore invite them to take into account comments of the Algerian delegation when relevant. The African Commission on Human and People's Rights cannot simply sit idly by and allow the rights of the Sahrawi people to be violated every day. I thank you for attention.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le représentant de l'Algérie, pour votre commentaire suite à la présentation du rapport du commissaire Derso. Alors, nous allons continuer en ce qui concerne les demandes de prise de parole. Il n'y a pas d'institution nationale des droits de l'homme. Nous avons 3 organisations non gouvernementales qui voudraient intervenir à la suite du rapport du commissaire Derso. Alors, nous avons tout d'abord Human Rights Institute of South Africa, URISA. Monsieur ou Madame Lepeli Motketsi. En principe, ils sont... Allez-y.
Good morning, Madam.
Vous avez 5 minutes. Merci.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My colleague had to leave early. My name is Colette Letrojan. I present on his behalf. Honorable Vice Chairperson, Honorable Commissioners, State Delegates, CSO colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we take this opportunity to thank Honorable Commissioner Solomon Ayele Derso for his comprehensive report, highlighting the concerning challenges in the extractive industries, environment, and human rights violations. Human Rights Institute and Senoli note with much concern the construction of dams in Lesotho, which has proven to be a major accelerator of economic growth. We also note that the largest infrastructure that Lesotho is earning big profits, for example, 1.1 billion royalties that South Africa pays for the water it receives annually from the project. We also know that the affected communities who are poverty-stricken by this project, they have lost their land for the development of this project. They are left without access to clean water, loss of livelihoods, environmental degradation, damage to individual and community property, and also the lack of fair and adequate compensation and resettlement, to mention a few. We are also concerned that the deficiency and or ineffective community consultation by the Lesotho Highlands Development Authority, which is an implementing body with communities affected by this phase 2, that the principle of free, prior and informed consent, which provide indigenous peoples to give or withhold their consent for any action that will affect their lands and rights, has been consistently violated by this development authority. Some communities where individual fields were expropriated by this development authority, paving way for the development construction of a dam, have not been compensated as per the Constitution of Lesotho, also including the Land Act, which provides that compensation shall in all cases be compulsory where land is acquired, and also be made before conclusion of the expropriation of that land. To date, these communities have not been compensated, and of much concern is that their concern about the 50 years compensation which the government this development authority is providing, when the government constitution provides that 99 years be the amount or the period that compensation should be considered. The communities demand lifetime compensation over their expropriated land, or alternatively be compensated with an alternative land. We are calling the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, chairperson on the extractive industry, to engage the government of Lesotho, particularly calling the government to speedily fast-track the information of the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights in order to adequately promote and protect the rights of communities affected by the large infrastructure development in Lesotho, especially those affected by the Lesotho Highlands project. And we also request the chairperson to urge the government of Lesotho to review as a matter of urgency, together with the South African counterpart, the treaty, that to ensure that the treaty is aligned with Article 21 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, including international human rights standards for compensation and livelihoods of affected communities as concerned. And also review the Lesotho Development Authority compensation policy, which is inadequate and unfair to communities, as well as perpetuating gender inequality by further marginalizing women who still face socio-economic and cultural barriers and stereotypes which limit their right to access to land, and make information pertaining to Lesotho others. Yes, ma'am, I'm finalizing. They are engaging with others to develop, to undergo similar projects to ensure that communities are consulted. I thank you very much, ma'am.
Merci beaucoup. Je vais passer la parole. Mat for Peace, Development and Human Rights, ils sont en principe en ligne. Est-ce qu'ils sont là? Oui. Bassan Essan, vous avez la parole.
Hello. Thank you, Honorable Commissioner, for the report. MAAT encourages strength efforts to include the issue of climate change and its impact on human rights. However, MAAT is concerned about the violations of human rights by mining industries in African countries. More specific, the violations of human rights by the French mining industries in Niger. Companies of extractive and mining industries are clearly visible in Niger, which pays remarkable attention to the extractive industries and their contracts, and encourage investment expansions in the existing uranium mines, as they are responsible for 40% of Nigerian exports and contribute 3% of the GDP. As a result, it generates 1 million tons of radioactive waste annually and has 4.3% of child labor in the Torona, salt, gypsum, and gold mining sectors. Interested followers may observe that the mining and extractive industries in Niger will realize that the French company Iron and Partners is the most widespread in the field of extractive industries. Since 1968, the French company has extracted nearly 150,000 tons of uranium. And during that, it was consuming millions of liters per day. In March 2023, the French company Orano left 20 million tons of radioactive waste after closing a uranium mine in March 2021. The waste is spread over an area of more than 120 hectares, nearly 300 acres, in hills up to 35 meters high, 114 feet. In this context, Ma'at for Peace Development and the Human Rights Association recommends the concerned working group to issue a study on the repercussions resulting from mining in Niger and countries that suffer from the same crisis. We also encourage the government of Niger to launch a practical initiative that deals with the acute impacts of the extractive industries and their violations, activate legal systems, and fix legal loopholes in a way that hold the extractive industries companies socially responsible, supports development plans, and conducts correct assessments. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, l'organisation Ma'at for Peace. Alors, dernière prise de parole, j'ai le Service international pour les droits de l'homme, Monsieur Michel Kobenan-Kra, en ligne. Est-ce qu'il est en ligne? Service international pour les droits de l'homme. Oui? Alors, vous avez la parole, Monsieur Michel Kobenan.
Bonjour. OK. Monsieur le Président, honorable commissaire, État parti, chers délégués et collègues de la société civile. Les opérations d'extraction du manganèse par l'entreprise indienne Bonduku Manganese SA, BMSA, pour extraire du manganèse dans le village Similimi en Côte d'Ivoire ont eu des conséquences dévastatrices sur l'environnement, la santé, la religion et les moyens de revenus des habitants. Ces derniers accusent les autorités ivoiriennes d'inaction face à l'accaparement de leurs terres et 14 des habitants ont porté plainte auprès de la Cour de la justice de la Communauté économique des États de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, CEDEAO. Ils demandent à ce que la Cour reconnaisse la responsabilité de l'État de la Côte d'Ivoire pour la violation de plusieurs des droits humains de ces communautés. Suite à la mobilisation du village menée par M. Adou Kouame et Kobenan-Kra Michel, le Comité du développement local minier, CDLM, refuse d'indemniser ce dernier. Nous appelons le gouvernement de Côte d'Ivoire à interdire immédiatement BMSA de poursuivre toute activité nuisible aux communautés de Similimi et à les indemniser, notamment pour les dommages causés à leur environnement. De plus, depuis 2014, la Côte d'Ivoire est dotée d'une loi protégeant les défenseurs et se doit de la rendre effective en s'assurant que ceux qui protègent l'environnement en Côte d'Ivoire ne se retrouvent pas victimes de représailles pour leurs actions. Mesdames et messieurs les membres du groupe de travail, ces dernières années, nous avons été témoins de l'accroissement des violations à l'encontre de ceux qui protègent l'environnement, les droits fonciers et combattent l'impact du changement climatique en Afrique. En Afrique du Sud, rappelons que Fikil Ntsajase, qui s'opposait véhément contre l'extension d'une mine de charbon, fut brutalement assassinée chez elle, ou encore la répression à laquelle fait face le mouvement ABM, dont 3 membres ont été assassinés en 2022 seulement. Le harcèlement et les attaques auxquelles font face à ces défenseurs sont indéniables. C'est pourquoi ISHR se rejoint à ses partenaires et plus largement la société civile africaine pour interpeller la Commission sur ces violations et lui demander de travailler en collaboration avec les défenseurs à la rédaction et l'adoption d'un instrument régional pour la protection de l'environnement et ses droits humains, plus particulièrement des droits défenseurs de l'environnement. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup. pour votre intervention. Alors, sans plus tarder, nous avons encore quelques minutes pour redonner la parole au commissaire Derceau afin qu'il puisse apporter les différentes réponses aux différents intervenants. Merci. Commissaire Derceau.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would like to thank the delegates of states parties and civil society organizations who intervened for their keen interest on this very important subject on extractive industries. I would like to thank Cameroon for providing us with an update on legal developments relating to the extractive industries, including those relating to the various international processes that Cameroon is a part of, including such as the Kimberley process, the International Transparency Initiative on Extractive Industries, also the mining code that you made reference to, highlighting the practice around the obligations that the mining code imposes on extractive companies, including environmental obligations, and the challenge that people experience in the extractive sector in Cameroon, including the question of child labor, which affects certain parts of the country, the question of consultations with people. The whole purpose, I think, of this deliberation is also for member states to share their experiences, and like Cameroon did, and from those experiences to learn lessons that would enable us to improve the natural resource governance regulatory framework and institutional setup in countries, which is critical to not only avoiding the human rights protection vacuum that I made reference to, but also importantly for states to harness the full benefits of the use of natural resources of countries of the continent. We therefore commend and welcome the experience that have been shared with us by Cameroon. I also would like to indeed commend Cameroon for working on and benefiting from, as well as using the various legal frameworks and also soft law instruments that we have put in place, including the state reporting guidelines on Articles 21 and 24 of the African Charter, which we urge all state parties to make use of, as I indicated earlier on, both in the preparation of their state reporting guidelines, because what is provided in Article 21 of the African Charter, with, if you look at Article 21 of the African Charter, it is perhaps one of the few provisions of the Charter with so extensive provisions, with 5 paragraphs. The only other one with the longest such provision is Article 7, with respect to the right to access to justice. And the provision of these long provisions in Article 21 on natural resources is because of the recognition on the part of the drafters of this charter on the strategic importance and the historical significance of natural resource governance and natural resource use in Africa. So it is extremely important that states parties take account of and indeed report, submit their reports under Article 62 in accordance with the guidelines on Articles 21 and 24, state reporting guidelines, which require an extensive list of information to be provided. We are in the process at the working group to convene an experience sharing platform for member states, national human rights institutions, and CSOs. And we look forward for Cameroon to participate in that process and share the experiences as well as learn from the experiences of others. And I wish to invite all other states parties to also be part of that experience sharing process about which the Secretariat would communicate to member states. So thank you very much for Cameroon, and indeed we can't emphasize enough the importance of consultation with affected communities. And as indicated earlier on, it's not simply a question of companies doing for purpose of, ticking the box, going and talking to some people. There has to be a very proper, well-organized and well-monitored engagement with communities in order to ensure that their concerns are fully taken on board when granting licenses and also when they undertake their operations. That is critical to avoid all the negative consequences that relate to the extractive industries, most notably, as indicated earlier on, the resource curse with which natural resources on the continent are associated. So thank you very much once again to you, and I welcome the initiative to address the child labor problem that you made reference to, including the 30 August 2021, as well as the circular that have been issued. To Algeria, thank you very much, my brother, also for the various issues that you have highlighted. I have taken note of the special fund for climate that has been proposed within the framework of the Peace and Security Council of the African Union, as well as the African Union Assembly Heads of State Orientation Committee on Climate Change. This special fund obviously relates to climate, but also to address issues relating to disaster. It's my understanding that it is separate from the fund for loss and damage that is established within the framework of the COP processes, which relates to actually the obligation of countries responsible for causing the most emission and therefore the most consequences for damage. But I think it's important that we also acknowledge and indeed ensure that this special fund that is being established within the framework of the Peace and Security Council and the cost of the African Union also is in line with and indeed takes account of the standards of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. I have taken note of your proposal on the working group looking into the prospection and exploration of seabed resources in light of the reference to the common heritage of mankind and Article 22 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. I would like to take this forward with members of the working group as well as the Commission in terms of how we can take this forward with respect to the natural resource exploitation and the issues arising there too for the Sahrawi Arab Republic. I'm sure the country rapporteur for Sahrawi has taken note of the issues that have been raised on my part as it relates to the exploitation of natural resources. I have taken note of the proposals that you have made on the need for the Commission to pay attention to the human rights issues arising in relation to the exploitation of natural resources in the territories of the Sahrawi Arab Republic. Thank you very much for the submission that have been made. Also, in relation to the broader issues of the working group, including the background study that the Commission have undertaken, which highlights the wide range of issues that we need to engage in and address. What I would like to say is basically we need active engagement and and interest from member states, and this is a hugely critical area that indeed affects increasingly large number of countries on the continent with very serious consequences, and it is also open, unfortunately, for exploitation, for corruption and embezzlement, and with, unfortunately, for a continent that is endowed with so much resources, these resources becoming a curse is an indictment on all of us, and we should really take responsibility and do everything we can to avoid and mitigate this. For the submission on the situation in Lesotho with respect to the construction of dams and other large infrastructural projects, I've taken note of the issues affecting particularly communities in areas where these large infrastructural projects are implemented, including displacement from their land, loss of livelihoods, lack of compensation. I have taken note of these issues and the recommendations for engaging with the government of Lesotho in order to address the plight of communities affected by these developments. On the actions by French companies in Niger and the human rights issues arising therefrom. These are issues that we as the African Commission on Human and People's Rights and indeed the working group have previously engaged the government of Niger, including in the context of the reporting under Article 62 of the Charter by Niger when they presented their report to the African Commission, and indeed we made recommendations on the kind of legislative and regulatory measures that need to be put in place. Some of the issues include, for example, the fact that no physical revenue is obtained from the extraction of natural resources on account of certain commitments that have been made, or whatever revenue that is acquired is meager compared to the benefit that the companies and indeed those supporting the companies and hosting the companies as country of origin benefit from. So we take note of your recommendations and would like to echo this is indeed something that we have also been seized with. The points that have been raised with respect to Ivory Coast and South Africa, questions relating to land grab, destruction of livelihoods in Ivory Coast as a result of the granting of licenses and the operation of extractive industries, attacks on environmental and human rights defenders is also increasingly an issue, including in South Africa, that we have also been seized with, and we indeed consider that the protection of environmental human rights defenders is an area that requires increasing attention and focus from our part at the working group on extractive industries, working together with the special rapporteur on human rights defenders as well. So I think, Chair, what I would like to say in the end is these various interventions highlight once again the importance of us constantly engaging in exchanging experiences, but also in providing reports on activities and emerging issues. So I encourage all of you to submit to us reports relating to violations of human rights in the extractive industry sector, which we are happy to follow up with countries and states reports. Once again, thank you very much for your kind attention and your participation. I hand over the mic back to you, Chair.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Commissaire Berceau, d'avoir apporté des réponses aux différentes parties qui ont réagi à la suite de la présentation de votre rapport que je qualifierais de substantiel. Merci beaucoup encore. Alors, sans plus tarder, nous sommes arrivés, tout en débordant de quelques minutes, à la pause café que nous prendrons pour 30 minutes et nous reviendrons pour aborder le point 3, la situation des droits de l'homme en Afrique, concernant le deuxième segment de cette matinée, qui sera suivi du point 6, c'est-à-dire le panel de sensibilisation en faveur des instruments de torture. Voilà, donc j'invite tous les participants à prendre une demi-heure de pause café et de revenir dans la salle. Merci beaucoup.
Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez prendre place, s'il vous plaît, pour la poursuite de nos travaux. Je crois qu'ils sont encore.
A very good morning, colleagues. Welcome back to the morning break session. We have a request from a state party for taking the floor. Eritrea, Binyam Berhe, chargé d'affaires of the Embassy of Eritrea to Ethiopia and permanent representative to the African Union and UNECA. Binyam, are you with us? At where? Eritrea. Okay. Most welcome, Binyam. Please, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I'm taking the floor to exercise my delegation's right of reply in relation to the statement made by an NGO, Mat for Peace, on 8th of May, mischaracterizing the protection and promotion of the right to association and assembly in Eritrea during the deliberations on the panel on increasing awareness of the guidelines on freedom of association and assembly in Africa for effective implementation. In Eritrea, freedom of association and assembly is protected by law. Legal Notice number 5 of the 1992 on registration of non-governmental organizations and associations set the conditions for their establishment and operation. Dozens of national associations are operational today. Eritrea's labor proclamation also upholds workers' rights, and there are about 190 trade unions functioning at present. The categories of association include civil society associations with broad membership, such as the National Union of Eritrean Women, the National Union of Eritrean Youth and Students, and the Confederation of Eritrean Workers. Community-level associations, professional associations, such as associations of engineers, nurses, chemists, pharmacists, doctors, etc. an organization established by citizens affected by physical, intellectual, and developmental problems. And these organizations promote the interest of their members. All the associations are autonomous bodies and once registered, work independently. The associations and trade unions have their own constitutions, elected leaders, and conduct regular and timely congresses and activities. To conclude, the statement made by the above-mentioned NGO, once again, is far from the reality on the ground. I thank you.
Merci. Merci aux représentants de la République d'Érythrée pour son droit de réponse. Alors, nous allons passer très rapidement à un autre organe. Il s'agit de African Union Commission, Office of Youth Envoy, l'envoyé spécial pour les jeunes, et Tunka Smith, virtuellement. Est-ce qu'il est en ligne? Monsieur Étoile? Non. D'accord. Notre organisation intergouvernementale, c'est UN Women, Bureau de liaison de l'Union africaine. Tikikel Alemou. Est-ce qu'ils sont en ligne? Non? D'accord. Nous allons passer aux institutions nationales des droits de l'homme. Alors, est-ce que la CNDH du Mali est en ligne? Commission nationale du Mali, non. Commission des droits de l'homme et de la bonne gouvernance, Tanzanie. Non. Et la Commission nationale des droits de l'homme du Kenya. Non plus. La Commission nationale des droits de l'homme de Côte d'Ivoire. En principe, il devrait peut-être être. Non, non plus. Commission nationale des droits de l'homme du Togo. Non plus. Alors, je passe aux organisations non gouvernementales. Il y en a deux. Alors, il y a Open Society Initiative of South Africa. Est-ce qu'elle est présente ici? On nous a mis physique. Amir Suleiman. Vous êtes là? Yes. You have the floor, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, honorable commissioners, and distinguished delegates. The Open Society Foundation, Africa, and the African Center for Justice and Peace Studies brings to your attention the ongoing violent armed conflict in Sudan between the Sudanese armed forces and the Rapid Support Force. The violence broke out on 15th of April 2023 as a result of rising tension between General Abdel Fattah al-Burhan and his Deputy General Mohammed Hamdan Dagalo. The conflict has led to widespread violence and human rights violation against civilians. As of 7th of May 2023, at least 530 civilians have been killed, including children. More than 5,000 others are injured, according to the Sudanese Health Ministry. At least more than 800,000 people being displaced. In 2019, the RSF, the former Janjaweed militia responsible for gross human rights abuses in Darfur, joined forces with staff to overthrow Sudan long-term leader Omar al-Bashir, leading to civilian military power sharing government. On 25th of October 2021, they jointly staged a coup and dissolved the transitional government. On the 5th of December 2022, post generals and 52 political and civilian leaders signed a political framework agreement. The framework agreement rebuilds the 2019 Constitutional Declaration and provides for the review of the decision issued after the October 25th, 2021 coup. However, continuous issues, including security reform, were still being discussed. High levels of tension re-emerged between General Burhan and General Dagalo, and subsequent negotiation on how to integrate RSF into the SAF eventually led to clash. On 15th of April 2023, the RSF issued a statement claiming control of the presidential palace and Khartoum International Airport, among other key locations. Since then, there have been clashes between the RSF and SAF. Ceasefire agreements have not been honored. On 2nd of May, both RSF and SAF agreed to 7-day ceasefire starting 4th of May. However, by 7th of May, air raids and fighting continue in the capital of Khartoum. On 5th May 2023, a delegation from both SAF and RSF left for the city of Jeddah for ceasefire discussion as part of joint initiative by Saudi Arabia and United States. The healthcare has been severely obstructed. Several health facilities are not functioning, that are functional and operational are hard to reach due to the restriction of the movement. According to the doctor committee, that RSF had taken control of Khartoum Hospital and cast away the medical personnel. Approximately 11 medical personnel have been killed and several others are missing since the outbreak of the armed conflict. Freedom of expression and access to information has been threatened. On 15th of April 2023, all telecommunication companies operating in Khartoum received letters from Sudanese authority ordering them to disconnect the internet service from the public. On evening of 21st of April 2023, RSF took over Omdurman National Radio and TV buildings, looting and militarization of private homes and offices of civilians by both parties to the conflict has been reported. The RSF personnel are reportedly taking control of and occupying private houses and buildings, including residence of international staff of the United Nations and international non-governmental organizations. A state of emergency has been declared in several states following the outbreak of the conflict. The broad powers under the emergency law gives rise to serious concerns over arbitrary arrest and detention, ill treatment and torture, and violation of the right to fair trial. Ladies and gentlemen, now a national, regional, and continental conflict. Sudan has become a global conflict and must be prioritized as such. The sequence of a war Sudan is directed threat to the stability of the Horn, the Great Lakes, North Africa, and Sahel. We call on the African Commission to respect, to urge the both RSF and SAF to respect the human rights of the Sudanese people and adhere to the international humanitarian law rules governing armed conflict, ensure that humanitarian aid reaches those in need without hindrance, immediately ceasing hostilities and engage in dialogue in order to find a peaceful solution to the crisis, take responsibility for any action that have resulted in harm to civilians or other parties involved in the conflict, cooperate with the regional and international partners to find lasting solution to the conflict. And finally, we call to the African Commission to condemn all human rights violations committed by the conflicting parties, including killings, injuries, sexual violence, and forcible displacement. Take immediate action to address the situation in Sudan by using its influence and resources to support efforts to address the root cause and the end of the conflict, advocate for accountability for human rights violation committed during the conflict. It is essential that the Commission ensure that all parties to the conflict are held accountable for their action, collaborate at the international regional level, provide humanitarian assistance to the civilians affected by the war. Thank you for your attention.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Ahmed Suleiman, représentant d'Open Society Foundation. Nous avons pris note, notamment du contexte dans lequel vous intervenez, puisqu'il s'agit surtout de prendre en considération la crise au Soudan. La Commission a pris note également de vos recommandations. Je peux vous assurer que nous y travaillons. Une prochaine résolution sera adoptée avec justement l'association de plusieurs mécanismes de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, prenant en charge vos recommandations et alors même au-delà de ce que vous nous proposez. Merci beaucoup. Alors, nous allons passer maintenant à l'ONG Environnement, Ressources naturelles et Développement. Est-ce qu'elle est en ligne? Oui. Monsieur ou Madame Bantou Balouchi. Allez-y, vous avez la parole. Environnement, ressources naturelles et développement. Vous avez la parole. Allez.
Honorable vice-présidente.
Oui, on vous entend. Allez-y.
Honorable vice-présidente de la Commission, honorable commissaire, Excellences, messieurs les représentants des États en vos titres et qualités respectifs, messieurs les représentants des organisations africaines internationales, notre organisation Environnement, Ressources naturelles et Développement saisit avec beaucoup d'intérêt l'opportunité qui lui est offerte à l'occasion de la 75e session de la Commission africaine pour porter la voix des peuples autochtones pygmées de la République démocratique du Congo en général et ceux chassés de leurs terres ancestrales devenues parc national de Kahuzi-Biega en particulier. Le président de la République démocratique du Congo a promulgué en date du 15 juillet 2022 la loi portant protection et promotion des droits des peuples autochtones pygmées. Cet acte du chef de l'État a été pris à la grande satisfaction de ces communautés vulnérables congolaises ainsi que des organisations de défense des droits de l'homme qui les accompagnent. Si cette loi marque une avancée majeure dans la reconnaissance des droits des peuples autochtones pygmées en général, beaucoup reste à faire pour les Batois de Kahuzi-Biega qui continuent à réclamer l'accès à la justice et aux services sociaux, la reconnaissance de leur usage coutumier et pharmacopée, et surtout l'accès à la terre et aux ressources dont ils ont été privés depuis un demi-siècle. Néanmoins, honorable président, au regard de la situation que traversent les Batois chassés de Kahuzi-Biega, des espoirs sont permis à travers la commission dont vous assumez la présidence en sa qualité d'instance attitrée pour la mise en œuvre des mécanismes régionaux de protection et de promotion des droits des peuples autochtones. Honorable président, honorable commissaire, nous nous faisons le devoir de vous dire que la délocalisation des Batois de leur milieu naturel où ils vivaient en harmonie avec la biodiversité est actuellement exacerbée par des facteurs qui accentuent leur vulnérabilité. Pendant ces périodes d'instabilité sécuritaire dans la région, nous observons les mouvements des Batois qui craignent pour leur sécurité. Ces mouvements constatés dans les territoires de Calais et Kabare sont justifiés par l'activisme des groupes armés qui opèrent dans les villages reculés et il y a beaucoup de villages qui ont servi d'accueil aux Batois après leur expulsion. Par conséquent, il sévit des situations déplorables caractérisées par la pauvreté, la famine et les maladies et les décès. dans l'assurance de récupérer leurs droits violés depuis un demi-siècle, les Batois de Kaouzi-Biega fondent leurs espoirs sur le final qu'ils attendent de leur cas et reçu par la commission enregistré sous communication 588/15. À cet effet, Madame la vice-présidente, nous recommandons à la Commission des droits de l'homme et des peuples de rappeler au gouvernement congolais ses devoirs suivants. Mettre en place des mesures d'accompagnement pour une mise en application effective de la loi portant protection et promotion des droits des peuples autochtones pygmées. Mettre en application les engagements qu'il a ratifiés dans les instruments juridiques régionaux et internationaux spécifiques aux droits des peuples autochtones. Diligenter des enquêtes chaque fois qu'il y a des abus des droits des communautés riveraines du parc national de Kaouzi.
Vous avez terminé? Oui, je pense qu'il a dû terminer sa communication, alors il a été coupé. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Bantou, concernant vos préoccupations relatives aux populations autochtones, pygmées et batois. Vous avez évoqué effectivement les opérations de déguerpissement ou de déplacement forcé des populations, également le non-respect des violations des populations pygmées depuis déjà de nombreuses années. Alors, je pense que cette thématique qui est prise en charge par la commissaire Lita, qui a dû prendre également quelques notes, vous pouvez envoyer votre déclaration de manière à ce qu'elle puisse se pencher de manière beaucoup plus rigoureuse sur les différents problèmes que vous avez évoqués. Merci. Nous allons revenir à la Commission nationale des droits de l'homme. On vient de m'indiquer que la Commission nationale des droits de l'homme de Côte d'Ivoire est en ligne. Monsieur Sékou Tidjane Amadou Traoré. Est-ce que vous êtes en ligne? Oui, vous avez la parole.
Bonjour, honorable Madame la vice-présidente. C'est plutôt le docteur Marie-Paul Kodjo, vice-présidente du Conseil national des droits de l'homme de Côte d'Ivoire, qui est en ligne. À l'occasion de cette importante session, il me revient de faire la déclaration du Conseil national des droits de l'homme de Côte d'Ivoire. Au niveau des actions entreprises par notre pays, nous avons au titre des ratifications, je veux parler des mesures positives en faveur des droits de l'homme. Le CNDH note la volonté du gouvernement de renforcer le cadre juridique de promotion et de protection des droits de l'homme en Côte d'Ivoire, avec notamment la présentation du rapport périodique au Comité africain des experts sur les droits et le bien-être de l'enfant, le 2 mai 2023 à Massourou, au Lesotho, l'adoption par le gouvernement en Conseil des ministres du 3 mai 2023 d'un projet de loi autorisant la Côte d'Ivoire à ratifier le protocole facultatif se rapportant à la Convention relative aux droits des personnes handicapées et une communication relative à la signature du protocole à la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples sur les droits des personnes handicapées, en Afrique bien sûr. L'adoption par le gouvernement en Conseil des ministres le 9 novembre 2022 d'un projet de loi autorisant la Côte d'Ivoire à ratifier la Convention internationale pour la protection des personnes contre les disparitions forcées. Et enfin, l'adhésion de la Côte d'Ivoire au protocole facultatif à la Convention contre la torture et autres peines au traitement cruel, inhumain ou dégradation. Nous recommandons de renforcer l'arsenal juridique de protection des droits de l'homme par la ratification des instruments régionaux avant fin 2003. Il s'agit de la Charte de la Renaissance culturelle africaine, la Convention de l'Union africaine sur la prévention de la corruption, du protocole à la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples relatif aux droits des personnes handicapées en Afrique et du protocole à la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples relatif aux droits des personnes âgées. Et se rapportant à la soumission de rapports du 2016 à 2022, la Côte d'Ivoire a présenté son rapport initial au Comité d'experts africains sur les droits et le bien-être des enfants le 2 mai 2023 à Massourou. Toutefois, la Côte d'Ivoire reste devoir des rapports initiaux et périodiques. Le protocole à la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples relatif aux droits de la femme en Afrique, protocole de Maputo, attendu depuis 2013. Le pacte international relatif aux droits économiques, sociaux et culturels, attendu depuis le 30 juin 1994. La Convention contre la torture et autres peines ou traitements cruels et inhumains ou dégradants, rapport initial attendu depuis le 16 janvier 1997. La Convention internationale sur l'élimination de toutes les formes de discrimination raciale, rapport attendu depuis le 3 février 2006. Enfin, la Convention relative aux droits des personnes handicapées, rapport attendu depuis le 10 février 2016. Au niveau de la détention, le CNDH, le Conseil national des droits de l'homme, a réalisé du 16 au 20 janvier 2023 une visite afin d'apprécier le traitement réservé aux personnes privées de liberté au sein des 30 établissements pénitentiaires de Côte d'Ivoire. Premièrement, ça concerne l'existence d'une diversité de mécanismes de prévention de la torture dans les prisons et le rôle des détenus, notamment la séparation des catégories de personnes détenues, l'instauration d'un système de plainte, etc. Le recours à l'exercice de la sécurité intérieure par les détenus dans les 9 maisons d'arrêt et de correction, un environnement carcéral relativement pacifique, la mise en isolement en l'absence d'un recours et l'absence de temps d'exercice et de contrôle médical pendant l'isolement. Nous avons aussi le recours à des moyens de contrainte, notamment la mise des menottes s'effectue dans des situations exceptionnelles. Et je veux enfin terminer par les saisines de manière générale. Du 1er janvier au 31 mars 2023, le CNDH a été saisi de 840 requêtes qui ont été enregistrées par nos services, dont 710 en provenance des CRDH, des commissions régionales des droits de l'homme, soit 84,52% des saisines enregistrées. Relativement au VBG, du 1er janvier au 31 mars 2023, le CNDH a été saisi de 356 cas de violence basés sur le genre, dont les plus récurrents sont les cas de violence physique, 117, soit 32,86%, et de déni de ressources, d'opportunités ou de services. Le nombre des cas de VBG signalés sur cette période correspond à une proportion de 42,38% de requêtes enregistrées. Au regard des données consolidées, il a été enregistré en fin de trimestre une moyenne de 280 requêtes par mois. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la vice-présidente du Conseil national des droits de l'homme de Côte d'Ivoire. Merci de nous avoir édifiés sur ce que j'appellerais les éléments positifs, surtout en ce qui concerne l'approche ratification des conventions, que celles soient internationales ou régionales. Donc, nous nous réjouissons de voir qu'il y a eu des projets de loi autorisant la ratification des protocoles concernant les personnes âgées, personnes handicapées. Au niveau universel, c'est la Convention sur les disparitions forcées, également contre la torture. Vous nous avez également édifié en ce qui concerne le fait que vous avez présenté, la Côte d'Ivoire a présenté son rapport devant le Comité africain d'experts sur les droits de l'enfant, tout récemment, en date du 2 mai 2023. Et également, parmi les points sur lesquels il va falloir également réagir, il s'agit surtout des retards en matière de présentation des rapports devant un certain nombre d'organes. Alors, pour la Commission africaine, ce serait le protocole de Maputo, notamment devant les organes onusiens, la CEDAW, et également concernant le pacte sur les droits économiques, sociaux et culturels. Merci également pour les activités menées par votre conseil. Tout d'abord, la réception de près de 800 et quelques requêtes et des visites de terrain concernant les personnes privées de liberté. Merci encore. Voilà, je pense que nous avons terminé avec la situation des droits de l'homme. Sans plus tarder, nous passons au point 6 qui concerne les panels. Alors, je vais inviter à ce titre Monsieur le commissaire Hatem, président du comité de prévention contre la torture en Afrique, pour nous diriger sur le panel de sensibilisation en faveur du traité sur le commerce des instruments de torture. Commissaire Hatem, vous avez la parole.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Et respect à vous-même, à mes collègues commissaires, ainsi à tous nos amis du secrétariat de la cabine et tous les représentants des États, des ONG, des NDH présents dans la salle ou bien qui nous rejoignent par les moyens virtuels. Alors, pour ce panel, nos chers participants seront présents avec nous virtuellement. Donc, nous avons Madame Rebecca Shaw qui nous rejoindra de Londres, ainsi que Madame Verity Cole d'Amnesty, Madame Pariola Yarazzo, qui sera en principe en Afrique du Sud, et j'aurai le plaisir donc d'avoir avec moi l'honorable commissaire Maria-Thérèse Manuela, qui fera le monitoring pour les questions et réponses. Je m'adresse à notre frère Etouel. Est-ce que les trois participants sont connectés? Alors, comme vous le savez, mesdames, messieurs, la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples interdit en son article 5, donc, entre autres, la torture physique, morale et les peines de traitement cruel, inhumain ou dégradant. Pour sa part, la Convention des Nations Unies contre la torture, l'UNCAT, définit la torture comme tout acte par lequel une douleur ou des souffrances aiguës, physiques ou mentales sont intentionnellement infligées à une personne aux fins notamment d'obtenir d'elle ou d'une tierce personne des renseignements ou des aveux, de la punir d'un acte qu'elle ou une tierce personne a commis ou est soupçonnée d'avoir commis, de l'intimider ou de faire pression sur elle ou sur une tierce personne ou pour tout autre motif fondé sur une forme de discrimination quelle qu'elle soit, lorsqu'une telle douleur ou de telles souffrances sont infligées par un agent de la fonction publique ou toute autre personne agissant à titre officiel. Elle ne comprend pas la douleur ou la souffrance découlant, inhérente ou occasionnée par des sanctions légales. Alors, les témoignages, aussi bien que les investigations dans le domaine, révèlent que les auteurs des actes de torture se servent des outils originellement destinés à la régulation de l'ordre public comme armes de torture. Les efforts des organes de protection des droits de l'homme pour la prévention de la torture sont affaiblis autant que la production et la commercialisation des armes de torture se poursuit. Face à ce constat, de son mandat et en vertu de son mandat de prévention de la torture et d'autres peines de traitement cruel, inhumain ou dégradant en Afrique, tel que conféré par la Commission africaine et les lignes directrices de Robben Island, le CPTA a initié, avec l'appui technique de Omega Research Foundation, la confection du rapport sur la production, le commerce et l'utilisation d'instruments de torture en Afrique. Ce rapport, dont l'objectif est de mettre en lumière le commerce des instruments de torture en Afrique, décrit le cadre juridique existant, fournit une brève analyse de la fabrication, du commerce et de l'utilisation de ces équipements et propose plusieurs recommandations pour contrôler le commerce et promouvoir les obligations des États en matière de prévention de la torture. Après la rédaction, une première présentation du rapport lors de la 69e session ordinaire à la Commission et l'incorporation des amendements des différentes parties prenantes, le panel d'aujourd'hui vise à lancer le dit rapport désormais disponible. Une brève présentation du dit rapport se fera par Madame Rebecca Shaw. Elle est chercheuse associée à l'Omega Research Foundation, une organisation non gouvernementale de défense des droits de l'homme. À Omega, Madame Rebecca travaille sur la fabrication et le commerce d'armes et d'équipements militaires de sécurité et de maintien de l'ordre, ainsi que sur leur utilisation dans le cadre de violations des droits de l'homme, y compris la torture. Elle s'intéresse particulièrement au commerce des instruments de torture et à la nécessité de réglementer ce commerce au niveau régional et international. La disponibilité du rapport du CPTA coïncide avec la campagne internationale pour le traité sur le commerce des équipements pouvant servir à des fins de torture ou d'autres formes de mauvais traitement. Le comité, par ce panel, manifeste également son soutien à cet objectif des Nations Unies et appelle par la même occasion les États parties à la Charte africaine à soutenir le processus d'adoption du dit traité. Tour à tour, donc, Madame Verity Cole et Madame Yarazzo Pariola présenteront le traité ainsi que le plaidoyer en vue de son soutien. Madame Verity Cole travaille comme co-responsable de campagne et plaidoyer au secrétariat international d'Amnesty International à Londres, où elle élabore des campagnes et des stratégies de plaidoyer sur diverses questions relatives au contrôle des armes, notamment le commerce des instruments de torture, les armes conventionnelles et les systèmes d'armes autonomes. Madame Cole a fait partie de la délégation d'Amnesty International lors des négociations sur le traité sur le commerce des armes et coordonne aujourd'hui le réseau de la société civile Torture Free Trade Network. Madame Cole a participé pendant plusieurs années au groupe d'experts gouvernementaux sur les systèmes d'armes autonomes létaux de la Convention des Nations Unies sur certaines armes classiques. Madame Cole a auparavant coordonné la recherche et la politique de la coalition Control Arms en ce qui concerne le traité sur le commerce des armes. Pendant cette période, elle s'est spécialisée dans la violence sexiste liée au conflit armé et à la violence armée. Quant à Madame Nyerenzo Pariola, elle est avocate de profession spécialisée dans les droits de l'homme et chercheuse dans le domaine de la paix et de la sécurité. Elle travaille actuellement comme spécialiste de plaidoyer au Centre for the Center for the Study of Violence and Reconciliation en Afrique du Sud. La vision du CSPR est de construire des sociétés pacifiques, égales et sans violence. Elle est également coordinatrice de l'initiative panafricaine de réparation, un réseau continental de prestataires de services qui travaillent avec les victimes de la torture dans toute l'Afrique. Les membres de Paris aident les victimes et les survivants de la torture en Afrique à obtenir des réparations. Paris veille à ce que les meilleures pratiques en matière de protection des droits des victimes et de la torture soient privilégiées et mises en avant et plaide auprès des mécanismes africains de défense des droits de l'homme tels que la Commission africaine pour qu'ils accordent la priorité aux droits des survivants de la torture à une réparation complète et efficace. Et sans plus tarder, donc, je vais commencer à donner la parole à nos éminents experts et j'ai le plaisir de donner la parole à Madame Rebecca Shaw qui va nous faire la présentation du rapport sur la production, le commerce et l'utilisation des instruments de torture. Mrs. Rebecca, you have the floor. You're welcome.
Thank you. It's an honor to be invited to speak in this forum, so thank you most particularly to the Honourable Chairperson for the opportunity and to you all for your attention. As noted, I will present the report on the production, trade and use of tools of torture in Africa. But to briefly introduce the Omega Research Foundation and our work, human rights violations, including torture and other ill treatment, are often committed or facilitated by state officials using specialist military, security, and policing weapons, equipment, and techniques. Without more information on these tools and their impact on people's rights, oversight will be insufficient, accountability unobtainable, and the trade in these weapons and equipment will remain largely unregulated. And so the Omega Research Foundation, established in 1990, is working to protect human rights and prevent violations through researching the manufacture, trade, and use of those military, security, and policing weapons, equipment, and techniques that are frequently used by state officials to commit human rights violations, including torture and other ill treatment. This report emerged from the Committee for the Prevention of Torture's 2020 and 2021 annual theme, which was the prohibition of the use, production, and trade of equipment or substances designed to inflict torture or ill treatment. Of course, any device or weapon can be used to inflict torture or other ill treatment, but reports from the United Nations, as well as regional and national monitoring bodies, have highlighted the use of specialist law enforcement equipment or tools of torture for torture or other ill treatment. Now, globally, Africa is a relatively small manufacturer of law enforcement equipment, although research undertaken by the Omega Research Foundation and for this report has documented domestic manufacturing in some states. In addition to local manufacturing, companies in Africa are also known to have imported a range of law enforcement equipment from all regions of the world, with some importing to then trade and re-export. While the trade is smaller than in some other continents, that it exists is of concern, And as the report documents, there continue to be incidents across Africa and indeed the world where law enforcement equipment or tools of torture are used for torture or other ill treatment. In the report, tools of torture are conceived as comprising two classes of equipment. Firstly, there are those weapons and equipment that have no legitimate law enforcement purpose. Any use in a law enforcement setting, either in a place of detention or on the streets, could constitute torture or other ill treatment. These types of weapons and equipment are manufactured by a relatively small number of companies in a relatively small number of countries. Although I should clarify that Omega in our research has found instances of their manufacture and use within Africa. Such inherently abusive weapons include, for example, body-worn electric shock, metal spiked shields and battens, whips, direct contact electric shock devices, and certain types of restraints such as thumb cuffs and weighted leg cuffs. There is no legitimate law enforcement purpose for such weapons that cannot be achieved through less harmful means. The UN and other human rights bodies have stated that the trade in all such weapons and equipment should be prohibited, and that their use would breach human rights and police standards. Despite this, we do see their ongoing use in all regions of the world, and this use, including some examples, is addressed in the CPTA's report. A company from one African state, for example, is known to manufacture body-worn electric shock weapons such as stun belts. And we know of at least one African state where such electric shock belts are authorized for prison use. Such devices deliver an electric shock directly to the body, causing severe pain and immobility, and can cause injuries. Such items are prone to abuse and are inherently degrading. Body-worn electric shock devices therefore fall into this abusive category, as do direct contact electric shock weapons, such as electric shock shields or electric shock battens, which are designed to cause compliance through pain. And so they carry an unacceptable risk of arbitrary force and can facilitate torture, including through application of multiple or continuous electric shocks, as well as shocks to vulnerable areas of the body. One African company that is known to manufacture electric shock battens is also known to export its products to police forces across the continent. The report notes cases where electric shocks are used to torture or otherwise ill-treat people in places of detention. Like body-worn electric shock, for example, law enforcement use of whips, including shambox, is inherently degrading. And Omega has documented companies that both manufacture and resell whips for law enforcement in Africa. And the report documents the use of whips by police to enforce COVID-19 lockdown restrictions, as well as in places of detention. As the report recommends, states should prohibit the manufacture, trade, and use by law enforcement of body-worn electric shock weapons, direct contact electric shock weapons, whips, and all inherently abusive weapons and equipment. The second type of weapons and equipment addressed in the CPTA's report is that which can have a legitimate law enforcement role when used in strict accordance with international human rights and police standards, but that are often used for torture and other ill treatment. These types of weapons and equipment are made by a large number of companies on a significant scale in a large number of countries all around the world, and they're widely traded and used all over the world. Such weapons and equipment include police batons, for example, as well as standard handcuffs, some kinds of chemical irritants such as pepper spray and tear gas, some kinds of kinetic impact projectiles, and projectile electric shock weapons. While such weapons and equipment may have a legitimate law enforcement role, they are used to cause harm. In the case of chemical irritants, for example, Omega has documented companies in Africa that promote chemical irritants in various forms. And in the report, it's noted that the ACHPR itself, as well as the United Nations, has reported the use of excessive force, including excessive use of tear gas, against peaceful protesters in several states, as well as incidents of tear gas being fired inside confined spaces where people cannot easily escape. So this is included in churches, in hospitals, and inside schools. Inappropriate or excessive use of chemical irritants can result in serious injury or death, including through suffocation, allergic reaction, and hazardous overdose. Companies manufacture and promote a range of restraints, including handcuffs, to buyers across Africa. And while there may be a legitimate law enforcement use for standard handcuffs, we often see them being used for torture and other ill treatment. In some cases, allegations include the use of weapons against people who are already handcuffed, or the use of handcuffs to immobilize people in stress positions, which can be dangerous. Like handcuffs, standard police batons are widely manufactured across the world, including in Africa, and are one of the most commonly used law enforcement weapons. Unfortunately, we also see them being used to cause harm, including in acts of torture or other ill treatment. The report notes cases both in places of detention and at protests of excessive use of batons. And the report therefore concludes that there is a need for regulations on the manufacture, trade, and use of tools of torture, and that African states are already well positioned to engage on the issue. And I'll now briefly overview some of those existing standards, which are discussed in more detail in the report. With regards to the use of such equipment, the guidelines on the conditions of arrest, police custody, and pretrial detention in Africa, for example, specify that force used by law enforcement must be strictly necessary, proportionate, and always at the most minimal level necessary. With regards to the use of specific types of equipment, both the Luanda Guidelines and the Nelson Mandela Rules, or the United Nations Standard Minimum Rules for the Treatment of Prisoners, address abusive use of restraints, outline circumstances in which certain use of particular instruments of restraint would be permitted, and also prohibit the use of certain inherently abusive kinds of restraint systems. The guidelines for the policing of assemblies by law enforcement officials in Africa state that force, when used in policing assemblies, should be as a last resort, be proportionate, and must be lawful. Sentiments which are echoed in the United Nations Human Rights Guidance on Less Lethal Weapons in Law Enforcement, which also provides specific, detailed recommendations for states on a range of different kinds of law enforcement weapons and equipment. So the use of such weapons and equipment is clearly addressed in both regional and international standards. But in addition to discussions of the use of force, the report details that one of the areas in which African states can really build on a significant foundation is with regards to the trade in tools of torture. Because the guidelines and measures for the prohibition and prevention of torture, cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment in Africa, the Robben Island Guidelines, are themselves already one of the strongest regional tools to assist states in upholding their anti-torture obligations. Guideline 14 of the Robben Island Guidelines, for instance, commits states to, and I quote, prohibit and prevent the use, production, and trade of equipment or substances designed to inflict torture or ill treatment, and the abuse of any other equipment or substance to these ends. Some other regional or domestic frameworks do address the trade in tools of torture. So the EU anti-torture regulation, for instance, and some national level controls on certain types of equipment. But Guideline 14 of the Robben Island Guidelines is a notable statement of the obligation of states to ensure that abusive equipment is not produced, traded, or used. And it can therefore serve as a foundation for states to act to eradicate the trade in inherently abusive equipment and to develop robust regulations on the trade in other kinds of law enforcement equipment. And in the report, states are urged to uphold their existing obligations under the Robben Island Guidelines as part of broader efforts to address torture and the trade in tools of torture, something which is recalled in Resolution 472, which is also noted in the report. And this resolution reiterates existing obligations under torture prevention frameworks, such as the Robben Island Guidelines, and also urges African states to introduce their own national controls in line with this obligation to prohibit and prevent the use, production, and trade of such equipment. Because while the Robben Island Guidelines do establish a broad and strong statement of the need to address this trade, it is vital that this is then implemented. And as the report notes, in light of the strength of the Robben Island Guidelines and the existing requirements for states, there's also an opportunity for states to be leaders on the international stage with regards to the regulation of the trade in tools of torture. I think my colleagues from Amnesty and CSVR will both be discussing the international campaign to address the trade in tools of torture. But just to note that the report acknowledges this opportunity for states. I just want to close with some of the recommendations from the report. So the report calls, for example, on states to uphold their obligations to prevent torture and other ill treatment as outlined in international, regional, and national frameworks, particularly the Robben Island Guidelines, the Nelson Mandela Rules, and Resolution 472. In so doing, the report recommends that states introduce national controls in line with obligations under Robben Island Guideline 14 to prohibit and prevent the use, production, and trade of equipment or substances designed to inflict torture or ill treatment, and the abuse of any other equipment or substances to these ends. And states should report on implementation progress to the committee. It calls for states to initiate a mechanism to develop regional standards to regulate the trade in law enforcement equipment in line with Robben Island Guideline 14. And finally, which I suspect my colleagues will discuss in more detail, the report recommends that states join the Alliance for Torture-Free Trade and support and participate in the UN process to consider international controls on the trade in tools of torture, including a torture-free trade treaty. And with that, I'll close. I just want to issue an invitation to get in touch with the Omega Research Foundation if you have any further questions based on the discussion today. And I've just been informed that my presentation did not share, so I'd be happy to share that as well after the session. But thank you again for your time and attention, and my particular thanks to the Honourable Chairperson and to the CPTA. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Nice presentation.
Honourable Chairperson, thank you for the opportunity to address the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. International human rights law provides that no one shall be subject to torture or to cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment, usually abbreviating the latter part to other ill treatment. This right is protected in the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the ICCPR, one of the foundational treaties of international human rights law, The Convention Against Torture provides more specificity and detail on measures to prevent and prohibit torture and other ill treatment. The right to be free from torture and other ill treatment is also contained in several other human rights treaties, as well as the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and it's part of the law of armed conflict. There are a variety of regional treaties and instruments that likewise prohibit torture and other ill treatment and provide guidance on prevention and response. The prohibition of torture is so significant in international law that it is considered a fundamental norm of customary international law, meaning that every state is bound by it, even if they are not party to particular treaties containing the prohibition. While traditionally torture was thought about as something that happened in custodial settings, such as police cells and prisons, once people have been deprived of their liberty, there's been an evolution in international understandings to place more attention on extra-custodial settings. Torture and other ill treatment could, for instance, take place during the policing of protest, but not only in protest, also, for example, in the process of arrest or during a forced eviction. While the focus has been on the prevention of torture and other ill treatment in custodial settings, prevention in extra-custodial settings is now an area of increasing importance. Over the last few years, the relationship between law enforcement equipment and torture and other ill treatment has become more understood and scrutinised. Although there's been a growing recognition that the trade in law enforcement equipment ought to be regulated, there is still no binding global regulations in this area. You could argue that the obligation to prohibit and prevent torture and other ill treatment means states should be taking action in this area, but there's no international law, body or mechanism that is saying it is required. A torture-free trade treaty would fill a gap in existing legal architecture. It would fit alongside existing obligations without creating duplication or confusion, and it would help advance the evolution of understandings of torture and ill treatment as human rights violations that law enforcement officials inflict in a variety of different custodial and extra-custodial settings, and that equipment is often used in these violations. What these prohibitions and controls on law enforcement equipment through a torture-free trade treaty would mean, practically, is that they would help take inherently abusive equipment out of circulation and limit risks that other law enforcement equipment could be used for torture and other ill treatment. The push for a torture-free trade treaty reflects this understanding, the desire to prevent law enforcement equipment from being used to inflict torture or other ill treatment in custodial and extra-custodial settings. It is clear from Amnesty International's and other organisations, such as the Omega Research Foundation's research, that the trade in tools of torture is international in nature and is currently out of control. Through the UN process, we now have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to effect real change on this trade, adding another strand to the existing network of measures the international community has to prohibit, prevent, and address torture and other ill treatment wherever it occurs. Despite the picture of manufacture and promotion of tools of torture we have, as well as the global spread of their use, the big gap in public knowledge has been on the mechanics of the trade itself, the transfer of these goods between states. For many years, there was virtually no publicly available information about this, in large part because states did not regulate the trade. If the trade is not effectively regulated, then exports and imports will not be licensed, and reports of these transfers will not be available. From the 1990s onwards, Amnesty and Omega began to alert the international community to the existence and effects of this unregulated trade, and to encourage states' action to address it at the regional and international levels. Key milestones so far have included the 2004 study of the manufacture, trade and use in tools of torture that was conducted by the then UN Special Rapporteur on Torture, with Omega as technical consultants. It documented inherently abusive equipment and crucially highlighted the more significant impact of standard law enforcement equipment frequently misused by prison staff and police for torture. The rapporteur consequently called on states to prohibit manufacture, trade and use of inherently abusive equipment, control trade in law enforcement equipment that can be readily misused, and explore feasibility of an international regulatory mechanism. This study was influential in changing the state's discourse on the issue of a range of goods of concern and shaping future regional controls, and also sowing the seeds for international measures to address this trade. In 2006, the EU anti-torture regulation came into force, instituting the world's first legally binding regional control regime. It prohibits all trade, import, export and transit of inherently abusive equipment. It also requires that EU states license export of law enforcement equipment that could be used for torture and refuse authorization where there are reasonable grounds to believe that goods might be used for such purposes. Building on the EU anti-torture regulation, we began to engage with the Council of Europe, and in 2020, Amiga was commissioned by the Council of Europe Human Rights Subcommittee to conduct a technical study on the feasibility and make recommendations for Council of Europe-wide standards. This led to the development of a non-binding legal instrument adopted by the Council of Europe Committee of Ministers in May 2021. As you know, in 2002, the African Commission, working with the Association for the Prevention of Torture, developed guidelines for the prevention of torture in Africa. As part of these wide-ranging measures, states agreed to prevent use, production, and trade of equipment designed to inflict torture and the abuse of other equipment to these ends. We welcome the Commission's determination to follow up on this issue and the release of this important report today, which comes at a critical moment in the global efforts to regulate the torture trade. As part of the development towards a torture-free trade treaty, Amnesty and Amiga advised a grouping of states as they formed the Alliance for Torture-Free Trade, which was launched in the margins of the UN General Assembly in September 2017. The alliance currently comprises of over 60 states from all regions of the world that have committed themselves to act together to prevent, restrict, and end trade of torture and death penalty goods. It has been the main international forum for the organising progressive state action on the trade in tools of torture, particularly through the UN. The alliance was formed in 2017, and it was behind a 2019 UN General Assembly resolution tasking the UN Secretary General to create a group of governmental experts and survey states on their views of the feasibility of common international standards on torture-free trade. In 2020, the Secretary General reported on states' views. Most of the 46 states that responded agreed with developing such standards, and a majority of those states favoured doing so through a legally binding instrument. The group of governmental experts report was published in May 2022 and by majority recommended developing common standards, either through a treaty or non-binding guidance. My organisation welcomes the GG report, and we view it as an important way station on the path to global controls. We agree with the expert group that inherently or otherwise potentially abusive equipment enables the commission of torture or other ill treatment, and that its regulation is a proactive measure aimed at preventing the occurrence of human rights violations. We also strongly support the report's option A, the suggestion that the General Assembly proceeds to negotiate a legally binding instrument. In June 2022, the UN General Assembly considered the GG report at an informal session. And in that year, we published with partners Amiga and Harvard's Law School, International Human Rights Law Clinic, a position paper, The Essential Elements of a Torture-Free Trade Treaty, which outlines the potential content and structure that treaty could take. To go through a couple of the recommendations, we suggest establishing high standards through new obligations aimed towards torture-free trade, while complementing and reinforcing existing regional and international law standards and guidance. lay out a clear scope for the law enforcement equipment it covers, require states parties to incorporate law enforcement equipment into national trade control systems or establish new systems, and set a floor for national regulation of the trade in law enforcement equipment. Prohibit law enforcement equipment that has no practical use other than for the purpose of torture or other ill treatment, including through prohibitions on transfer, export, import, and transit, production, technical assistance, and related services such as brokering and advertising. Mandate human rights trade controls for law enforcement equipment and related technical assistance and services that could be used for torture or other ill treatment, requiring states to deny exports and transits when they pose clear or substantial risk of torture or other ill treatment, while ensuring robust end-user documentation for approved exports and transits and taking measures to prevent diversion. Oblige states parties to keep records and report nationally and internationally to ensure transparency and accountability that supports strong treaty implementation, alongside international cooperation and assistance and other measures that should be part of the treaty regime, such as mechanisms to monitor and support implementation. So, where are we heading? To create a torture-free trade treaty, a state or group of states needs to place a resolution in front of the UN General Assembly and call for the mandate to negotiate. I would urge African states to engage in this process when it emerges. A torture-free trade treaty would result in significant progress in the global struggle to end torture and other ill treatment. Thank you for inviting Amnesty to be with you today.
I can hear you now. It's on. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Please. May I proceed? May I proceed? Oh, thank you. Honorable Vice Chairperson of the Commission, Honorable Chairperson and members of the CPTA, Honorable Commissioners, Your Excellencies, Member States delegates, members of NHRIs and NGOs, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Honorable Chairperson of the CPTA, Commissioner Hatem, thank you for this opportunity to address the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to speak on the issue of torture prevention. One vital aspect of torture prevention, as previously recognized by the African Commission and by this panel, is the need for prohibitions and controls on the trade of inherently abusive equipment used in the commission of torture and other ill treatment. As coordinator of a continental network of service providers that work with torture victims, known as PARI, the Pan-African Reparations Initiative, I can tell you that this is a critically important issue as the use of inherently abusive law enforcement equipment occurs in many African countries. A range of direct contact electric shock weapons are used by law enforcement officials in a number of African countries. And in at least one African state, electric shock stun belts are authorized for prison use to restrain people and during prisoner transfer. Reports indicate the use of electric shock buttons and electric shock shields, both in prisons as well as on the streets. This equipment has no place in law enforcement, and its production and trade must be prohibited. While many violations occur in detention, law enforcement equipment has been regularly abused outside custodial settings against those exercising their right to peaceful assembly. Furthermore, public protests held across Africa are often subject to excessive and disproportionate use of tear gas or pepper spray. Thousands of protesters have sustained eye injuries resulting from the reckless use of rubber bullets, while others have been hit by tear gas grenades or doused in excessive amounts of chemical irritants. These abuses have left lasting physical and psychological scars on human rights defenders, protesters, and already marginalized and discriminated against groups. This represents a threat to human rights protected under the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, including the right to life, the right to be free from torture and other ill treatment, and the right to freedom of assembly. The trade in this equipment needs strict controls to prevent abuse and ensure that it is used responsibly. The necessity of such prohibitions and trade controls has long been recognized in the African human rights system, and concrete steps have been taken in this area, such as the adoption of the Robben Island Guidelines, as my colleague mentioned earlier. In 2002, the African Commission adopted the Robben Island Guidelines, which include a call on states to prohibit and prevent the use, production, and trade of equipment or substances designed to inflict torture or ill treatment and the abuse of any other equipment or substance to these ends. It was the first regional mechanism globally to make such a call. The Robben Island Guidelines provide guidance to African states who are all state parties to the African Charter on how they can effectively implement and give effect to their obligations under Article 5 of the Charter, which prohibits torture. The preamble is quite useful for our purposes, as it requires states to recognize the importance of preventive measures in the furtherance of states' ability to give effect to their obligations. The guidelines also speak to the need to examine the feasibility of developing regional mechanisms for the prevention of torture and ill treatment. This torture-free trade treaty that we're advocating for here is therefore a treaty whose time has come and that can assist to give effect to this provision. The African Commission has also developed a number of key soft law instruments related to the issue of torture, which suggests that there's necessary political will to address the issues of torture on the continent. In 2020, the African Commission reaffirmed its commitment to action on this issue, as has been previously mentioned. Indeed, in 2020, the African Commission stressed the importance of a robust regional response in Resolution 472 on the prohibition of the use, production, export, and trade of tools used for torture, which reiterates African states' commitments to preventing torture and their consequential responsibility to prevent the trade in tools of torture. PARI welcomes and supports these initiatives as we believe the need for such control across Africa is vital. We commend the CPTA and the Commission for the launch of this report and the development of progressive anti-torture policies. It is now time for African states to step up and offer support to address the scourge of torture on the continent. And the Torture-Free Trade Treaty is a fantastic opportunity for states to take practical steps in advancing torture prevention in Africa and globally. African states can now follow through on the remarkable and progressive regional commitments that they have made by joining the Alliance for a Torture-Free Trade Treaty at the UN. After all, Africa was a pioneer in recognizing the need to prohibit production, trade, and use of tools of torture. The need for these types of trade controls has also been recognized by several UN Special Rapporteurs on torture and in the UN General Assembly Torture Resolution. Since June 2019, a series of resolutions and reports at the UN have built momentum for international action on this issue, as we have heard. In May 2022, a UN-mandated group of governmental experts released a report recommending the establishment of common international standards on this issue and put forward two options, one of which was the development of a legally binding instrument. African states and intergovernmental bodies have a vital role to play in this process. State parties to the African Charter can work regionally and internationally to publicly support efforts to begin the negotiation and adoption of a legally binding instrument at the United Nations. This, of course, leads us to the question we should now ask ourselves of why must African states support the idea of a torture-free trade treaty? African states should support a torture-free trade treaty which would prohibit trade in inherently abusive law enforcement equipment that can only be used to commit torture or other ill treatment, and regulate trade in law enforcement equipment that can be readily misused to commit torture or other ill treatment, because doing so is consistent with the absolute ban on torture and other ill treatment and states' related obligation to take all possible steps to prevent such acts. Number two, doing so can help reduce the prevalence of torture and other ill treatment and the profound lasting harm it causes survivors, their families, and their communities. And thirdly, a binding instrument has far more chance of resulting in tangible changes to national laws, policies, and practices than to other forms of regulation. Fourthly, a torture-free trade treaty will establish universally applicable prohibitions and trade controls on an agreed range of law enforcement equipment and goods used in the commission of torture or other ill treatment. It would also establish international mechanisms to facilitate effective state implementation, such as information exchange, regular reporting, technical assistance, and cooperation between state parties. Cooperation could, for instance, include the sharing of model domestic legislation needed to implement the treaty at national level. The current absence of common binding international standards on the torture trade has devastating effects, including facilitating torture or other ill treatment directly through states' use of such equipment. Secondly, facilitating torture or other ill treatment indirectly by signaling to states and companies that they can trade tools of torture with impunity and profit from that trade. And lastly, undermining respect for the absolute prohibition on torture and other ill treatment. To be sure, a torture-free trade treaty is not a panacea for all the issues, but by establishing international norms, it would raise the political cost for irresponsible suppliers, give tools to advocates and campaigners, and highlight abuse. As has happened with the Arms Trade Treaty, treaties can lead to improvements in regional and domestic trade control regimes, laws, policies, and practices, as well as the further integration of human rights protections into trade regimes. I therefore recommend that the African Commission call on state parties to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights to, number one, join the Global Alliance for a Torture-Free Trade Treaty. There's already a group of over 60 states, as we heard, from all regions, pledging to take measures to control and restrict exports of goods used for torture or other ill treatment, which includes only 3 island states from Africa. African engagement and leadership in this process is vital and cannot be understated. The process has started in other parts of the world, and the only way we can get global reach is if African states and governments from across the continent also take a proactive part in this process. Secondly, the Commission to recommend to African states to take an active diplomatic role in the current UN process and support upcoming resolutions and initiatives aimed at the development of an international torture-free trade treaty. The UN process has reached a critical phase and urgently needs forthright engagement from African states, especially those states which have expressed their support for this initiative in the past. We would like to encourage member states of the African Union to support the development of an advocacy for a torture-free trade treaty. This can include supporting the UN-mandated group of experts reports recommendations regarding the negotiation of a legally binding instrument via intergovernmental interactions and supporting the tabling and adoption of a resolution in the UN General Assembly to begin negotiations for a torture-free trade treaty. Where appropriate, we also urge African state parties to raise this issue in relevant meetings of their sub-regional and regional organizations and encourage peer states to support this initiative. Thirdly, to support ongoing efforts to develop African regional trade prohibitions and control on these goods. Lastly, in the event that the UN General Assembly proceeds to a vote to begin negotiations for a torture-free trade treaty, we urge all African states to support this initiative because support of the diplomatic negotiations for a torture-free trade treaty will be seen as a commitment to strengthen respect for the absolute prohibition on torture and other ill treatment. Lack of support for this will be seen as undermining respect for the absolute prohibition on torture and other ill treatment. We would therefore like to encourage African Union member states to support the United Nations action in favor of a torture-free trade treaty, so we can move one step in the right direction as we seek to eradicate the scourge of torture on the African continent. I would also like to encourage my fellow civil society colleagues to join the Global Network for a Torture-Free Trade Treaty. We should stand ready as civil society to support our national governments as they engage further with this process by providing timely and relevant information and technical assistance as and when necessary. I thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all for your kind attention.
pense que les trois intervenants, les trois experts ont démobilisé tout ce qu'il y avait à dire concernant ce rapport. C'est un sujet qui n'est pas lieu à polémique, parce que c'est un rapport descriptif qui est dans l'état des lieux de la production des instruments de torture. En fait, les instruments de torture, tout peut être instrument de torture. Parce que rien que le fait de garder quelqu'un dans l'obscurité, bien au contraire, dans trop de lumière, en l'empêchant de voir le geste d'une torture. Et certainement, ceux de ma génération ont déjà vu des films comme L'Aveu, comme Zen. Il suffisait d'un gros baiser qui coulait tout doucement sur la tête d'un détenu pour le torturer. Donc, tout peut être instrument de torture. Et donc, il y a deux questions. Si je récapitule tout ce qui a été dit, il y a des instruments qui sont fabriqués et dont on fait la commercialisation destinée. Mais il y a le détournement d'instruments comme les menottes, comme les matraques, quand détournent de leur objet principal pour faire des instruments de torture. Donc, je prends le plaidoyer de Mme Pamela pour un instrument juridique international contraignant. Et j'ai le plaisir, je récapituler tout ça, le travail qui a été fait par le comité de CPDA et de la Commission, mais également avec nos partenaires, surtout avec la recherche. Et j'ai le plaisir de procéder au lancement de ce rapport en votre présence. Voilà, messieurs, dames, et c'est par ce geste de lancement que vous souhaitez ce rapport-là que je vais redonner la parole à Madame la Présidente suivant. Merci, mesdames et messieurs, pour votre attention.
Merci, monsieur le secrétaire, pour diriger ce panel important. J'allais dire, mériter des applaudissements. Voilà, merci beaucoup de nous avoir sensibilisés également sur cette question de la production et du commerce, l'utilisation d'instruments de torture en Afrique. Et je pense surtout à toutes les parties prenantes d'avoir la possibilité de se réapproprier ce rapport.
Nous voulions que ce rapport serve les intérêts de l'Africain contre les instruments de torture. Nous n'avons pas voulu que ce rapport soit polémique. Et en concertation avec les collègues, ceux qui travaillent ça, nous n'avons pas voulu mettre les noms des États qui fabriquaient les instruments de torture. Et je suis sûr que si j'avais laissé les noms, il y aurait eu beaucoup de demandes de parole. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Merci pour la précision. Effectivement, sans stigmatiser des États, mais je pense que chaque État peut-être se reconnaîtra. Ce qui est important, oui, ce qui est important, c'est que, je dis bien, toutes les parties prenantes devraient pouvoir se réapproprier ce rapport, en faire une bonne lecture et surtout prendre en charge ce que j'appellerais une campagne de plaidoyer, de sensibilisation auprès des acteurs concernés. Merci encore. Alors, nous sommes à 1 minute de la fin. Merci déjà d'avoir géré le temps imparti. Nous avons terminé avec ce point relatif au panel. Nous avons maintenant ce qu'on appelle la pause déjeuner. Nous allons nous retrouver à 14h30 pour la suite de l'agenda. Merci beaucoup. Alors, je voudrais juste inviter les commissaires à une petite réunion juste dans le salon ici. Mesdames et messieurs, nous allons commencer la session de l'après-midi avec au programme, dans le cadre du point 6, un panel sur le 29e anniversaire de commémoration du génocide contre les Tutsis au Rwanda. Alors, pour ce panel, nous allons avoir un certain nombre de panélistes que je vais devoir présenter. Et avant même de présenter les panélistes, nous devrions également planter le décor, comme il est dit très souvent. Je voudrais rappeler tout simplement qu'en juillet 2018, l'Union africaine avait adopté la décision la conférence des chefs d'État 696, désignant le 7 avril de chaque année comme la journée de l'Union africaine de commémoration du génocide de 1994 contre les Tutsis au Rwanda. Cette décision elle-même faisait suite à la décision 72/550 de l'Assemblée générale des Nations unies, de l'ONU, de janvier 2018, qu'il avait désigné comme la journée internationale de réflexion sur le génocide de 1994 contre les Tutsis au Rwanda. Donc, la commémoration se déroule sur une période de 3 mois, correspondant aux 100 jours, à peu près 3 mois, pendant lesquels le génocide a eu lieu. La Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples embrasse également cet engagement commémoratif dans le cadre de son mandat fondamental de défendre et de protéger les droits individuels et collectifs de tous les peuples africains. En effet, c'est dans ce contexte que la Commission a adopté la résolution 485 en 2021 sur la commémoration du génocide contre les Tutsis au Rwanda et la prévention du génocide, du négationnisme et du révisionnisme des génocides, par laquelle, d'ailleurs, elle a décidé notamment d'organiser chaque année un événement commémoratif dans le but de sensibiliser sur ce thème et a en outre mandaté son point focal sur la justice transitionnelle et les droits de l'homme dans les situations de conflit afin de promouvoir l'adoption de mécanismes étatiques pour la prévention du génocide et d'autres formes d'atrocités de masse, d'initier également des efforts pour lutter contre les tendances existantes et émergentes de négationnisme et de révisionnisme du génocide, de demander et d'appuyer des enquêtes sur tout constat ou allégation d'atrocités de masse qui lui sont communiquées et d'établir enfin les responsabilités et de prendre les mesures correctives. Les activités de cette année marquent donc la deuxième commémoration par la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples en vertu de la résolution évoquée précédemment et également dans le cadre du thème 2023 adopté par l'Union africaine pour cette commémoration, se souvenir, unir et renouveler. Cet acte permet non seulement la reconnaissance des vies perdues, mais il représente surtout un appel résolu à affiner constamment le système de gouvernance de nos sociétés pour assurer l'inclusion, la représentation de gouvernance de nos sociétés, la représentation et l'égalité de traitement de tous les membres de la société dans toute leur diversité. Il permet par ailleurs de garantir les droits prévus par la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, à savoir la non-discrimination dans son article 2, l'égalité dans son article 3, l'inviolabilité de la personne, le droit à la vie et à l'intégrité physique et morale, à la protection contre la torture, à la sécurité de la personne, à la liberté d'association, le droit à la santé physique et mentale, le droit à la culture, le droit à la famille, le droit des peuples à l'égalité et à être libre de toute domination pour autrui et le droit de tous les peuples à l'existence. À la lumière de tout ce qui précède, le point focal de la Commission africaine sur la justice transitionnelle et les droits de l'homme et des peuples organise donc ce panel au cours de cette session dans le but de discuter des défis actuels du continent liés à la violence et à l'extrémisme, aux conflits interethniques, mais également des défis et des perspectives de la gestion des sociétés divisées qui constituent souvent un terreau propice aux actes de génocide, de nettoyage ethnique, de crimes de guerre et de crimes contre l'humanité. C'est donc à cette occasion que nous allons avoir ce panel de discussion qui verra notamment un certain nombre de panélistes que je vais présenter très rapidement. Alors, nous avons deux panélistes principaux, son Excellence Alice Wairimu Nderitu, qui est la sous-secrétaire générale des Nations Unies et conseillère spéciale pour la prévention du génocide. Également le professeur Benyam Darwit Mezmour. Non, pardon, il a été remplacé par monsieur Ibrahima Khan, qui est présent avec nous. Il est ici, qui lui représente également OSEOA, c'est-à-dire Open Society Foundation. Et nous aurons par là même le commissaire Derceau, qui fera donc sur la déclaration sur le thème de la commémoration, se souvenir, unir et renouveler. Je pense que pour chaque panéliste, nous allons à peu près donner, je dirais, 10 à 15 minutes pour prendre la parole. Il y aura également un jeu de questions et de réponses, c'est-à-dire une discussion plénière, interactive, avec les interventions aussi bien des commissaires de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples et de l'ensemble des participants à la session. Alors, sans plus tarder, je vais passer la parole aux principaux panélistes, sauf si le commissaire Derceau, qui est le point focal, voudrait également ajouter quelques mots à cette introduction. Commissaire Derceau, vous avez la parole. Ensuite, je reviendrai à la distribution de la parole entre les panélistes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. I would like to take the opportunity for thanking the United Nations Secretary General Special Advisor on the prevention of genocide and the responsibility to protect for the collaboration with our Commission in marking this commemorative event. This event, as the Chairperson highlighted in her introductory remark, is on the basis of decisions of the African Union Assembly, which designated the 7th of April as an annual commemorative event following the decision of the Assembly on the basis of a letter that was communicated to the African Commission from the African Union Commission. The African Commission on Human and People's Rights adopted a resolution for convening a commemorative event every year during the course of the 3 months period during which the commemorative event happens from the 7th of April until June. As you may recall, the first convening of this commemorative event took place as part of the ordinary session of the Commission that was held last year in April-May. This is going to be the second commemorative event that we are organizing within the framework of the resolution of the African Commission that is adopted in pursuit of the United Nations General Assembly decision, as well as the African Union Assembly decision. The commemorative event is a critical occasion for us to not only remember what happened in Rwanda against the Tutsis, but also to make sense of why that event happened. In understanding and remembering, we would be able to attempt as much as possible, first, to ensure that the memories of those who lost their lives and loved ones, the memories of the survivors, and indeed the effort towards redressing what happened is well understood. Second, it's also important as part of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, a study on transitional justice, as well as the African Union transitional justice policy. One important component of transitional justice is memorialization. Memorialization has the fundamental role of reminding us the presence of the risk and danger of mass atrocities happening in our societies. And in the time that we live in, where various sources of identities are manipulated and utilized for purpose of instigating conflict and also engaging in propagations of incitement, hate speech, as well as acts of violence targeting specific ethnic, religious, or cultural groups. And our charter, the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, clearly provides for all the three categories of rights: civil and political, economic, social, and collective rights of peoples. And in so doing, it provides a full range of protection that is also expected to prevent the occurrence of these kinds of events. So it is against the background of this that we have organized this commemorative event. We have with us very distinguished members of the panel. I have just received information that the special advisor of the Secretary General is traveling at the moment, but she has sent the statement and she has sent her apologies for not being able to do it. And therefore, I would request Abiola to read the statement from the special advisor of the Secretary General, Alice Warimu Ndretu. I think with that, then we will have Ibrahim Akan providing us insights from an African perspective why this commemorative event is important. And the importance doesn't lie not just in remembering those who lost their lives with respect to what is happening in Rwanda. It is also about the responsibility that we all as Africans have to make sure that these kinds of events do not happen anywhere on the African continent. As you all know, events on the continent, in various conflict settings in particular, displaying acts of mass atrocities, are illustrative of the continuing danger that we face with respect to what Article 4H of the Constitutive Act says: war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide, which the African Union established to prevent and to resolve. And the African Commission, therefore, would like to, in this context, draw the attention of the various manifestations of lack of regard to the lessons from the genocide, and also, the spread at the moment that we are witnessing of hate speech, xenophobia, religious radicalism and extremism, nationalism, the propagation of intercommunal violence and hate, the denialism of the 1994 genocide. All of these are present threats which create the conditions for mass atrocities, including genocide, ethnic cleansing, war crimes, crimes against humanity, contrary to Article 4H of the Constitutive Act of the African Union. On this occasion, therefore, the African Commission would like to remind states parties to the African Charter that they bear primary responsibility as far as Article 4H of the Constitutive Act is concerned for ensuring that no sector of society is exposed to the threat of ethnic, religious, or cultural attacks from any other sector of society. And they have also, in order to avoid this, the responsibility under Article 1 of the African Charter to take all appropriate measures, including legislative, institutional, and educational measures to prevent the conditions that lead to genocide and other forms of mass atrocities. And they also have obligation for enabling both investigation of reports of mass atrocities and the provision of accountability and remedial measures, including through instituting transitional justice processes as stipulated in the African Commission's study on transitional justice and the African Union transitional justice policy. And we call on states parties, national human rights institutions, and civil society organizations to advocate for the effective implementation of the transitional justice policy and the recommendations of the African Commission's study on transitional justice as necessary measures for holding perpetrators of mass violence accountable and for healing and giving remedy for those who have been affected by such atrocities. With that, Madam Chair, I hand over the floor back to you for the delivery of the other interventions. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, commissaire Derceau, pour cette déclaration sur le thème de la commémoration. Alors, sans plus tarder, je vais donc passer la parole à Madame Abiola, qui va nous lire la déclaration de la sous-secrétaire générale des Nations Unies, qui malheureusement ne pourrait pas prendre part à ce panel. Allez-y, Abiola.
Merci beaucoup, Honorable Vice President. I read the keynote statement of Her Excellency Alice Wairi Munderitu, the United Nations Under-Secretary General and Special Advisor on the Prevention of Genocide. Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, this year marks the 29th anniversary of the genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda, during which more than 1 million people, overwhelmingly Tutsi, but also moderate Hutu and others who opposed the genocide, were deliberately and systematically killed in 100 days. This commemoration reminds us of our collective failure to prevent and protect from the scourge of this crime. Before we continue, may I ask you to join me in observing a solemn minute of silence in honor of all the victims of the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda. Thank you. May their deaths never be in vain. I am honored to have been invited by the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to speak at this event. Amidst the context of violence and conflict in Sudan and other parts of Africa, I am positively inspired to see our continent's most respectable leaders seize the importance of remembering and commemorating the 1994 genocide, which caused an indelible horror in our shared history. Yet, since the genocide in 1994, Rwanda has made remarkable progress in transcending the traumatic experiences of its past. It has reconstructed the nation politically, socially, and economically through efforts to promote justice, peace, and reconciliation. It has also embarked on a long-lasting healing process. All these are important steps to unite people torn by atrocities and require inclusion, representation, and equal treatment of all members of society in all their diversities. However, despite these positive steps, I caution us all not to lower our guard. The specter of genocide is always behind the door, waiting for the right moment to penetrate our societies. Many situations around the world are a sad reminder of this. No region or country is immune to the risk of genocide. Also, genocide does not take place in a vacuum. We must all renew our efforts and be alert to the risk factors and the warning signs of genocide and related atrocity crimes if we are really determined to live up to our commitment to protect future generations from these crimes. This includes countering increasing trends in hate speech that is spreading at alarming rates, especially online, contributing to division, discrimination, and even violence and conflict. I keep repeating it over and over again. Hate speech is not a joke and can be lethal. It preceded and contributed to the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda. And it continues to be weaponized around the world to target people based on their identity. At the United Nations, we are committed to tackling hate speech as an indicator of societal polarization and a trigger of genocide and other atrocities. The UN strategy and plan of action on hate speech, whose implementation the United Nations Secretary General asked me to lead, provides guidance to all the UN entities in this regard. I am also concerned about increasing trends of genocide, denial, and distortion, a particular insidious form of hate speech, signaling societal fragility and negatively impacting reconciliation and accountability processes. Many UN entities have provided guidance on how to tackle this phenomenon, including my office, the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, UNESCO, and the Department of Global Communications. Preventative action addressing the risk factors and warning signs of genocide and other atrocities should be at the forefront of the international community's agenda, as it is in my mandate and in the framework of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, or ACHPR. In this context, I encourage all of you to address hate speech and genocide denial and distortion while preserving fundamental freedoms. I take here the opportunity to stress my unwavering support to the work of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, whose constant efforts for the prevention and awareness raising on risks of atrocity crimes are much welcome. For all of these efforts, education is a critical tool whose potential we must continue to harness. Through education, we can teach new generations about past genocides and the process that led to their commission. It can help instill in learners the importance of standing up against hate, dehumanization, and discrimination against populations based on identity. Education that is based on facts and science, that promotes empathy and inclusion, helps us create societies in which division and hate will never prevail. Education can also help enable all of us to strengthen our digital literacy skills, to reject those who spread disinformation, distortion, and hate online. The best way to honor the victims and survivors of a 1994 genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda is to make sure that no one else endures the suffering of genocide. For this reason, I call on you once more to remember, unite, and renew our efforts to prevent this heinous crime. I thank you all.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Abiola, pour la lecture de cette déclaration. Alors, je vais passer la parole maintenant à Monsieur Ibrahima Khan, qui va intervenir. Et si vous avez...
Merci, merci Madame la Présidente, merci Monsieur le Commissaire Derceau d'avoir bien voulu m'associer à cette célébration. Je dois avouer que parler du génocide pour quelqu'un comme moi qui a pu visiter les sites du génocide au Rwanda lui-même me permet quand même de parler avec une certaine autorité sur jusqu'où l'espèce humaine peut aller dans le déni de soi. je me rappellerai toujours de cette image. Je suis désolé de vous le mentionner parce que c'est une image qui est toujours restée gravée dans ma mémoire. Il s'agissait d'une femme. On a pris une arme tranchante qu'on a fait passer dans tout son corps. Et c'est comme ça que cette femme est restée. Et c'était l'idée que, parce que c'était une femme, Tutsi, et qu'il fallait mettre un terme à ce texte. Et cette image, et cette femme, on a toujours gardé la lance dans son corps et on l'a exposée. C'est à la fois le signe jusqu'où une société peut aller dans la bêtise humaine, mais en même temps, c'est le moyen de nous rappeler qu'il y a toujours, qu'on a toujours besoin de faire des efforts pour sortir de cette bêtise, pour sortir de cette animalité, si je puis dire. Et donc, ce genre de rencontre, toujours important pour à la fois se rappeler de ceux ou celles qui sont morts parce que simplement ils appartenaient à une communauté, mais c'est en même temps de jeter un coup d'œil sur les leçons qui peuvent être retenues d'une telle expérience. Alors, ces leçons, on peut les voir à plusieurs niveaux, à mon avis. Moi, le premier niveau de leçon que j'essaierai de retenir de ce génocide de 1994-95, c'est de voir comment des pratiques qui ont eu lieu sur le territoire rwandais de l'époque, comment certaines des pratiques ont aussi eu lieu sur le continent africain avant cette période et qu'on n'a jamais nommé nous génocide. Peut-être pas avec la même violence, mais avec les mêmes outils. On a parlé l'expression qu'on utilise en anglais, hate speech, mais pendant très longtemps, sur notre continent, beaucoup de communautés ont été ciblées par des dirigeants politiques pour les stigmatiser comme étant à la source de problèmes que le pays connaît, comme étant ceux qui essayent de déstabiliser le régime ou ceux qui essayent d'expliquer. J'avais participé il y a 1 an à une réunion où j'ai pris le discours d'un des fondateurs de l'Union africaine, l'ancien président Ahmed Sékou Touré, où il parlait de la communauté Peul. Et la manière dont il a parlé de cette communauté Peul, et je disais à l'audience que si c'était aujourd'hui, il aurait été l'un des premiers à être traîné devant la Cour pénale internationale. Parce qu'il ciblait nommément une communauté qu'il trouvait comme coupable et appelait à ce que l'on traite cette communauté d'une certaine manière. Et on peut multiplier les exemples. Dans ce même pays, quelques années après, avant bien sûr le génocide, le président de la République de ce pays a demandé à ce que tous les réfugiés sierra-léonais qui se trouvaient sur le territoire du pays soient attaqués parce qu'ils sont les sources du problème que le pays connaît. Donc vous voyez que souvent, et là le discours politique continue de colporter ce genre de message, continue de traiter ces questions éminemment dangereuses, continue de les traiter comme s'il fallait régler un problème par ce genre de pratique. Donc, il est toujours là, ce discours, et il est important qu'on garde à l'esprit et qu'on essaie de voir dans quelle mesure on peut éduquer les dirigeants politiques, les partis politiques qui sont souvent à la source de ces problèmes, comment on peut les amener à avoir un discours plus républicain, un discours plus conforme à l'état de droit et un discours qui ne transforme pas l'adversaire en ennemi, qui ne transforme pas l'autre à quelqu'un qu'il faut complètement détruire et écraser. Deuxième leçon que les Africains peuvent apprendre, et ça c'est des leçons à caractère historique, c'est que le Rwanda a été un génocide, il n'a pas été le premier génocide en Afrique. L'histoire africaine est pleine de situations, d'expériences pendant lesquelles les pratiques qui ont été celles, surtout des colons, ont été des pratiques génocidaires. La preuve, l'année dernière, l'Allemagne a pour la première fois reconnu officiellement avoir commis en Namibie un génocide contre des populations, génocide qui n'était pas simplement un génocide, mais qui était l'expérimentation de ce qui allait se faire dans les années 30 contre la communauté juive. Donc, il y avait déjà cette situation, mais vous voyez qu'à l'époque, dans les années 1900, le système de communication était tel qu'on ne pouvait même pas savoir qu'un génocide se passait en Namibie, qu'on appelait le sud-ouest africain, pour pouvoir utiliser ces informations et prévenir ce qui allait se passer une vingtaine, une trentaine d'années plus tard contre les Juifs en Europe. Ça, ces informations-là, c'est récemment qu'on les a connues. Et donc, on doit aussi faire l'effort d'apprendre l'histoire de ce génocide-là pour pouvoir en tirer des leçons. Les guerres coloniales que l'on a connues, il y a l'Algérie, il y a le Cameroun, les efforts qui avaient été pris par les Français juste à l'indépendance du Cameroun pour mater une rébellion, ce qui s'est passé au Biafra. Il y a beaucoup de ces situations. Aujourd'hui, si on les regardait rétrospectivement, on aurait eu tous les éléments à appliquer pour faire les traiter comme des situations de génocide. Et pourquoi je mentionne ces éléments? Parce qu'il est aussi important, quand on parle de ces situations, de nommer les coupables. Dans le cadre du génocide rwandais, bien sûr, conformément au traité qui règle ces questions et à la décision du Conseil de sécurité, on a identifié les personnes qui ont comment dirais-je, joué un rôle important dans le génocide et on les a arrêtés. Mais il y avait des États complices. Et comment traiteront une question de génocide comme dans le cas de la Namibie si l'entité génocidaire est un État? Ça, c'est une question importante à poser. Dans le cas du Rwanda, jusqu'à présent, on est encore d'écrire et de réécrire l'histoire de la participation de la France à ce génocide. Il y a eu des rapports qui ont été produits. Comment quelqu'un qui est accusé de complicité peut lui-même élaborer un rapport et dire que c'est à partir de ces rapports qu'il se disculpe et qu'il n'a pas participé? Si on veut connaître la vraie histoire de la participation de la France ou pas, on devrait confier ça à un groupe international, à un groupe indépendant qui va pouvoir traiter de la question. Parce que si on juge ceux qui ont directement participé à ce crime et en laissant de côté les complices, ça c'est également un déni de justice pour toutes les personnes qui ont perdu la vie et un déni de justice pour les familles qui ont perdu la vie. Donc, il y a un devoir, non seulement de mémoire, mais un devoir de comprendre quel rôle ces États-là, quel rôle ces entités-là ont joué dans la réalisation de ces crimes-là, des crimes les plus odieux que l'humanité puisse connaître. Un autre point qui me paraît, et cela permet d'ailleurs d'avancer un autre problème, c'est la question de la réparation. Dans le cas du Rwanda, à ce que je sache, jusqu'à présent, les réparations n'ont pas été celles que l'on attendait, puisque les personnes qui ont été citées coupables n'ont pas toutes les ressources qui permettent de réparer ces crimes. Mais maintenant que l'on connaît d'autres génocides qui ont eu lieu, comme celui de l'Allemagne, où l'Allemagne s'est empressée aussitôt, après avoir reconnu le génocide, de décider de mettre à la disposition de l'État namibien 1 milliard d'euros comme réparation. Le coupable ne peut pas lui-même réparer le crime qu'il a commis en droit. Le crime qu'il a commis en droit, la réparation doit être déterminée selon des règles que le droit international lui-même a fixées. Et ça, c'est quand même une chose importante. Et je pense qu'il est important pour les Africains que nous sommes de revisiter notre histoire, de revisiter les rôles que les uns et les autres ont joués dans la réalisation de ces crimes-là et de faire en sorte que ces rôles et responsabilités soient identifiés et qu'on puisse vraiment aller dans cette direction-là et en trouver des solutions et réparer les crimes. Et la réparation, ce n'est pas simplement monétaire. La réparation, elle peut être symbolique. La réparation, elle peut se faire sous la forme de monuments, de beaucoup de choses. Cela pour permettre à la population, pour permettre aux Africains que nous sommes, de comprendre que des crimes au cours de notre histoire ont été commis et que de tout faire pour que ces crimes ne se répètent pas. Parfois, ces crimes ont été commis par ceux qui nous ont colonisés, mais parfois, c'est nous-mêmes qui avons commis ces crimes-là. Et donc, nous devrions jouer un rôle important pour que les générations futures comprennent ce qui s'est passé et que les générations plus apprennent à tout faire pour que les choses ne se passent pas ainsi. Troisième point que j'aimerais souligner et qui est un peu lié à ce que vous aviez dit tout à l'heure, Derso, c'est que la guerre, le génocide au Rwanda nous apprend aussi qu'on a en Afrique les outils pour trouver des solutions pérennes à ces situations. Les militants les juristes que nous sommes, les militants des droits de l'homme que nous sommes, nous avons tous été à un moment ou à un autre, je ne dirais pas inquiets, mais en doute par rapport à la capacité des Gacaca pour arriver à régler le problème du grand nombre de criminels qui avaient été arrêtés et qui étaient emprisonnés. Parce que si l'on devait suivre le système judiciaire normal, il aurait fallu plus de 100 ans pour juger et condamner toutes les personnes qui avaient été arrêtées. Mais la formule des Gacaca a permis de trouver une solution et aujourd'hui, si on l'observe dans le pays, il semble au moins que les choses que les populations ont pardonné les unes aux autres et que les populations, de façon générale, sont passées à autre chose grâce à ces Gacaca. Et cela m'amène à revisiter la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Dans le préambule de la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, il y a une disposition importante qui parle de la nécessité pour la Commission africaine, pour les Africains, d'aller voir dans notre culture, dans nos traditions, quels sont les éléments de droits de l'homme qu'il est important de diffuser et d'utiliser pour faire avancer la cause des droits de l'homme en Afrique. Je suis sûr que la Commission, jusqu'à présent, pour diverses raisons, n'a pas eu la possibilité d'aller, de travailler dans cette direction de façon approfondie, mais c'est maintenant l'occasion de voir comment, à partir de l'expérience de la Gacaca, comment on peut aussi mettre en œuvre un certain nombre de règles, de procédures qui existent sur notre continent pour non seulement prévenir, parce que pour moi, la prévention, c'est le meilleur moyen de faire en sorte que les choses ne se répètent pas, et ensuite de guérir et de faire en sorte que ces choses-là ne... Je prends l'exemple de la région à laquelle j'appartiens, l'Afrique de l'Ouest, qui, sous l'empire du Mali, avait développé un certain nombre de règles, de pratiques, comme le cousinage à plaisanterie. Et ce cousinage à plaisanterie est un moyen puissant d'éviter que des communautés se battent. Je vais juste vous donner un exemple. Vous tous savez que le Sénégal a connu, et connaît jusqu'à présent, puisque ce n'est pas encore totalement réglé, une crise dans sa partie australe, où il y a une rébellion casamançaise. Alors, il se trouve que cette rébellion casamançaise, jusqu'au moment où elle était au sommet de sa puissance en termes d'action au niveau du Sénégal, n'a jamais attaqué une structure de l'État, c'est-à-dire une préfecture, une sous-préfecture et un gouvernorat. Et vous savez pourquoi? Parce que seulement les dirigeants du Sénégal ont eu l'intelligence de nommer à la tête de ces entités étatiques des ressortissants d'une communauté qui, avec la communauté Diola qui se rébellait au Sénégal, avait signé un pacte de ne jamais s'attaquer les uns et les autres. Et donc, vous voyez que malgré leur volonté de transformer la Casamance en un pays, ils ne se sont jamais attaqués à ces populations. C'est vous dire à quel point le cousinage à plaisanterie, ces traits-là peuvent jouer aussi un rôle dans la protection des droits, parce que s'il n'y a pas d'attaque, il n'y a pas de violence. Et donc, ils se sont attaqués aux militaires, mais dans d'autres situations, mais pas dans cette structure-là. Ça, c'est également un point. Dernier point que je soulignerai pour l'Afrique, en termes de leçons, et cela pour m'en désoler, c'est le fait que le génocide, malgré un rapport de l'Union africaine intitulé « Un génocide qu'on aurait pu éviter », l'Union africaine tarde encore à mettre en place un système qui permet de gérer ces problématiques-là. On a adopté, dans les conditions que vous savez, un protocole à la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples concernant une cour, c'est le protocole de Malabo, où on a créé un mécanisme, si vous voulez, de gestion de ces, ou bien un mécanisme qui permet de juger les personnes coupables de crimes de génocide, de crimes contre l'humanité, de crimes les plus graves. Mais savez-vous que jusqu'à ce jour, aucun État africain n'a ratifié ce protocole? Aucun. Et ça fait presque 10 ans. Aucun État n'a ratifié ce protocole. Pas même ceux qui ont été victimes de génocide. Alors, la question que l'on peut se poser est celle de savoir, sommes-nous, Africains, sérieux pour traiter cette question-là de la façon qui permette de ne plus avoir, afin de ne plus avoir ce genre de situation? C'est une question que je pose et j'espère que les délégués des États qui nous écoutent aujourd'hui pourront amener nos dirigeants à jouer un rôle. Un dernier point que j'aimerais souligner, Madame la Présidente, avant de prendre la parole, c'est aujourd'hui, quand on observe la manière dont la Cour pénale internationale fonctionne, on est quand même amené à se poser de sérieuses questions sur la volonté de nos dirigeants africains et autres de vraiment vouloir gérer de la façon la plus efficace, la plus efficiente que soit les crimes les plus graves. Ce système est tellement politisé, ce système est tellement instrumentalisé aujourd'hui qu'il est à se demander si vraiment la CPI telle qu'elle avait été créée à ses origines peut aujourd'hui servir à vraiment prévenir ou à gérer des situations de génocide. Parce que tellement, parfois même ceux qui n'ont même pas ratifié le traité manipulent le système, manipulent les organisations pour que cet instrument-là joue un rôle particulier dans les relations internationales. Ça également, je pense que c'est une leçon que nous autres Africains devrons retenir, parce que pendant très longtemps, on avait même considéré, beaucoup de pays africains ont considéré que la CPI avait été créée contre les États africains. Et maintenant, on voit dans d'autres situations comment ce même instrument est utilisé comme un outil de politique étrangère par les pays européens. Parce que je ne vois pas comment, dans le cas particulier de l'Ukraine, pour en parler, la facilité avec laquelle on est arrivé à inculper un président de la République, comment cela a pu se faire aussi rapidement, alors que tout le monde sait que les enquêtes concernant les cas de génocide sont des enquêtes qui prennent beaucoup de temps. Mais bon, ce n'est pas l'objet de la conversation, mais je voulais quand même insister sur le fait de la politisation à outrance du système international qui lutte contre les crimes de génocide et que cette instrumentalisation politique, cette politisation de ce système peut nous conduire dans des situations que nous ne souhaiterions pas voir sur notre continent. Mais j'espère que les éléments que je viens d'évoquer pourront vraiment permettre à nos États de revoir davantage leurs pratiques, de voir davantage leurs stratégies en matière de lutte contre le génocide et de prévention surtout contre le génocide, de manière à ce que l'Afrique soit à jamais épargnée, tu vois, de ces crimes les plus odieux que l'humanité a connus jusqu'à présent. Madame la Présidente, Mesdames et Messieurs, je vous remercie de votre attention.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Ibrahim Makan. Merci pour toutes les idées qui ont permis de contextualiser l'histoire du génocide en Afrique et puis des pistes justement de réflexion sur lesquelles vous demandez, je dirais, à tous nos partenaires et à nous-mêmes de pouvoir réagir. Alors, sans plus tarder, parce que nous avons un autre panel dans quelques instants, nous allons ouvrir les discussions en plénière. Alors, je n'ai pas de liste en ce qui concerne les interventions des États, mais je pense que la discussion est libre. Je vais donc commencer par la République fédérale d'Éthiopie, qui voudrait effectivement intervenir. Allez-y, vous avez la parole.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson, commissioners and distinguished delegates, and ladies and gentlemen. I just want to start by thanking the Commission for organizing this panel commemorating the 29th anniversary of the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda. I also want to take this opportunity to thank the panelists for sharing their views and recommendations in a way. The tragedy that took place in Rwanda 29 years ago represents one of our continent's darkest chapters, as close to 1 million Rwandans lost their lives in a genocide perpetrated by their own citizens. On the occasion of this 29th anniversary of the commemorating the genocide, it is important for us to keep a memory of the victims. And I also want to take this opportunity to convey our compassion to the survivors of the genocide. And in our view, the Rwandan genocide was not only horrific because of the gruesome way in which it was carried out, but also because it was preventable. We believe that our collective failure to prevent the 1994 genocide will remain a scar on the conscience of fellow Africans and humanity at large. It is thus important to take this occasion not just to remind ourselves of the tragedy, but also the importance of ensuring that such horrific crime will never happen again in an African soil. It is also critical that we unite against those who spearheaded ethnic, religious division, intolerance, and violent extremism to prevent genocide. Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, as we commemorate the 29th anniversary of the 1994 genocide, one key lesson which we have learned is the role of our regional organization, the African Union, in preventing such heinous crimes. I also want to reiterate that what the last speaker, the panelist, mentioned about the role of the Commission. Going forward, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights shall play a constructive role in the promotion of human rights and in the promotion of human and people's rights, and ensure their protection in Africa in accordance with the Charter which we have adopted. This, in our view, would require a constructive engagement with member states in a complementary manner, as member states, as you may very well know, have the primary responsibility to protect and promote human rights, and the Commission should play a constructive role complementing the efforts of member states. And in conclusion, I want to end by reaffirming the commitment of the government of Ethiopia in further strengthening its cooperation with the Commission and its firm commitment to work with the African Commission on Human and People's Rights and other stakeholders to prevent such a heinous crime at any time from happening again. And it's important for us to have, going forward, to have a constructive approach, as I mentioned, in prevention of any such serious crime from ever happening in our continent. Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la représentante de la République fédérale d'Éthiopie. Alors, je ne sais pas s'il y a d'autres prises de parole. Par les États, je n'en vois pas. Virtuellement? Oui. Allez-y, Etoué. Il s'agit d'ONG ou d'INDH? Allez-y, passez-leur la parole. Oui, NGO. Prenez la parole.
Yes, I think that it's us that you're giving the floor to. This is internationallawyers.org, and we thank the Commission for its commemoration of this important commemoration of a very unfortunate situation. We note the Secretary General's Special Representative for the Prevention of Torture noted that genocide is not something that takes place in one continent. It has been something that has been either threatened or taken place elsewhere. We note that in 2001, on October 7th, 2001, the then United States President indicated that the Taliban, the then de facto government of Afghanistan, he classified them as a religious group and said that he would kill or destroy all of them. And that prompted the Secretary of State legal department to warn him that that could be an admission of genocide. So there is no area in the world where these type of actions have not either taken place or been threatened. In that regards, we'd like to draw the Commission and state's attention to the fact that there is currently an advisory opinion request to the International Court of Justice pending on the consequences of the occupation of Palestine.
Monsieur Curtis, est-ce que vous pouvez vous rapprocher du micro? Les interprètes ont des problèmes. Ils ne vous entendent pas.
Is this better? Apologies.
Oui.
The main point of our intervention of internationallawyers.org is to draw the attention of the Commission and the state parties to the fact that there is currently pending before the International Court of Justice a request for an advisory opinion on the consequences of the occupation of Palestine. Every state in the international community that is a party to the statute of the International Court of Justice or a member state of the United Nations is able to provide a submission to the court. We are urging states to view the situation, the consequences of the ongoing occupation of Palestine as a situation of genocide. And African states can make a very important contribution.
Please, Monsieur Curtis, on ne vous entend plus. Essayez de vous rapprocher du micro et parler lentement pour que les interprètes puissent vous saisir.
Yes, can you hear me? Is this better?
Oui.
Okay, I hope so. I apologize again. I will just repeat the most substantive part of our intervention of internationallawyers.org, and that is that we draw the attention of the Commission and member states to the fact that there is an advisory opinion request pending before the International Court of Justice, in which they have been asked to provide their advice on the legal consequences of the occupation of Palestine. The legal consequences of that occupation, our NGO has argued before the UN several times, is that genocide is being committed by the occupying powers, the authorities of Israel, against the Palestinian people. We draw this to the attention of the Commission and African states because all African states and even the Commission, if it were to ask the permission of the International Court of Justice, may make representations or submissions to the International Court of Justice in respect of this advisory opinion by the 27th of July, 2023. And we hope that both member states and perhaps the Commission, if it feels it has the capacity, will make a submission to the International Court of Justice indicating that the treatment of the Palestinian people by the Israeli authorities over more than 70 years of occupation constitutes an action of genocide. We believe that this would be an important contribution by African states to preventing genocide elsewhere in the world. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Curtis. Merci. Alors, est-ce qu'il y a d'autres ONG qui voudraient intervenir? Non. Donc, nous terminons avec la présentation de Monsieur Curtis. Je voudrais juste peut-être rappeler ce que Monsieur Curtis évoquait en ce qui concerne la demande d'avis consultatif à la Cour internationale de justice. Effectivement, il faudrait peut-être, comme l'a dit Monsieur Curtis, une mobilisation également des États africains pour pouvoir déposer en première étape ce qu'on appelle le mémoire écrit d'ici le 25 ou 27 juillet. Il y aura une réplique ensuite peut-être d'autres États au mois d'octobre, de manière à avoir un avis consultatif sur les conséquences justement de l'occupation de la Palestine. Merci d'avoir évoqué cette demande d'avis consultatif. Je crois qu'il n'y a plus d'intervenants. Je vais repasser la parole au commissaire Derceau pour nous apporter les propos conclusifs. Ou alors aux autres, je ne sais pas, est-ce que vous voulez reprendre la parole? Ibrahima, non? Donc c'est le commissaire Derceau qui va apporter notamment les propos conclusifs. Allez-y, commissaire Derceau, de manière à clôturer ce panel, parce que nous avons un autre panel. Allez-y, commissaire Derceau.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would like to thank Ibrahima for sharing his insights based on the experience that he had while visiting Rwanda, and also drawing our attention to the importance of the role that mechanisms such as the Gachacha courts have played in rendering justice in an extraordinary setting where ordinary judicial mechanisms are absent and couldn't be able to meet the exigencies of the moment. This commission, in one of its communication with respect to Rwanda, indeed affirmed the importance of the Gachacha courts and the role that they have played, and that formed part of the study that we have conducted on transitional justice by the African Commission, and to inform the African Union transitional justice policy as well. I also welcome the collaboration with the special advisor on the prevention of genocide of the UN, and also the important issues that have been highlighted in the keynote address by the special advisor, including in particular for us to remain vigilant against hate speech, incitement of violence, particularly when such hate speech and incitement of violence is organized along ethnic, religious, or cultural lines. And this is a moment when the digital platform has become a weapon that literally is used for mobilizing violence against individuals. The violence and the hate that is perpetrated virtually literally translates into physical violence affecting many communities. And indeed, I think it is important for us not to be complacent. Yes, we have the norms, we have the institutions, we have the legal frameworks, but as ever, the challenge for us is making sure that the gap between these ambitious and progressive norms and the realities, the lived realities of our people are narrowed down. I would like to challenge us today, if we are using our clear conscience and if we are honest about the state of affairs on our continent. Today, more than in the 1990s, we have more people displaced. We have more people in a situation of being refugees on our continent. Large number of women raped in conflict situations. The number of conflicts on the continent have increased. So if we are really honest and speak with clear conscience, this is a serious indictment on us all as Africans, that at this point in time, we have a situation that is worse than what obtained in the 1990s. We shouldn't accept this, particularly now that we have all the legal instruments that commit us to make sure that these things do happen. And when they happen, we take all the necessary steps to stop them. I wonder if we are doing enough and all that we could in order to deliver on these responsibilities that we all have as states, as the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, as national human rights institutions, as civil society organizations. And it is with this challenge and with this critical question that I would like to leave us with in commemorating and also remembering the lives lost, the limbs that were cut off in the context of the horrendous act of mass violence that was the genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda. If we indeed are going to respect those lives, the best way to respect them is by addressing this enormous gap, this enormous gulf that exists between our proclaimed ambition and commitment and what we actually do on the ground as far as these issues are concerned. With that, I would like to thank all of you for your kind attention, and I hand over back to you, Madam Chairperson, for taking this forward for the next agenda item. Thank you all very much once again.
Merci, commissaire Derceau. Merci pour ces conclusions. Merci également aux panélistes et je crois qu'ils méritent des applaudissements. Sans plus tarder, nous allons accueillir le panel organisé par la commissaire Maria Manuela. Allez-y, vous vous déplacez, vous allez devant. Très bien.
Obrigada, senhora Presidente, por ter permitido que possamos iniciar este painel sobre as condições de prisão em África. Peço a Ituelo para verificar se os meus painelistas estão em linha. Excelência, senhora vice-presidente da Comissão Africana e presidente em exercício. Excelências, senhores representantes dos Estados-partes presentes física e virtualmente nesta 75ª sessão ordinária. Excelências, senhores representantes dos órgãos da União Africana presentes. Excelências, senhores representantes das instituições nacionais dos direitos humanos, das organizações não governamentais, minhas senhoras, meus senhores, todo o protocolo cumprido. Muito boa tarde novamente. Excelências, quero lembrar que em 1996, e fruto das recomendações do Seminário Internacional sobre as Condições Prisionais em África, que foi realizado em Kampala, na Uganda, a Comissão Africana criou o mecanismo das prisões e condições de detenção em África. Era, nessa altura, e continua a ser, a finalidade desse mecanismo, seguir de perto as ações dos Estados para que fossem resguardados durante todo o tempo em que eles estiverem presos, para que os prisioneiros tenham condições de vida compatíveis com a dignidade humana. Nessa altura, foi também referenciada a superpopulação como um dos problemas, e esta era exacerbada principalmente a nível da prisão preventiva. Solicitava aos seus Estados-parte que disponibilizassem recursos materiais e financeiros suficientes para que os agentes prisionais pudessem prestar o seu trabalho de forma apropriada. E esta recomendação foi reforçada com a Declaração de Arusha em 1999. Outra preocupação que foi endossada aos Estados foi a utilização de medidas alternativas às prisões, esta reforçada com a Declaração de Kadoma em 1997. Excelências, 25 anos depois, nos parece que os problemas mantêm-se e as soluções continuam distantes. Por essa razão, desde o ano transato que o mecanismo das prisões tem trabalhado no sentido de perceber as causas que levam ao estado em que as prisões se encontram atualmente nos nossos países. Foi realizado um encontro de pré-consulta nos dias 29 e 30 de março passado, março de 2022, e na altura elaboramos um pequeno questionário com perguntas telegráficas que foi distribuído pelos Estados-parte, e este questionário não comprometia de qualquer maneira a informação classificada que constitui as questões relacionadas com as prisões. E isto permitiria-nos fazer uma reflexão a respeito das condições de prisão nos nossos países. Mas tivemos muito poucas respostas. Se recebermos 3 nessa data, foi muito. Isto dos 54 Estados-parte. Nos dias 27 e 28 de abril, como constou do meu relatório, realizamos a conferência para analisar diversos itens, de acordo com a nota conceitual que foi distribuída nesta sessão e que se encontra em vossa posse. Nessa conferência, tivemos a honra de ter a participação de 14 representantes de Estados-parte, representante do NODOC, 9 representantes de instituições nacionais de direitos humanos, 10 relevantes organizações não governamentais parceiras que trabalham conosco a respeito dos direitos dos prisioneiros e peritos independentes. Ilustres, como resultado desta atividade intensa durante 2 dias, viemos hoje com os nossos parceiros partilhar o que nós discutimos nessa data e colher subsídios para a declaração que resultou dessa conferência. Aproveito este momento para apresentar os 2 panelistas que tenho neste momento. A primeira é a senhora Eva Nutt, que irá partilhar alguns pormenores sobre as condições dos direitos humanos nas prisões africanas. A senhora Eva é consultora jurídica da Dignity, trabalha com foco na prevenção da tortura em África e na sensibilização de todas as partes interessadas para a utilização de medidas alternativas à prisão, como forma de prevenir a tortura nas prisões e noutros contextos de atividade policial. Foi aqui dito variadíssimas vezes que a atividade policial, principalmente para a aplicação das diretrizes sobre as assembleias, tem sido um problema sério. Ela também foi consultora da Redress e trabalhou para as vítimas de desaparecimento forçado em vários países africanos. Teremos também o senhor Lionel Grassi, subejamente conhecido por nós pela sua atividade na FIACAT, e trabalha como diretor de advocacia perante os mecanismos internacionais e regionais para a proteção e promoção dos direitos humanos. E atualmente gere o programa sobre detenção abusiva na prisão preventiva ou durante a prisão preventiva, com parceiros da ACAT em toda a África. Ele vai partilhar conosco a visão sobre a reforma do sistema de prisão e as alternativas às penas efetivas de prisão. Sem mais delongas, convido a nossa primeira painelista, senhora Eva Nudes. Espero que esteja em linha para então poder conduzir-nos nos próximos 20 minutos.
I am online, Commissioner. I hope you can all hear me. Good afternoon, honorable commissioners, distinguished guests, and colleagues. I would like to start by thanking the Commission, and in particular, Commissioner Manuela, for inviting me to speak on this important topic of human rights conditions in prisons in Africa. The latest data suggests that more than 11 million people are detained globally.
Eva, Madame Eva,
Yeah. Yes.
vous entends pas. Rapprochez-vous du micro, parlez moins vite également. Merci.
Is this better? Is this better, Commissioner Manuel, Commissioner Maya?
Oui, c'est mieux. C'est beaucoup mieux.
Okay. The latest data suggests that more than 11 people are detained globally. In Africa, more than 1 million people are in prisons. The conditions many of the prisoners live in are extremely poor and inhumane. Many prisons are overcrowded, providing little access to hygiene, health services, adequate food and water, and lacking basic necessities. As a result, many persons in prison are serious violations of human rights, including torture and ill treatment, right to help, right to due process, and right to fair trial, and others. While the prison population declined in the most countries during the COVID-19 pandemic, many countries are back to the regular practice of mass imprisonments, and levels of persons in detentions are skyrocketing again. It is important to point out that a big percentage of persons in prisons in Africa are not actually convicted, but are detained on remand. Before I speak about how the persons in prisons in Africa, what human rights violations they often suffer, what are the state's obligations towards those in the detention facilities, and common problems in the African prisons, I would like to speak about data or the lack of it on the persons in detention and management of prisons in Africa. Some countries like South Africa or Rwanda have extensively documented data on prisons and persons in prisons, but this practice of effective data gathering is rather an exception than a standard on the continent. In many African countries, data is not uniformly collected, much information remains hidden, or little official information is released. If data is available, it often lacks details and is not segregated by gender, crime, age, to obtain the correct picture of the prison population in a particular country and the underlying trends and patterns. Despite these limitations that hinder proper understanding of the prison population in Africa, we have some data to show who are the persons in prisons. Most of the people who enter prisons in Africa reflect a similar profile of people in prisons worldwide. They are often poor, uneducated or unemployed, or combined, those previously exposed to abuse, marginalized groups such as religious, ethnic, or cultural groups. In the last few years, women have become imprisoned in larger numbers than previously, and many as the result of their status of being poor. Many states continue to have on the books petty offenses laws that criminalize their status. People are therefore imprisoned not because they commit an offense that impacts the security of the state or causes serious harm to someone, but rather because of the criminalization of poverty through petty offenses laws such as begging, loitering, informal training, homelessness, or sex work. Finally, many states use imprisonment as avenue to detain political opposition, silence any dissent to remain in power. So what are the state's obligations towards those in prisons? Let me commence by saying that when the state deprives a person of liberty, a state assumes a duty of care for that person. Further, being in prison does not mean that the detainee loses all his or her rights. Rather, basic human rights must apply as much to a person in prison as to any other member of the society. The only difference is that people in prisons cannot enjoy their right to freedom for a set period of time. However, despite the deprivation of freedom, persons in prison should otherwise be treated like any other human being with full respect for their inalienable rights, and those rights should not be taken away except in specific situations and according to due process. Under international law, states have obligations to respect, protect, and fulfill human rights. Under the protection of respect, states must refrain from interfering with or curtailing the enjoyment of human rights, while obligation to protect human rights requires state to protect individuals and groups against human rights abuses. There are several international and regional treaties and guidelines that prescribe international standards and norms relating to prisons, imprisonment, including the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the United Nations Conventions Against Torture and other cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment. Further, at the UN level, the guidelines include the United Nations minimum rules for standard of prisoners, the so-called Nelson Mandela rules, as well as the UN rules for treatment of women prisoners and non-custodial measures for women's offenders, the Bangkok rules. Within the African continent, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights has adopted several resolutions and plans of actions to guide states in their responsibilities towards prison population. These include a resolution on the right to recourse, procedure, and fair trial, the already mentioned Kampala Declaration on Prison Conditions in Africa, the 2002 resolution on guidelines for the prohibition and prevention of torture, 2002 Ouagadougou Plan of Action, the 2003 Principles and Guidelines on the right to a fair trial and legal assistance, as well as guidelines on the condition of arrest, police custody, and pretrial detention, the so-called Luanda Guidelines, and finally, the Lilongwe Declaration on accessing legal aid in the criminal justice in Africa. These documents specify the state's responsibility to uphold and protect the individual's rights, as well as ensure that violation of these rights are investigated, prosecuted, and the person in prisons whose rights have been violated receive reparation. Therefore, the state and its various agencies are all responsible for upholding these rights, but also ensuring that all government departments and agencies in performing their work are not only mindful of human rights, but do not contravene any of them. States therefore have a duty to ensure that the human rights of people living in prisons are protected, and that every means possible should be used to ensure that protection exists both in law and practice. In order for a prison system to be managed in a fair and humane manner, national legislation, policies, and practices must be guided by the international and regional standards developed to protect the human rights of persons in prison. When people are detained while they await trial or sentenced to imprisonment, they are deprived of one of their basic human rights, the right to freedom of movement and residence. The deprivation of liberty makes persons in prisons dependent on the detaining authorities for the respect of their other human rights. Prison authorities therefore have a responsibility to ensure not only that the decision to detain an individual is lawful, but also that his or her treatment and care while in detention is fair and in accordance with their rights. So what are the rights that persons in detention should have, but find themselves often having violated? There are several rights that we can speak about, including the right to liberty and security, freedom from torture and other inhuman or degrading treatment or punishment, right to health, right to food, water, and sanitation, right to education and rehabilitation, right to religious freedom or belief, right to privacy and family, and right to equality and non-discrimination, to name the few. Let me, however, in detail address only a few of these rights. Article 3 of the Universal Declaration notes that everyone has the right to life, liberty, and security of person. Article 4 of the Banjul Charter protects the same right. This right is further elaborated in other treaties and comments, noting that when a state deprives an individual of his or her liberty, it should be insofar as it's necessary to protect the societal needs, and the punishment must be proportionate to that need. Further, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights provides that in addition to individuals having a right to security and liberty, no one shall be deprived of his liberty except on such ground and in accordance with such procedures as established by the law. Anyone arrested or detained on criminal charge shall be brought promptly before a judge or other officer authorized by the law to exercise judicial power and shall be entitled to a trial within a reasonable time or to release. Article 5 of the Universal Declaration, Article 7 of ICCPR, and Article 5 of the Banjul Charter all prohibits torture, stating no one shall be subject to torture or to cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment. In prison, torture and ill treatment are quite common. In addition to punishment for not following rules in prison, persons in detention may be subject to torture or ill treatment for the purposes of interrogation and confessions. Further, poor material conditions that can lead to overcrowding, poor hygiene, and lack of out-of-cell activities, as well as inadequate access to nutrition and health services, have been found to rise to the level of ill treatment and torture in some instances. These conditions adversely affect all the individuals living or working in the places of detention. They contribute to the tension and deterioration of relationships among prisoners and between prisoners and personnel, which in turn increases the risk of ill treatment. To prevent torture and ill treatment in prisons, the Robben Island Guidelines discuss the state obligation, among others, to set up proper oversight authorities, stating that states should establish, support, and strengthen independent national institutions such as human rights commissions, ombudsmen, and commissions of parliamentarians, with the mandate to conduct visits to all places of detention and to generally address the issue of the prevention of torture and cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment. Another right often violated in the detention is the right to health. Article 16 of the Banjul Charter states that every individual shall have the right to enjoy the best attainable state of physical and mental health, and state parties to the present charter shall take the necessary measures to protect the health of their people and to ensure they receive medical attention when they are sick. The UN Special Rapporteur on the right of everyone to the enjoyment of the highest attainable standards of physical and mental health, in several of the reports noted the state obligation to ensure the right to health and equal access for all persons, including those in detention facilities. Further, the Special Rapporteur highlighted the negative impact on health that prisoners can experience, especially being detained in overcrowded conditions, and highlighted the spread of infection and communicable diseases in prisons as a violation of the right to health. The lack of access to health services for prisoners might ultimately adversely impact the right to life of the detainees, but can also pose serious risk to the general population once released. Finally, I would like to speak about the right to equality and non-discrimination. Article 2 of the Banjul Charter states that every individual shall be entitled to the enjoyment of the rights and freedom recognized and guaranteed in the present charter, without distinction of any kind, such race, ethnic group, color, sex, language, religion, political, or any other opinion, national and social origin, fortune, birth, or other status. However, in reality, this right is often not respected. The overcrowding of prisons and high level of incarcerated people due to their status negatively impacts the member of the racial minorities, indigenous populations, women and children, as well as migrants and persons with disabilities. Especially in the pretrial detention, some facilities lack resources to separate the male from female population and children from adults. Persons with disabilities are held in environments that include areas inaccessible to them, and often prisoners with mental illnesses are now separated from others. Part of the government's duty to protect human rights is the government's responsibility to carry out investigations into the allegations of human rights abuses, which include abuses within prison and detention facilities. The Rule 57 of the Nelson Mandela Rules state that allegation of torture or other cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment of prisoners shall be dealt with immediately, else shall result in a prompt and impartial investigation conducted by an independent national authority. Rule 71 elaborates on this obligation by emphasizing that the prison director has the duty without delay to report serious injury to a judicial or other competent authority that is independent of the prison administration and mandated to conduct prompt, impartial, and effective investigation. In addition to the investigations, the state also have an obligation to prosecute the perpetrators and to provide reparations to the victims of human rights violations. This rule is also reaffirmed within the Robben Island Guidelines that provides that states shall establish and support effective and accessible complaint mechanisms, which is independent from detention and enforcement authorities, and which are empowered to receive, investigate, and take appropriate action on the allegation of torture. In 2010, Manfred Novak, the former UN Special Rapporteur on torture and other cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment, in his report wrote about prisons and prisoners in the following way. If you are behind bar, you must have done something wrong, is one of the oldest stereotypes of our society. It totally overlooks the fact that criminal justice systems in most countries are not functioning properly, and that detainees often have no effective access to any independent judicial review of their detention or similar complaint and control mechanism. Prison walls and fences lock people up and society out. Because of punitive justice system, detainees have very little contact with the outside world. Society has no interest in the fate of detainees. Prison conditions seem to be one of the last taboos, even in the so-called open societies. And prisons in Africa are no different. They often shut out people of societies, keeping them in poor living conditions, while prisoners lack access to effective legal representation and mechanisms to fairly decide the outcome of their freedom. Similarly, the African prisons, like prisons worldwide, suffer from similar problems. These include overcrowding, lack of resources, overworked prison staff, lack of access to proper medical facilities, and legal aid. Further, many of the African countries continue to have laws governing prisons and criminal procedure laws that are outdated and in many instances date to the colonial era. So let's delve into the discussion of the problems of African prisons before addressing the government responsibilities towards prisoners and protection of human rights. One of the biggest challenges facing African prisons is overcrowding. This challenge is, however, not unique to the continent. The available statistics show that more than 120 countries worldwide have overcrowded prison systems. There is no common definition what constitutes overcrowding in prison. However, it is either definition measure related to spatial density, looking at living space per detainee or number of beds. The other definition used the operational capacity to measure overcrowding, looking at the ratio of prison population to staffing levels, or percentage of prisoners detained in group versus single cell. Majority of the overcrowding in African prisons and worldwide occur because of the overuse of pretrial detention, meaning persons are either awaiting trial or a final sentence in prison for a long time. In the last decade, the populations of persons in pretrial detention has risen over 30%, and in some countries, more than 70% of the person in detention are awaiting trial and presumed innocent. This upward trend is occurring despite having other less restrictive and cheaper non-custodial measures available to manage the flight risk and court attendance, And some states have successfully used non-custodial measures during the COVID-19 pandemic to manage the prison population and spread of the virus. Further, the evidence also suggests that the prolonged pretrial detention comes with an economic and societal harm, as well as putting unnecessary strain on the prison resources and increased risk of crime. The pretrial detention can also have negative impact on human rights and health of the person in detention, but can have devastating impact on the accused in his ability to assist in the preparation for the trial. Persons in pretrial detentions are one of the most vulnerable groups and often suffer violation of human rights, despite some international conventions guarantee certain rights to the accused, including Article 14 of ICCPR, that states everybody charged with a criminal offense shall have the right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty according to the law, and to be tried without undue delay. Further, Article 9 of ICCPR notes that person arrested should be brought promptly before a judge or other officer authorized by the law to exercise judicial power, is entitled to a trial within reasonable time frame, requiring that the pretrial detention should be an exception rather than the rule and as short as possible. The Luanda guidelines reiterate this principle as well, noting that the pretrial detention is a measure of last resort and should only be used when and where no other alternatives are available, and all persons shall have the right to a fair trial within a reasonable time. Pretrial detention, in addition to the United Nations pretrial detention in addition to violation of presumption of innocence until proven guilty and a right to speedy trial, the United Nations Committee Against Torture found that the combination of overcrowding and insanitary condition in pretrial detention violate the Convention Against Torture. And the Human Rights Committee found that overcrowding also violates the ICCPR because it has serious consequences for the prisoners' health and safety. Another reason why overcrowding is especially high in the pretrial detention is due to the lack of access to legal aid to ensure effective legal representation. Access to legal aid can play an important role in reducing the number of persons in pretrial detention, can assist the person in detention about their rights, and even likely result in the reduction of the sentence or dropping the charges altogether. The African Commission's principles and guidelines on the right to a fair trial and legal assistance in Africa indicate that states shall ensure that efficient procedures and mechanisms for effective and equal access to lawyers are provided for all persons within their territory and subject to their jurisdiction without distinction of any kind. Further, the guidelines provide that the accused or a party to civil case has the right to have legal assistance assigned to him or her in any case when the interest of justice requires. The Lilongwe Declaration on accessing legal aid in the criminal system in Africa speaks about the importance of legal aid and calling on the government to ensure measures to provide legal or paralegal services in police stations and courts in consultation with the police, the Law Society, university law clinics, and NGO. While some African countries have provisions in their laws for legal representation for people who cannot afford legal assistance, such laws often lack the implementation. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Sorry. Many people, I'll just mention a couple of it. Many people in detention simply get lost in the systems because the state lack proper registration or filing management systems. Sentencing policies and the lack of alternatives to detention are another reason why prisons are overcrowded. In recent years, we have seen this trend from states adopting legislation that provides no leeway for justice to decide the sentences, but rather must follow the prescribed minimum sentencing guidelines. The last reason for the overcrowding I'd like to discuss is the lack of the alternatives to detention, such as use of non-custodial measures. despite the fact that the African Commission as early as 1996 discussed the impact of overcrowding and urging the states to find solutions, including employment of non-custodial measure, decriminalizing petty offenses, use of mediation to resolve conflict, civil reparation, or community service. Now that we know one of the biggest challenges of the states are facing is overcrowding and the rising population on the continent, I would like to speak about what are the potential solutions. A holistic approach is necessary to address the pandemic of overcrowding. Everyone in society must be involved to find solutions. These include the public, investigator, police, prosecutor, and judges. It is important that they communicate together, that the public understands the principle of innocent until found guilty, and prisons are used only for the purpose they are designed for. The states should also ensure it has legislation that allow for a right to legal aid or legal counsel for persons that cannot afford legal representation. However, such legislation is only effective if state provides financial support for these services, and there's a proper dissemination of this law and understanding of having a right to counsel. However, lawyer can only assist the client to seek non-custodial measures as alternatives to prison if the law provides for such alternatives. States should therefore adopt laws that provide for the use of non-custodial measures such as community service, probation, bail, or fine to reduce overcrowding. Another way is to decriminalize petty offenses, which African Commission has taken steps in 2017 by adopting the principles on the decriminalization of petty offenses in Africa, which provides for human rights standards states can adopt to enhance human rights and provide protection for those who are poor and often have their rights violated within the criminal justice. Finally, it is important that the states have proper
Pode terminar, faz favor. Tá, muito obrigada. Obrigada mesmo, Eva. São muitas questões para refletir sobre as prisões. Muito obrigada pela tua exposição. Acredito que foi uma recordatória para todos nós sobre o que efetivamente a África passa, não só a África, mas o mundo inteiro. Com destaque para 2 ou 3 questões: o número crescente de pessoas nas prisões, a degradação das condições e a questão das mulheres, a vulnerabilidade das mulheres nas prisões. Sem mais tardar e devido ao tempo, passo a palavra a Lionel, por favor. Vamos tentar usá-la em 15 minutos, Lionel, para poder expor as suas questões. Obrigada.
Bonjour. Est-ce que la cabine m'entend?
Sim, sim.
Et la salle également, ok. Bonjour à tous. Et l'écran également, j'ai mis un écran, je ne sais pas d'ici si... Est-ce qu'on voit ma présentation, commissaire?
Nós vemos sim, Lionel, estamos a ver.
Ok. Bonjour à tous. Merci, commissaire, de nous donner la parole à ce panel. Chers représentants des États, amis des institutions nationales des droits de l'homme et de la société civile, un peu pousser la réflexion qui a été amorcée par Eva lors de sa présentation et peut-être resituer également la FIACAT, la Fédération internationale des ACAT, qui agit de concert avec les autorités nationales, je dirais, pour travailler à l'amélioration des conditions de détention et finalement à les accompagner à travers ses membres et à travers ses militants de terrain dans le respect des engagements internationaux et régionaux qui peuvent être formulés. Il y a peut-être 2-3 points d'attention que je voudrais soulever dès à présent. On a parlé du mécanisme, 25 ans plus tard, du mécanisme de la rapporteure spéciale prison. Et je crois qu'aujourd'hui, la question qui est réellement posée, c'est quelle est la volonté politique des États membres de l'Union africaine de s'interroger aussi sur ce mécanisme et sur l'intérêt ou l'expertise que peut apporter ce mécanisme dans la construction des États et d'un État de droit, en tout cas au sein de l'Union africaine. Et peut-être ne pas oublier que la prison est un condensé de la société et malheureusement de beaucoup de droits qui peuvent être violés, parce qu'on s'adresse ici à vous, représentants des États, je dirais, sur les questions de prison. Mais quand on rentre dans une prison, on est face à des citoyens qui sont souvent incarcérés en violation, notamment que ce soit pour des raisons politiques. Il y a un mécanisme, un groupe de travail sur la peine de mort. On a un lien avec la prison, on a la question des défenseurs en danger qui sont arrêtés, la question des migrants. Donc tous ces mécanismes-là sont liés et je pense qu'il y a une réflexion qui doit être aussi menée de concert sur aujourd'hui finalement ce que représente la prison en Afrique et ce qu'elle est en termes de violation des droits autres que celui finalement que la simple violation des droits du détenu. Peut-être et je vais venir à ma première, finalement, à mon premier point maintenant, c'est aussi de s'interroger sur cette surpopulation et ces conditions de détention. Est-ce qu'il ne serait pas temps de déconstruire un peu cette politique pénale qui conduit à la surpopulation et à réfléchir à un nouveau modèle, repenser, avoir une réflexion avec les États? Et je parlais tout à l'heure d'expertise des membres de la Commission africaine et des experts des groupes de la Commission africaine ou encore du mécanisme de la rapporteure spéciale prison pour finalement repenser la peine. Aujourd'hui, une prison qui est, je dirais, un historique colonial. On a parlé de 25 ans du mécanisme. Dans ses sorties de décolonisation, un des héritages qui a été maintenu est celui de la prison en Afrique et qui n'est pas une peine. En tout cas, si la peine existait en Afrique avant, aujourd'hui, la peine en tant que privation de liberté n'est pas un modèle nécessairement africain. Ça, peut-être qu'à travers la présentation, on va pouvoir en discuter par après. Et donc, quand je parle de rebâtir selon un nouveau modèle, un modèle continental qui permettrait une meilleure appropriation et qui sortirait d'une sorte de néocolonisation de cette politique pénale. Mais pour ça, évidemment, pour repenser cette prison, je pense qu'il y a tout intérêt à ce qu'il y ait une mobilisation collective des États de l'Union africaine dans un premier temps et une possibilité pour ces mécanismes, notamment à travers le mécanisme de la rapporteure spéciale prison, en y associant les autres, je dirais, autres mécanismes sur ces questions carcérales. On a parlé de surpopulation tout à l'heure. On s'aperçoit aujourd'hui que, ça a été mentionné par Eva également, que la surpopulation, elle est principalement engendrée par le recours à la détention préventive abusive. 40 à 80% des détenus sont en tout cas en situation de détention préventive et majoritairement, souvent dans des cas de détention préventive abusive, c'est-à-dire en dehors du cadre légal qui prévoit la détention. Et cette détention, elle va être utilisée en raison de plusieurs facteurs, notamment un manque de synergie entre les différents acteurs de la chaîne pénale. On s'aperçoit dans les visites, dans les monitorings de prison, j'ai parlé de militants A4 qui régulièrement sont sur le terrain, qui rencontrent et qui viennent aussi accompagner les INDH ou les mécanismes nationaux de prévention. On s'aperçoit qu'il y a un réel manque crucial d'informations entre le pénitentiaire et le judiciaire, avec souvent un sentiment de toute puissance de la part du judiciaire, avec pour mission attribuée au pénitentiaire le seul fait de devoir garder les détenus, alors qu'on sort du cadre du sens de la peine, qui est la réinsertion et la resocialisation. Tout à l'heure, Eva l'a également mentionné, cette resocialisation, elle semble impossible. Je veux dire, de principe, il suffit juste de mettre ça sur la table. Comment reconstruire une vie en société quand la première peine est d'isoler les gens derrière 4 murs, ça peut pas fonctionner. Et quand, qui plus est, on a une difficulté à accéder à ces établissements. Une formation initiale et continue insuffisante, évidemment. On adopte, on réforme des politiques pénales, mais ces réformes et l'adoption de ces nouvelles règles, elles se font sans appropriation. Et là, on voit complètement une transposition de règles, de normes internationales dans un droit positif national, sans qu'il y ait une réelle appropriation par les acteurs locaux, ceux qui vont être un peu les acteurs de la mise en œuvre de ces règles-là. Et un manque de moyens humains et financiers, problème d'archivage et de perte de dossiers, comme ça a pu être mentionné. Simplement, à titre d'exemple, j'ai pris le bon élève qui est la Côte d'Ivoire et qu'on peut féliciter également pour la ratification de l'OPCAT récemment et qui vient de travailler il y a quelques jours sur la mise en place de son mécanisme national de prévention, qui a travaillé à ça d'ailleurs de concert. Tout à l'heure, je parlais de manque de synergie entre les différents acteurs. Le ministère de la Justice a bien associé la société civile dans ses réflexions de mise en place de contrôle, de monitoring. Mais on s'aperçoit, et sur des chiffres de 2021, donc en pleine pandémie, donc à relativiser également, que nous avions une durée moyenne de détention préventive qui était de 2,47 ans avant l'obtention d'une décision de justice. Et ça également, ça pose question, puisque de droit, je pense que les personnes détenues doivent être informées finalement de la situation judiciaire ou de leur parcours judiciaire, ne serait-ce que pour prévoir cette fameuse réinsertion. On peut imaginer aussi une réelle difficulté dans l'accès à un avocat. Vous voyez, sur la majorité des cas qu'on a auditionnés, puisque pour recontextualiser également très brièvement, il faut savoir que ces travaux de recherche sont menés en collaboration avec le CERDAP, le laboratoire de sciences politiques de Grenoble, et qui va traiter des informations qui sont transmises soit par les ministères justice et la direction de l'administration pénitentiaire, mais également par le travail de monitoring de la société civile, cette société civile va avoir un rôle prépondérant dans cette collecte de données, c'est-à-dire qu'au-delà des chiffres et des statistiques, il va y avoir une écoute de la parole des détenus. Et finalement, ça va poser une deuxième question qu'on verra après, c'est quelle est la légitimité ou la reconnaissance d'un État et de la justice appliquée par l'État. On s'aperçoit que pendant la procédure, on a très peu d'accès à un avocat. Aujourd'hui, ce sont les familles, ou alors je dirais finalement cette sorte de gestion informelle des prisons avec ce qu'on peut appeler dans certains lieux de détention ceux qui vont se faire appeler les procs ou les procureurs, puisque ce sont eux qui vont assister parfois les détenus, ceux qui ont un peu de diplôme, un peu de notion d'alphabétisation pour écrire même les lettres pour saisir le juge d'instruction et que l'affaire soit instruite. Et tout à l'heure, j'ai également parlé de la parole des détenus. Et ça, je crois que c'est quelque chose qui est vraiment important, et notamment si on doit recontextualiser dans un événement, dans une logique continentale, avec une idée de réforme, de changement du système et de la peine, ou de l'application de la peine. Estimez-vous que votre affaire aurait pu être ou dû être réglée autrement dans quasiment toutes les prisons auditionnées, tous les détenus auditionnés, on est à minima à 50-47% de personnes qui estiment que ça aurait pu faire l'objet d'un règlement de différend au-delà de la procédure judiciaire. Et notamment, on en a parlé tout à l'heure, c'est aussi du fait des infractions mineures. Eva l'a mentionné, on a beaucoup de choses qui sont aujourd'hui, parfois même qui ne ressortent pas du code pénal, mais qui restent des coutumes, traditions qui pourraient être réglées en termes de chefferie, en termes de communauté. Et ces principes à la dépénalisation des infractions mineures en Afrique nous invitent à réfléchir finalement sur un code pénal qui distinguerait très difficilement un comportement susceptible de constituer une infraction d'un simple comportement qui va s'écarter d'une norme sociale ou des normes sociales telles qu'elles vont être créées par la communauté. Et donc, lorsque dans cette procédure de règlement du conflit, on interroge les prévenus, les mots qui ressortent, les mots forts sont le pardon, l'amiable, la famille, le chef, le plaignant, le village et la communauté. Et donc, on entend par ici finalement une reconnaissance d'une autorité légitime du temps, un espace de dialogue et de pardon, une assise territoriale. On a aussi également cette mention-là qui fait énormément défaut, c'est-à-dire d'avoir des établissements pénitentiaires qui vont être loin, soit des tribunaux, soit des capitales, soit qui vont encore plus isoler les familles. Et donc, on revient à une notion qui est celle finalement, je dirais, de ce qu'on va rencontrer en Afrique, c'est le collectif et non l'isolement de la personne soupçonnée, mais d'ailleurs de la victime. Et donc, en fait, ce système, entre guillemets, de prison, je dirais, colonialisée aujourd'hui, ne répond pas du tout à une réalité culturelle d'application ou coutumière telle qu'elle est, et on applique quelque chose qui ne peut pas être transposé. Et donc, finalement, ça amène à penser la détention au sein d'une politique pénale qui va être débattue et approuvée de manière commune et pourquoi pas continentale, notamment pour éviter cette transposition des standards sans réception. Et là, je pense qu'effectivement, les États de l'Union africaine doivent marquer cette volonté politique de donner les moyens à la Commission d'aller vers une étude réflexive. Attention, je dirais encore une fois, non pas de prendre la décision, d'acter, mais de poser sur le papier et de pouvoir réfléchir avec des experts, avec des détenus, avec des chercheurs universitaires sur ces questions-là pour finalement se dire une peine, oui, la prison, je dirais non, n'est pas forcément la solution. Un exemple standard et international, si on doit aussi transposer cette internationalisation, construire des prisons ne limite pas la surpopulation carcérale à travers le monde. En France, je peux vous prendre l'exemple français, on a construit énormément de prisons en cherchant à réduire la surpopulation carcérale. À chaque fois qu'on construit des prisons, on incarcère plus. Donc, ce n'est sûrement pas la solution. Il y a sûrement du budget à allouer sur d'autres moyens et d'autres travaux. Une chose dans cette également légitimité, peut-être pour conclure, dans cette légitimité finalement de la reconnaissance de la prison, et ça serait, je dirais, pour parler sans langue de bois, ne serait-ce que reconnaître aujourd'hui la gestion informelle des prisons, c'est accepter une défaillance de l'État dans la gestion de ce parc pénitentiaire. Aujourd'hui, dans chaque prison dans laquelle on rentre, dans lesquelles on visite, vous avez une gestion informelle des prisons. Il va nommer des chefs de cour, des chefs de chambre, des chefs de section, en fonction aussi des corporations, je dirais, les assimilés, les fonctionnaires, qui prouvent bien que finalement, ce modèle et la prison ne peut pas, je dirais, être fonctionnel, alors même que l'État, finalement, n'y a pas pleinement la gestion à l'intérieur. Et donc, pour conclure, peut-être, garder en tête qu'il faut poser sur la table cette question-là de instaurer une coopération étroite entre les différents acteurs de la chaîne pénale et la société civile, peut-être réfléchir quand même à accorder de nouvelles prérogatives au personnel encadrant au quotidien les personnes prévenues, à savoir finalement le personnel de l'administration pénitentiaire, je dirais pour lequel on a tendance à minorer leurs fonctions comme des gardiens de bêtes, des gardiens d'animaux, alors que ce sont des gardiens, entre guillemets, d'humains, qui ont normalement une fonction publique qui est d'accompagner la réinsertion des détenus. Et ça, il n'y a aucun établissement pénitentiaire aujourd'hui dans lequel on le voit dans la fonction première. Et peut-être imaginer également, on a parlé finalement de monitoring des prisons, on le fait, imaginer de créer un observatoire des procédures judiciaires qui soit indépendant. Parce qu'en fait, on s'aperçoit qu'aujourd'hui, il y a une mainmise de l'administration publique de la justice sur la mise en détention, mais quel est le procureur, quel est le juge d'instruction qui a visité une prison et qui s'y rend? Il y en a très peu. Donc aujourd'hui, on a une tendance à incarcérer sans comprendre finalement quelles vont être les causes et les conséquences derrière. Je ne reviendrai pas dessus puisqu'Eva en a très bien parlé. Ça va être des influences sur les questions de santé, sur la malnutrition, sur les maladies transmissibles, etc., dues à la surpopulation. Mais tout ça sont des moyens qui, à mon avis, méritent d'être réfléchis. Et pour ça, il faut clairement une mobilisation des États, mais d'abord et avant tout, une volonté politique de la part des États membres de l'Union africaine d'accompagner ça, de soutenir ce mécanisme et de nous inviter, je dirais, à continuer les réflexions, à inviter d'autres partenaires. On a eu, la commissaire l'a mentionné, une conférence la semaine dernière avec énormément d'activistes, de militants, de membres de la société civile qui ont aussi, je pense, des choses à apporter et qui pourraient mettre ça sur le papier, poser des sortes de recommandations pour qu'ensuite les États puissent s'approprier ensemble, et je dirais les inviter également autour de la table pour qu'il y ait cette appropriation collective d'une politique pénale qui soit repensée et qui pense l'administration publique de la justice au service du justiciable. Merci.
Obrigada, Lionel, pela sua excelente apresentação. Aliás, que estamos a partilhar pela segunda vez, porque achamos interessante quando estivemos em conferência e trouxemos-la para reflexão com os estados e com as outras entidades que não estiveram presentes na conferência. Obrigada por nos fazer refletir e dizer que prisão não é um domínio africano na sua tradição. É uma das consequências do colonialismo, principalmente no modelo em que as conhecemos agora. Também fez-nos lembrar que é preciso agir em cadeia. Portanto, é preciso agir em cadeia para que possamos dar solução a algumas das questões que pressionam as prisões. Estou a olhar aqui para a recolha de dados por parte de universidades, para dar tratamento e para estudos posteriores. Não há interpretação, pelos vistos. Não há interpretação. Não há interpretação para inglês. Para inglês não há. Por favor, interpretação para inglês. Dizia eu, não sei se já há, que agradecia ao Leonel pelo facto de nos trazer de volta ao facto de que as prisões são uma herança, principalmente as prisões no estado em que as conhecemos agora, são uma herança do colonialismo, e por essa razão não se adaptam à realidade africana. Espero que não estejamos a pensar nos países do nosso continente olhando apenas para as sedes, as capitais, mas pensar no país, na sua profundidade, ali onde está o último africano. Continua a não haver interpretação, mas por causa do tempo tenho que continuar. Isto diminui a qualidade do trabalho que estamos a prestar. Não sei se já não temos tempo com os senhores intérpretes, mas penso que ainda estamos dentro do tempo para trabalhar, porque termina às 17h30, não sei por que não há interpretação para a língua inglesa. Mesmo em francês?
Sim ou não? Francês?
Em inglês não há. Convinha que fosse possível todos podermos partilhar estas questões. Falava da recolha de dados para tratamento de estudos posteriores. Nesta recolha e nesta cadeia, incluir os ex-reclusos, que devem ter histórias interessantes para contar. Senhora Presidente, na continuidade, e porque, sendo o último painel, as pessoas estão cansadas e pretendem já regressar a casa, vamos só apresentar esta proposta de declaração, que também queremos que seja enriquecida com as intervenções dos nossos participantes, que são recomendações saídas da Conferência Regional que realizamos nos dias 27 e 28 de abril de 2023. Vou tentar passar de forma lenta e usar uns 5, 7 minutos. Eu peço a vossa atenção para o efeito, porque precisamos de vossos contributos para que isto possa efetivamente ser útil. Reunidos virtualmente de 27 a 28 de abril de 2023, por iniciativa da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos, através do seu mecanismo especial sobre prisões, condições de detenção e ação policial em África, e em colaboração com os participantes, com destaque para delegados do Estado, representantes das instituições nacionais de direitos humanos, funcionários judiciais, especialistas em prisões e organizações da sociedade civil, para deliberar sobre prisões em África. Consciente da deterioração da situação dos direitos dos prisioneiros e detidos em África, recordando as disposições da Carta Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos, do Protocolo sobre os Direitos da Mulher em África, da Carta Africana dos Direitos e Bem-Estar da Criança, do Pacto Internacional sobre Direitos Civis e Políticos e da Declaração Universal dos Direitos do Homem, bem como outros instrumentos internacionais em matéria de direitos humanos, recordando igualmente vários outros instrumentos, tais como os princípios e diretrizes sobre o direito a um julgamento justo e assistência jurídica em África. O que é que eu faço, senhor presidente?
Madam Chair,
Para sim?
the translation just comes and goes on. It doesn't work most of the Portuguese to English.
Tento agora? Já temos interpretação? Pronto. Devo começar por onde? No início da declaração? Muito bem. Reunidos virtualmente em 27 e 28 de abril de 2023, por iniciativa da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos, através do seu mecanismo especial sobre prisões, condições de detenção e ação policial em África, e em colaboração com os participantes da conferência, com destaque para delegados do Estado, representantes das instituições nacionais de direitos humanos, funcionários judiciais, especialistas em prisões e organizações não governamentais sobre as condições de prisão em África, conscientes da deterioração da situação dos direitos dos prisioneiros e detidos em África, recordando outros instrumentos, tais como os princípios e diretrizes sobre o direito a um julgamento justo e assistência jurídica em África, a Declaração de Kampala sobre as condições das prisões em África e o plano de ação adotado no Seminário de Kampala para as condições sobre prisões em África, a Declaração de Kadoma e a Declaração e o plano de ação do Ouagadougou, as diretrizes de Robben Island, as diretrizes sobre as condições de detenção, custódia policial e prisão preventiva em África, diretriz de Luanda, estas acompanhadas dos instrumentos de execução e dos princípios sobre a descriminalização dos pequenos delitos, reconhecendo a necessidade urgente de abordar as violações dos direitos humanos que ocorrem nas prisões e centros de detenção em todo o continente africano, reconhecendo o impacto devastador do tratamento desumano e degradante dos detidos na sua saúde física e mental, na sua dignidade e no seu bem-estar, com repercussões negativas na sua autoestima, o que interfere sobremaneira no seu retorno à sociedade, afirmando a responsabilidade dos Estados africanos de respeitar, proteger e promover os direitos humanos e as liberdades fundamentais, incluindo os direitos dos detidos, manifestando a sua profunda preocupação com os relatos persistentes de violações dos direitos humanos nas prisões, centros de detenção africanos, incluindo a sobrelotação, a falta de acesso a cuidados de saúde, alimentação e água potável, alojamento em instalações inadequadas, a violência física e sexual e a negação de um julgamento justo, bem como assistência jurídica aos mais vulneráveis, registrando com apreço os esforços de alguns estados africanos para reforçar os seus sistemas prisionais e melhorar as condições de detenção, a Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos, mais de 25 anos após a adoção da Declaração de Kampala, que resultou no seminário organizado para avaliar as condições das prisões, declara sua intenção de realizar um estudo sobre as prisões e as condições de detenção em África, com vista a identificar as causas profundas das violações dos direitos humanos que se registram e a fazer recomendações para reformas. Recomenda que a União Africana colabore na mobilização dos seus Estados-membros para facilitar a realização do estudo exaustivo sobre a detenção em África, com vista a identificar as causas profundas das violações dos direitos humanos e a formular recomendações de reforma, bem como apoiar a aplicação das recomendações decorrentes de estudos, apela a todos os Estados africanos para que cooperem plenamente com a Comissão na realização do referido estudo, nomeadamente facultando o acesso às prisões e locais de detenção e a informações relevantes. Recomenda que os Estados africanos considerem a possibilidade de estabelecer um mecanismo de visitas aos países pelo relator especial para as prisões, através de um mecanismo consultivo, como o Protocolo Facultativo à Convenção das Nações Unidas sobre os Direitos do Homem, que lhe permita aceder a todos os locais onde as pessoas são privadas de sua liberdade por determinado Estado ou ente diferente deste, registrando o impacto particularmente prejudicial da prisão sobre as mulheres e os seus filhos, como subejamente provado durante o período de pandemia, reconhecendo as vias de acesso à justiça ligadas ao gênero, como a particular vulnerabilidade das mulheres à pobreza, à literacia e à violência baseada no gênero, tenciona-se investigar especificamente esta área e as melhores práticas em matéria de alternativas à prisão que respondam às questões do gênero. Convida as instituições nacionais de direitos humanos, as organizações da sociedade civil, os defensores dos direitos humanos e outras partes interessadas a darem o seu contributo para o referido estudo. E apela ao mecanismo a apresentar um relatório sobre as conclusões do estudo e a fazer recomendações aos Estados africanos sobre as medidas destinadas a melhorar as condições de prisão e detenção e a probabilidade de substituição das penas privativas de liberdade por outras alternativas nos casos em que essas sejam aplicáveis. Eis, senhores e senhoras, a proposta de declaração que nos foi remetida pela conferência que foi realizada nos dias 27 e 28. Muito obrigada, senhora presidente. Vamos agora, talvez, abrir o período de debate. Não sei quanto tempo nos resta. Pelo menos 20 minutos de debate para sabermos o que os participantes a este nível e virtualmente têm para nos ajudar a pensar nas prisões. Como eu disse no fim do meu relatório, prisão é um lugar onde todos nós podemos ir parar. E se hoje tratarmos das suas condições, amanhã talvez não tenhamos os nossos direitos tão violados como estão sendo neste momento. Muito obrigada.
Alors, est-ce qu'il y a des commissaires qui voudraient intervenir d'abord? Réaction au rapport présenté sur l'état des prisons en Afrique. Je n'en vois pas. Est-ce que des États voudraient également réagir, apporter des contributions après ce panel? Je n'en vois pas également. Est-ce qu'il y a des INDH? Ouais. Donc, des organisations de la société civile non plus. Donc, pas de réaction autour de ce panel. Je vous remets la parole. Qui? Qui? Ah, d'accord. Oui. Allez-y, présentez-vous. Quelle société civile représentez?
Good evening. Assalamu alaikum. I'm representing as a chairman Pakistani Community and Global People Care Foundation. I have some suggestions as per I see this agenda, human rights situation in prisons in Africa, and especially I feel the last words of the Honorable Commissioner that in life, anytime anyone maybe is in prison. My only one and humble request that all of you people making a lot of efforts to make successful human rights in Africa. I think so the best suggestion is that, and cost effective and easily implementable thing is very simple, that you people make AU human rights mobile application for prisoners. If you make human rights mobile application, with that any person's family will be able to launch his complaint and about situation. But I feel that In Africa, there is a communication gap between the families and the prisoners. Our organization help a lot of prisoners' family to help them out of the prison. Especially last 2 months before, I visited personally Bissau. So what I feel there when I went to the Bissau, a lot of English-speaking countries prisoners was there, but the problem is that communication gap. So when you people launch a mobile applications, hence rest of family member will be able to launch official complaint, then you follow that matter. And I hope so. When I visited last 2 months before, mostly 30% of the prisoners are there without any problem, with very small thing that easily forgivable, but they are there in more than 7 months, 8 months, 9 months. Hence all of you people making a lot of efforts, that what I can see, a lot of efforts for human rights. My only humble request, if you people launch officially a database of mobile application and the website for the rest of the family member who can approach all of you or the commission or concerned NHRIs or concerned NGOs, so it will be very easy for the family member to rescue their person from illegal custody sometime. And especially one of the very sad event happened few months before. One of our very senior Pakistani journalist, visited Kenya with tourism. Police directly kill him and they tell that this is misidentification. On the road, 11 o'clock. He's a very senior journalist of our country, top leader. And Kenya police next day write just simple one letter of sorry. Till today, they not tell us what was the reason to kill that person. So my only humble request, that communication gap between the effectives and the commission, if you people remove that communication gap, you will find a lot of valuable feedback of your efforts. And inshallah, you will see a lot of positive implementation of your policies. Thank you. God bless you.
Merci beaucoup. Je ne sais pas si la République du Togo voulait prendre la parole. Allez-y.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, pour la parole accordée au Togo. Je voudrais associer ma voix à celles qui m'ont déjà précédé pour vous féliciter l'ensemble des membres de la commission pour le travail très remarquable que vous faites en vue d'assurer les droits de tous les êtres humains et particulièrement les droits de toutes les personnes sur notre continent. Je voudrais également vous rassurer du soutien de ma délégation à votre présidence. Je voudrais reconnaître également la qualité des débats de cette session. Madame la Présidente, vous avez terminé là où je vais commencer, à savoir nous sommes tous des potentiels détenus. Et je voudrais donner l'exemple de ce ministre d'un pays des Finances qui a fait longtemps dans son ministère et le jour où il faisait la passation de service avec un nouveau ministre, le personnel du ministère des Affaires étrangères, du ministère des Finances avait eu à l'accuser pour n'avoir pas arrangé les situations de qui que ce soit, mais seulement d'avoir arrangé la situation de l'administration, le personnel de l'administration pénitentiaire et les conditions des détenus. Et sa réponse a été de dire, une chose est certaine, c'est que je ne reviendrai pas à vos places, mais ce qui est certain, je ne sais pas si un jour je serai à la place de ces détenus ou pas. C'est pourquoi j'ai arrangé leur situation. Donc, c'est-à-dire que nous sommes tous tenus lorsqu'il s'agit de ce personnel particulier qui d'abord est privé du droit le plus fondamental, c'est-à-dire le droit d'aller et de revenir, et qui se trouve cloîtré dans les 4 murs. Si à cela doit s'ajouter des conditions inhumaines, vous imaginez. Donc, je voudrais soutenir ce que le préopinant vient de dire, à savoir la création d'une plateforme qui pourrait permettre aux familles qui visitent des détenus de pouvoir être en contact avec certaines organisations qui luttent pour les droits des détenus. Mais je voudrais aussi ajouter ceci. Je sais que vous avez demandé à visiter des prisons. Vous avez aussi envoyé des questionnaires et vous dites que sur 55, si j'ai bien saisi, il n'y a que 3 États qui ont répondu. Donc, ce qui ne permet pas d'avoir véritablement les informations et aller de l'avant. Donc, je voudrais proposer que la Commission conçoive ou un programme, un projet sur 1 ou 2 ans ou 3 ans, et que chaque année, la Commission programme visiter au moins un certain nombre de prisons. Et à la suite de ce projet, ce serait possible de faire des conclusions en faisant la synthèse de toutes les prisons visitées. Et ça pourra permettre d'avoir une idée à peu près exacte des détenus et concevoir d'autres programmes pour l'amélioration. Aussi, il faut concevoir des projets de décision, même jusqu'au niveau, qui aillent jusqu'au niveau de la conférence, pour pouvoir permettre d'arranger un peu la situation de cette catégorie de personnes. Et comme je le disais, qui est déjà en souffrance par la privation de la plus grande liberté et qui est celle d'aller et de revenir. Donc, voilà la proposition que je voudrais faire à l'endroit de votre auguste commission pour que nous puissions ensemble aller de l'avant en ce qui concerne les conditions carcérales, donc dans nos pays et sur notre continent. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Excellence, pour votre proposition, également recommandation. Je vais redonner la parole à la commissaire Manuela, si elle a des réponses à apporter.
Obrigada, senhora Presidente. Por cautela, vou manter-me com os fones ligados. Vou reagir às questões que foram levantadas pelos participantes e depois passar a palavra por 2 minutos a cada um dos meus palestrantes para podermos então colocar ponto final a este painel. Eu devo agradecer à Global Legal que traz aqui esta proposta que foi reforçada pelo representante do Togo, criar uma aplicação móvel, tanto que permita denunciar algumas questões pouco menos boas nas prisões por parte dos familiares dos prisioneiros, porque entende que falta alguma comunicação entre a Comissão Africana e o cidadão em si. Obrigada. Isto requer realmente um estudo, requer que nos concentremos e por isso é que trouxemos esta declaração para permitir que haja tempo, e isto dando já sequência ao que foi dito pelo senhor embaixador do Togo, possamos dar sequência a esta atividade de sabermos o que é que se passa nas prisões e que soluções podemos encontrar. Esta pode ser uma das soluções a serem encontradas, porque tivemos boas experiências durante a Covid-19 em que, pela ausência de contacto físico das pessoas, criaram-se parlatórios virtuais em que os detidos poderiam falar com pessoas da sua família, ou podiam ter contato com o exterior. Portanto, a esta boa prática, vamos adicionar essa proposta que nos foi feita, amadurecer e perceber como é que poderá ser-nos útil. Agradeço ao senhor representante do Togo pela sua intervenção e pelo exemplo, pelo feliz exemplo que traz do ministro das Finanças, que melhorou as condições das prisões num determinado país e fez referência disso. Voltar a ser ministro deve ser difícil, mas ir parar a uma prisão pode ser possível a qualquer momento. Por essa razão, ele empenhou-se em melhorar as condições. Então, eu concordo que estamos na mesma linha de pensamento de que as prisões é um lugar onde todos nós vamos parar um dia. E também compreendo por parte dos participantes, sempre que falamos de prisões, há quase que uma mutez. Não há aquele entusiasmo em falarmos sobre prisões, porque é um assunto que deve ser sonegado. É um assunto em que não estamos muito confortáveis para falar. Mas eu convido os senhores a abrirmos esta cortina, este véu, e olharmos para trás, porque por trás das cortinas, por trás do véu, por trás dos muros das prisões, há pessoas físicas como nós, que respiram, que vivem problemas, e que esperam que algum de nós possa ajudar a solucionar o seu assunto. Foi aqui dito por um dos preletores, a falta de assistência jurídica também é outro problema. Vamos falar sobre isto. É importante falarmos sobre isto. É como falar sobre a morte. Todos temos problema de falar sobre a morte, mas nós sabemos todos que é uma certeza. Convido os Estados-parte, as instituições nacionais dos direitos humanos e as organizações da sociedade civil para arredarmos o véu que envolve a bruma atrás das grades, porque devemos perceber e dar resposta ao princípio da presunção da inocência, segundo o qual nem todos aqueles que estão atrás daquelas grades são culpados. Por vezes só saem dali 20, 30 anos depois, com uma sentença a dizer que não foi o autor daquele crime, que ele não é o culpado por aquele crime. Se não fizermos nada hoje, não sei que prisões teremos em África daqui a 50 anos. Eu vou dar a palavra por 2 minutos a cada um dos meus preletores. Vou começar pela senhora Eva Nu, para que possa então concluir a sua apresentação. Eva, está conosco?
Thank you, Commissioner Manuela, for giving me the floor again. I'd like to start with the repeat of your sentence that said, we're all potential detainees and we can all one day end up in prisons. And I think that should be the starting point of the discussion. We need to humanize who the people in prisons are. There are people that are rapists, there are people that are murderers, but there are also people that happen to be somewhere at the wrong time, at the wrong place, or simply because they're poor and the countries have policies or laws that, put them in prisons for extended period of time, particularly in a pretrial detention. I would like to point out one successful story on the continent of Burkina, on the continent of Africa and Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso, despite all the troubles that they experience, have actually successfully reduced in some prisons the population. And it was done because they started a whole country campaign on actually educating people on the rights of prisoners, who prisoners are, the right to presumption of innocence. And it was really successful because they engaged the communities, they engaged the chiefs, and they engaged the judges, the police, the inspectors, everybody who was supposed to be engaged in the process was engaged. So I think the study that you're proposing is a very good start to start looking not only what are the problems, but also looking in what is already available on the continent, what are the successful stories of upholding the prisoners' rights, how to sensitize the population that prisoners does not equate to being a horrible human being. And I would like to point out that we often speak about the issues of budget, and this has been raised, and the issues of resources. All countries struggle with that, but sometimes the issue of budget is related to what a political will wants to spend the money on. If they want to spend more building money on prisons, then that's what's going to happen. But if they have an understanding and the importance of what happens to who are the prisoner and what happens after the release, and then they can themselves, find themselves in the same situation, maybe we can have a more humane, engaging discussion on this issue. Thank you.
Obrigada, Eva, pelos seus comentários. Convido agora Lionel para que possa, então, fazer os seus últimos, a sua última intervenção. Obrigada.
Oui, merci. Peut-être juste partir d'une anecdote quand même, pour avoir visité beaucoup de prisons sur le continent africain. Un jour, dans une prison, un régisseur n'avait pas le budget attribué par l'État, ne recevait pas les dotations, ne recevait pas la nourriture. Et Géril a trouvé des mécanismes de débrouille. Et je crois que c'est un petit peu aussi ce qui caractérise finalement parfois des bonnes pratiques. Il s'était arrangé avec les hôpitaux pour placer des détenus qui allaient nettoyer les salles d'opération, puisque personne ne voulait à l'époque toucher le sang dans les salles d'opération, mais en échange, il obtenait le fait que les détenus puissent avoir accès aux soins. Il envoyait, j'ai même vu des détenus qui étaient chauffeurs du personnel judiciaire, des juges d'instruction, de certains magistrats et de certains procureurs au tribunal, et qui, en échange, le directeur de la prison pouvait avoir finalement, je dirais, faire passer certains dossiers en priorité, notamment dans des cas de détention préventive abusive de longue durée. Mais je crois que ce qui a été rappelé finalement également par le représentant du Togo, ce qui manque peut-être aujourd'hui à tout à chacun, c'est de vivre l'expérience de la prison. Vivre l'expérience de la prison, c'est imaginer ce que c'est que d'être un être humain enfermé dans une cellule avec parfois moins de 50 cm² d'espace de vie par personne, par détenu, pendant 1 an, 2 ans, 3 ans, 5 ans, voire beaucoup plus. Et finalement, si on va un peu plus loin, je pense que cette expérience de la prison, elle ressort d'un manquement des États. Ce n'est que la conséquence de ce qui n'a pas fonctionné en amont. C'est une conséquence d'un budget qui n'a pas été assez alloué sur l'éducation, sur l'accès à l'emploi, sur les questions de pauvreté, d'économie, des questions économiques et sociales. Et toutes ces choses-là, qui sont du domaine régalien de l'État, finalement conduisent à la détention. Et donc peut-être que, et je le pointe ici aujourd'hui, s'il y a une première responsabilité derrière tout détenu, il y a la responsabilité de chaque État qui n'a pas pris soin de ses citoyens en termes d'accompagnement. Et quand on voit aujourd'hui, il faut le dire aussi, ce manque de volonté politique qu'il y a derrière l'administration de la justice, l'administration du pénitentiaire, quand on voit que vous prenez les finances publiques des États, moins de 1% du budget national est dédié à la justice. Et là-dedans, on insère la prison dans ce petit pourcentage du budget national, alors qu'on devrait miser là-dessus, miser sur l'éducation, miser sur l'accès aux soins, et on aurait déjà, je dirais, tout un effet boule de neige qui éviterait les conséquences qu'on connaît de la surpopulation carcérale. Et pour aller encore un peu plus loin dans la réflexion, cette volonté politique, on la voit au niveau de la justice, on la voit au niveau de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Moi, j'y suis pas membre, mais je peux le dire, aujourd'hui, quand il y a une réduction du budget de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, c'est aussi une marque de la politique actuelle, de ce qu'on veut faire de la question de la protection des droits et de la dignité humaine. Et réinvestir là-dedans et dans un champ qui permettrait justement à certains mécanismes, que ce soit le Comité pour la prévention de la torture en Afrique, que ce soit la rapporteure spéciale prison, de mieux faire des missions de terrain, d'accompagnement des autorités pour mieux respecter leurs engagements. C'est là-dessus qu'on doit investir si dans le temps et si dans 20 ans, on veut pouvoir se dire et se tourner en arrière en disant on a fait quelque chose pour le continent et chaque État a fait quelque chose pour son citoyen, pour ses citoyens, parce que je le redis, je pense qu'on est tous responsables avant tout des personnes qui sont en détention. Merci.
Obrigada, Lionel. Obrigada pelo encerramento do seu painel e pelas questões que levanta nessa sua última intervenção. Senhora Presidente, portanto, tenho o painel encerrado. Muito obrigada pelo tempo que nos foi cedido e devolvo-lhe a palavra.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la commissaire Maria-Thérèse Manuela, pour cet excellent panel. Je vais remercier également les panélistes, Madame Eva et également Lionel, pour leur excellente présentation. Alors, sans plus tarder, nous avons un dernier point sur lequel nous allons clôturer la session d'aujourd'hui. Il s'agit du point 3 encore sur la situation des droits de l'homme. Et à ce titre, nous avons une demande de prise de parole par un État qui est le représentant de la République arabe sahraoui démocratique. Alors, est-ce qu'il va intervenir virtuellement? On nous a mis en présentiel, mais il n'est pas là. Alors, est-ce que virtuellement, il est? Non? Normalement, c'est en présentiel. Je vois la plaque, mais je ne vois pas la personne. C'est bon, virtuel? Oui, d'accord. Donc, vous avez la parole, représentant de la République arabe sahraoui démocratique. Vous avez 7 minutes. 7 دقائق.
هل تسمعونني؟ السلام عليكم.
Oui, on vous entend.
السيد الرئيس، سيداتي وسادتي المفوضون، السيدات والسادة ممثلي الدول، المؤسسات الوطنية والمنظمات والجمعيات غير الحكومية، أيها الحضور، بداية نود أن نعبر عن الشكر الجزيل باسم حكومة الجمهورية الصحراوية للجهود الحثيثة التي تقوم بها لجنتنا الموقرة ومفوضيها الكرام من أجل ترقية وتعزيز حقوق الإنسان والشعوب والحفاظ على احترامها والعمل بها في أرجاء القارة. السيدة الرئيسة، إن بلادي وهي تخوض معركة التحرير واستكمال تصفية الاستعمار في أجزائها المحتلة من طرف المملكة المغربية العضو الآخر بمنظمتنا القارية واعتبارها كآخر مستعمرة في إفريقيا، لا تنسى في خضم ذلك مواصلة القيام بالتزاماتها الوطنية والدولية والقارية في مجال حقوق الإنسان والعمل على تعزيزها وترقيتها والحفاظ عليها وجعلها من ضمن الأولويات التي يتم العمل بها من خلال البرامج والخطط التي تسنها وتعمل عليها الحكومة الصحراوية من خلال برامجها السنوية. سيدتي الرئيسة، السادة المفوضون، انطلاقا من الإيمان الراسخ بقيم العدالة وحقوق الإنسان والتزاما بروح القانون الأساسي للجبهة الشعبية لتحرير الساقية الحمراء وادي الذهب ودستور الجمهورية الصحراوية والمواثيق والمعاهدات الإفريقية الموقع عليها من طرف الدولة الصحراوية، فقد عقدت أخيرا جبهة البوليزاريو شهر يناير الفارط معتمرها السادس عشر في أجواء طبيعتها الشفافية والديمقراطية والتنظيم المحكم، وذلك ما اتضح من خلال النتائج الإيجابية التي انعكست في الوثائق الصادرة عن المؤتمر، وهي تعديل الدستور ومرسوم الأساسي للحركة وبرنامج عملها الوطني ومجموعة من رسائل التوصيات والتي تحكم وتنظم الفترة فيما بين معتمرين. كما تم انتخاب قيادة جديدة جسدت المطالب الشعبية الداعية إلى دور أكبر للشباب والمرأة في عناصر هذه القيادة الجديدة. كما كانت من أبرز ملامح الفترة المعنية بالتقييم انتخاب برلمان صحراوي جديد في بحر الشهر الماضي، والذي عكس توجهات ومطالب نصوص الميثاق الإفريقي لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب من خلال بروتوكول مابوتو المتعلق بحقوق المرأة وضرورة إشراكها في الهيئات القيادية وفي الشأن التسييري بصفة عامة، وهو ما كانت الجمهورية الصحراوية سباقة إليه من خلال مشاركة المرأة الصحراوية في جميع الهيئات القيادية وبنسب مقبولة جدا، حيث كانت نسبة تمثيل المرأة في الأمانة الوطنية وهي الهيئة القيادية للجبهة الشعبية للتحرير الساقية الحمراء وادي الذهب 21.47%. كما حظيت بنسبة عالية جدا من التمثيل في البرلمان الصحراوي في عهدته الحالية حيث بلغت 41.17%، وبلغت نسبة التجديد في هذا البرلمان 60%. كما أود الإشارة هنا إلى أنه لأول مرة يتم ترسيم اللجنة الوطنية الصحراوية لحقوق الإنسان، وذلك من خلال التعديل الأخير للدستور الصحراوي، حيث تم تخصيص لها فصل خاص بها في الدستور الصحراوي. السيدة الرئيسة، السادة المفوضون والحضور الكرام، نود التذكير هنا في هذا المقام بالحكم القضائي الصادر بتاريخ 22 سبتمبر 2022 المحكمة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب، حيث شجبت الاحتلال المغربي للصحراء الغربية واعتبرته انتهاكا خطيرا للحق في تغيير المصير. وقد لاحظت المحكمة أنه بالنظر إلى أجزاء من أراضي الجمهورية الصحراوية العربية الديمقراطية لا تزال محتلة من طرف المغرب، فإن الدول الأطراف في الميثاق ملزمة فرديا وجماعيا تتحمل المسؤولية بموجب القانون الدولي في إيجاد حل دائم للاحتلال وضمان تمتع شعب الجمهورية العربية الصحراوية الديمقراطية بحماية حقه في تغيير المصير وتقديم له المساعدة في نضاله من أجل الحرية وفي عدم القيام بأي عمل من شأنه الاعتراف بهذا الاحتلال الغير قانوني أو من شأنه أن يتعارض مع التمتع بهذا الحق. كما نود التذكير من جديد سيدة الرئيسة بقراري المجلس التنفيذي واللذان يطلبان من اللجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب إرسال بعثة إلى الأراضي المحتلة من الجمهورية الصحراوية بهدف التحقيق في انتهاكات حقوق الإنسان وتقديم تقرير للمجلس التنفيذي للاتحاد الإفريقي، وهو ما تم التأكيد عليه في قرارات قمم لاحقة للاتحاد الإفريقي. السيدة الرئيسة، السادة المفوضون، إننا نلفت عنايتكم للانتهاكات الصارخة والمستمرة للقانون الدولي لحقوق الإنسان والقانون الدولي الإنساني التي تقع في الجزء المحتل من أراضي الجمهورية الصحراوية والموثقة في عديد تقارير الهيئات والمنظمات الدولية، والتي كان آخرها ما صدر عن منظمة العفو الدولية في تقريرها سنة 2022 ومنظمة هيومن رايتس ووتش والتقرير الأخير لوزارة الخارجية الأمريكية. فالسلطات القمع المغربية تقوم بكل وحشية وبدون أي اعتبار القوانين والعهود والمواثيق الدولية ذات الصلة بحقوق الإنسان بقمع المظاهرات السلمية التي يقوم بها المناضلين والمناضلات الصحراويين المدافعين عن حقوق الإنسان بالأراضي المحتلة من الجمهورية الصحراوية للمطالبة بحق في تقرير المصير وفي ضمان جميع حقوق المتعلقة به، كما تقوم بمحاكمات جائرة في حق الناشطين والإعلاميين الصحراويين وتعذيب المناضلين والتضييق المستمر على المدافعين ومنع تأسيس الجمعيات والتمادي في الممارسات الحاطة من الكرامة تجاه المعتقلين السياسيين الصحراويين وطرد الوفود الأجنبية والمتضامنين الأجانب وإرجاعهم إلى بلدانهم قبل أن تطأ أقدامهم الأراضي المحتلة، والتي كان آخرها الطرد غير القانوني الذي طال المحامية الفرنسية إليز تولي في أواخر شهر الفارض. ومن هنا فإننا نرجو من اللجنة أن تبذل جهدا في العمل مع الجهات الفاعلة الأخرى على الوقف الفوري للانتهاكات الجسيمة والممنهجة المرتكبة من قبل الأجهزة الأمنية المغربية ضد المدنيين الصحراويين المدافعين عن حقوق الإنسان، بعيدا عن المراقبة الدولية بسبب استمرار الحصار العسكري والتعتيم الإعلامي المفروض على الصحراء الغربية المحتلة، والعمل على إطلاق سراح جميع المعتقلين السياسيين الصحراويين القابعين بالسجون المغربية والكشف عن مصير المفقودين ووقف عمليات النهب المكثف لثروات الصحراويين وإزالة الجدار العسكري المغربي الذي يقسم الصحراء الغربية أرضا وشعبا. السيدة الرئيسة، السادة المفوضون، نلفت عنايتكم إلى أنه منذ انتهاك وقف إطلاق النار في 13 نوفمبر 2020 من طرف قوات الاحتلال المغربي وهي تستخدم جميع أنواع الأسلحة بما في ذلك الطائرات بدون طيار لقتل المدنيين الصحراويين ومن البلدان المجاورة أثناء عبورهم الأراضي الصحراوية المحررة. فخلال العامين الماضيين تشير التقديرات إلى مقتل عشرات المدنيين العزل بما فيهم الأطفال وإصابة عشرات آخرين بجروح متفاوتة الخطورة، بعضها أدى إلى عاهات مستديمة وذلك نتيجة هجمات بطائرات بدون طيار المغربية. فإننا نعرب عن إدانتنا الشديدة لاستعمال مثل هذه التكنولوجيات الحديثة ضد المدنيين وتحمل الدولة المغربية المسؤولية الكاملة عن هذه الجرائم. السيد الرئيس، الأعضاء الموقرون، إننا في الجمهورية الصحراوية نعبر عن كامل الاستعداد للتعاون مع جهود الأمم المتحدة لحل النزاع بين الشعب الصحراوي والمملكة المغربية، ولكن في سياق يحترم إطاره القانوني الواضح كقضية تصفية استعمار. فجبهة البوليزاريو الممثل الشرعي والوحيد للشعب الصحراوي وهي تدخل سنة الذكرى 50 لتأسيسها تجدد التزامها الصارم وتشبثها الراسخ في الهدف الأسمى الذي يجسد إرادة كل الصحراويين والصحراويات، ألا وهو تمكين الشعب الصحراوي من ممارسة حقه غير القابل للتصرف ولا المساومة ولا التقادم في تقليل المصير والاستقلال على قرار كافة الشعوب والبلدان المستعمرة. وفي هذا السياق وفي الأخير ومن خلال لجنتكم الموقرة ندعو المجتمع الدولي عامة إلى تحمل مسؤولياته والقيام بدوره في سياق تطبيق ميثاق وقرارات الأمم المتحدة والتعجيل بتمكين بعثة الأمم المتحدة للاستفتاء في الصحراء الغربية المينورسو من تنفيذ المأمورية التي أوكلت إليها بموجب خطة التسوية الأممية الإفريقية لسنة 1991، ونؤكد بشدة على دورة حماية المواطنين الصحراويين في الأراضي المحتلة وضمان حقوقهم الأساسية والوقف الفوري لكل أشكال الاستغلال اللا قانوني المكثف للثروات الطبيعية الصحراوية من طرف دولة الاحتلال المغربي. كما نشدد على ضرورة تحرك الاتحاد الإفريقي العاجل لوضع حد الانتهاك الصارخ لقانون التأسيسي من قبل دولة عضو في المنظمة القارية هي المملكة المغربية من خلال احتلالها لأجزاء من أراضي دولة عضو أخرى هي الجمهورية الصحراوية. وشكرا لكم وتمنياتنا لكم بالتوفيق والنجاح في دورتكم.
شكرا على المداخلة. Nous avons maintenant deux demandes de prise de parole par deux organisations de la société civile. Alors, il s'agit, je cite, le Center for Minority Rights Development, le CEMIRID. Est-ce que vous êtes en ligne? Centre des droits de minorité. Madame Zaïda. Vous êtes en ligne? Le Centre CEMIRID. Le développement des droits des minorités. Non. Alors, ensuite, nous avons une intervention de la Fédération internationale de l'action des chrétiens pour l'abolition de la torture, la FIACAT. C'est Madame Xavier Prugnard. Est-ce que vous êtes en ligne? Non plus. D'accord. Donc, il n'y a pas d'autre prise de parole en ce qui concerne le point 3. Nous avons donc terminé l'agenda de la journée d'aujourd'hui, donc le 7e jour. Sans plus tarder, je vais passer la parole à la représentante du secrétariat pour nous annoncer peut-être l'agenda de demain. Merci. Et d'autres annonces.
Thank you, Chair. For tomorrow's agenda, day 8, Wednesday, 10th of May, 2023, we start the day with item 5, activity reports of the mechanisms of the Commission and members of the Commission and special mechanisms. We will start with the report of the Vice Chairperson of the Commission and Special Rapporteur on Refugees, Asylum Seekers, Internally Displaced Persons and Migrants in Africa. We will also have the report of the Chairperson of the Working Group on Death Penalty and Extrajudicial Summary or Arbitrary Killings and Enforced Disappearances in Africa. Following the tea break, we will have two panels. We will have a panel on African Union Team of the Year for 2023, acceleration of AFCFTA implementation, and a panel on leveraging data for meaningful progress towards economic, social, and cultural rights. We will also have a third panel on debate on the reform of the judicial and quasi-judicial organs of the African Union. And finally, we will have the item 3, human rights situation in Africa. Thank you. I also have one announcement. A participant has misplaced a pair of reading glasses. If you do find one, kindly deliver it to the front desk at the entrance, at the registration desk at the entrance of the hall. Thank you.
Merci, on vous souhaite une très bonne soirée. À demain.